Well, hello, everybody. Good morning to you. I hope you're having a wonderful start of your Tuesday. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to play some Satisfactory. I got my Fix-It shirt on and everything. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to play some games and have some fun today. Let's forget about all those other things in the world that are troublesome. I just have a good time today. Man, I had lots of fun playing that battle game yesterday. Man, I can do nothing but think about it after that. Also, I apologize to all my Stream Raiders peeps. I thought we had done the green chest, but today I see that it didn't register that we had gotten it done. Apparently, I might have done the battle just before it. I tried to end on that green chest. I thought I had done it, but then again, by that time of night, I get all loopy. So I do apologize for those who are trying to get that green chest. I don't know what's going to happen today, but we'll try it again. If we have to reset that level and redo that level again, that's okay. That's what we'll do. So you guys can get that loot. That's what we're going to be doing today, of course, some Satisfactory and Stream Raiders all day long because it has 2 days and 3 hours left. So all day today we're going to do battles and all day tomorrow we're going to do battles so you guys can get the most out of that Shadow Side event. I think we could crush tier 42 and then maybe get pretty far into 43. Not going to hit 44, I don't think, because there's just not physical enough time. But I think we'll crush it anyway. We'll crush it. You guys are going to get crazy tons of loot either way. I'm super excited to get back to Satisfactory because I'm using the triple coal nodes that I found. And we also set up a whole climbing wall or loot running wall. I forgot what I called it last time. But basically it goes up this wall and then kind of feeds into my main factory, and I have so much loot that I'm literally just producing an insane amount of stuff right now. I'm looking at it right now. It's pretty awesome. Now, I'm also playing in 4K, remember, on my end, and then, of course, on your end, you can see it in 1080 at 60 frames per second. So, very cool if you have the internet for seeing that. And big thanks to everybody coming in, showing the love, showing the support today. Feel free to say hello in the chat, and feel free to say, hey, what's up? I keep forgetting to give you guys some love at the top of the stream here. Let me go ahead and give you guys some love. Boom! For all you peeps who are right here at the top of the stream. You get 1,000 kids, cats. Get your day started. There you go. And I say we just dive right in, everybody. I don't want to talk too much today. I just want to play some games. Let's go. Now, see, this is something that is so mesmerizing to me. I can just sit and watch this for hours. All the stuff coming in, all the stuff going out, and here we go with that and this and the other thing. So what we got over here is we got a whole line of conversion for our iron ingots here. And then these iron ingots then feed into here. And at different levels, I have different things going on. I have the rods going up here at this level. We have our plates going down to this level. And, of course, we have 2 rows of screws going over there. And they're kind of going along and ending up over on this side. And you're like, well, why do you have 2 of them, Kismet, not on the same line? Well, the reason why is because they're both going at the speed of that line. So they're both going to 270 right now, which is the fastest I can do. Because right now we're replaying through the game. And I'm only at like tier 3 and 4. So when I get a faster line, obviously I'll upgrade that. But wow, look at that. That's a lot of screws. That's like 500 screws this early in the game. That's a ton. So we're going to let that build up. Now, one of the cool things about Satisfactory is that you can just leave it like that and then AFK, come back later, and then you have crazy tons of screws or whatever it is you're looking for. The next thing that we're looking to do is then take it from all these basics, which we basically tore the whole base down and rebuilt it up on this level. And as you can see, we've got a whole bunch of stuff in the sequence. So over there, we've got our limestone. Over here, we have our our steel being done, and we actually have a whole nother row of steel to be done here. And then we thought, well, you know what, we'll go ahead and do our plates and rods again first. So we've got our plates and rods going there. And then over on this side, we also have our screws going. Now, we don't have any of our copper yet, so we do need to work on our copper, but we do need to work on also on our ability to put all of this stuff together into the next stage, which is going to be our reinforced iron plates and so on. And so we need to get working on that as well. Now, right over here, you can see I'm diverting some of this right here, some of these plates and some of these screws over there to do that very thing. And I'm up kind of on a little viewer stand up here. Let's go ahead and go back down and see if I can get down to the bottom without falling, which is very rare. Very rare for me. And you can see that this is coming down. We've got our plates coming in and our screws. And they're going in here and it's producing plates. So let's take that out of there so it keeps cranking those plates out. Now, at the rate at which they're coming out of there, I could actually do multiple of these. And so I can go ahead and put this down. Now, the biggest thing I need right now is my rotors. Now, I have a bunch of resources running over here. And you can see they're kind of running like this. Eventually, I would like to streamline these as well. And I want to work toward getting the auto sorter to come along and actually sort all of this stuff into its various different places. That would be amazing in the long run. And then we can also work with overflows and underflows, and that's what I plan to do. And as you can see, we've got all of our stuff lined up nicely along here as we need it. And the next thing we need here at the end, and we do these in groups of 3. See, I've got the gap there, so groups of 3 and then a gap, groups of 3 and a gap. The reason why that is so that I can underfeed it from below. Now, this particular one right here has only groups of 2, and normally I put it on the other side, but I feel like in this particular playthrough, I'm going to go ahead and put this one in right there. Now, I need some more beams, which is right here, steel beams, and I have a couple. Now, the cool thing is when I do this, what's going to happen is it's going to start my production all back up again. And what I wanted to do is to create that production, backlog it, put it in this box, and then stop the production so it doesn't use as much power. The more efficient I use my power, the easier it is for me to keep my base going without it kicking off. I couldn't have planned that better, everybody. I couldn't have planned that better. Did you hear it kick off? Yeah, my base just kicked off there. Now, when we do have, wow, that was like, that was a Kismet moment, if any moment was a Kismet moment. So when it kicks off like that, that tells me that I'm going to need more power. So we're going to need to work on our power today as well, apparently, straight away. Straight away after this. All right, let's put our container in first. And there we go. And then we're going to go ahead and just add our rotors that we have right there. Now, the reason why we're going to add our rotors is because we're just going to go ahead and make a little thing right there, and that's going to say, okay, that's going to officially be my rotor box. Look at that. Oh my God, look at that 4K. You can't see it as nice as me, but wow, those textures are amazing in 4K. All right, so we're going to put that over there. So these are where we want all of our items to eventually end up so we can use them. Now, one of the things, of course, we're working on right now are plates, and those plates allow us to make more stuff, and we want to make more of this over here. But the most important thing right now is power. So we need to go ahead and take a look at our power. And one of the easiest ways to check your power is to grab power from up here and just make a power pole right here. I don't need to run to my power, even though it's just right over there. And just look at it. Oh, okay. See there, it spiked. And why did it spike like that? Because I took the steel out of there, so all my steel stuff turned on, and it spiked my power beyond what I could actually produce. And that's okay, because I have 3 pure coal nodes. And because I have 3 pure coal nodes, I have a lot of power I can do. And which is going to run this entire insane factory I have running right here. Now, this is just getting started, everybody. We're going to build a gigantic mega factory. You know we are, as we do. Now, of course, we have no access to our transport. And I typically like to put my transport separate on when it comes to power so that I always have my transport. I always have my hypertubes. But that's okay because we also did build a ramp as a backup. Up there is actually where my base will eventually end up. Base elevator and all of that. We'll get into that later on. But down here, we can see we have another level. And this is all of our stuff from before over here that we had built that's now replaced by everything that's up there. And so we can go ahead and cut this off. And it's still going to, here, cut it back off. So it's still going to cut off there. But what we can do is just kind of clean this up a little bit. Since we're here, I don't play this game in a hurry. You can play it in a hurry if you want, but I rarely ever do. I do like to take my time, think it through, where do I want to go next, what do I want to do next. And I'm usually about 10, 20 steps ahead because that's how I like to be. Oh man, that's going to be a bunch. Boom, that's gonna drop for sure. I knew that was going to drop because that is full of this raw ore and whatnot. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Hey, Smuggler Dan, good morning to you. Thank you so much for the follows, everyone. Oh, wow, I had tons of follows while I was doing battle mode, too. Thank you so much for that. And thank you, 1440 by 1080. Well, hey, thanks for coming in. Great name, by the way. Sherm coming in as well. Sherm TV, how you doing? Good morning, good morning. Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons. Welcome, my name is Kismet. I'm representing Fix-It today. Got my Fix-It shirt on. I'm ready to play some Satisfactory. One of my favorite games of all time, and it's only early access, a 10++ in my book, an insta-buy. If you are a builder like me, I'm a definite builder. I love to build, and it has the kind of building that is second to none in any game. I absolutely love the way that you build. I love the way you do stuff, and it's not even done yet. Oh, I mean my concrete. Give me that concrete back. It's not even done yet. They're still working on it, which really tells you that they put a lot of love and attention into this game for sure. Now, one of the things that I do over here next to my hub is I've got myself a nice little box which holds kind of random gear in there, or maybe even my thing that colors my foundations and whatnot. And I also have some other loot on me there. Oh, wait, I can put my thing away that goes along with my coloring gun there. And then I also keep a couple boxes over here, and these boxes are for my kind of loot that I have on me, right? Now, the loot that I want to keep, and see over here, we've got a whole bunch of other random stuff in there. We want to kind of clear that out. We want to clear this area out over here because we're removing this level for right now. Though we could add things to it for right now, but we're going to go ahead and just remove it. Allows us to keep our ramp in there, and you can see down here, look at this. This is heaven right here. 3 pure node heaven. These are all 3 of these are coal, and they're all pure nodes. And I happen to find them up here, and I move my entire base up here. Right now we're playing the Rocky Desert. That's the start point of where we started, which is way about 1500 that direction. But the second I saw these coal nodes, I moved my entire base over here. And that's pretty fun. Now, right now, we have a pure node running over this way, and all we're using out of that pure node is just those 6 right there. And you can see I've got plenty of water and whatnot down here, so you can just guess how much I'm going to add in power today. That's going to be lots of fun. It always makes me happy when I know that I have the ability to add tons and tons of power. Now, we're currently only on coal, and I have played through the game many, many times, everybody, so it's not my first time. My particular style of streaming is to talk about what I'm doing as I go along. So if you hear me talking about basic stuff, it's because people who might wander into the stream, they're like, Kismet, what's this game you're playing? That kind of thing. I love to turn people on to great games. In this case, this is a really fantastic game. I suggest, if you can't just purchase it outright, to put it on your Christmas wish list for sure. Whether you're going to get it on Steam or on the Epic Game Store, it's up to you. I don't care what platform you play on. I play on all platforms. I'm currently playing on PC right now, but I do have PS4, I do have Xbox, I do have Switch. I have them all because I don't care about the platform. I only care about the games and playing them with all of you. That's my favorite thing, playing games. I don't need to be locked into one thing. I want all the things. I want all the games, and so on. And I've been very lucky to be in that position that I can do all of that and play all the different games. Now, I wish I had more time to play all the games. Now, that would be nice. But as a person who has to watch out for their health, I do have sleep apnea and vertigo. It's actually a middle channel ear imbalance, but you guys understand what vertigo is. It's a constant dizziness. And I have to deal with that every single day. I spent the last 6 years working with my health and with 2 out of 12 doctors who were actually decent doctors. I had to recover my health, and here I am, a partner streamer here on Twitch. I did have to step down from my epic job at Apple. I was a senior tech over there for many years. Did a lot of Black Ops projects that I could never tell you about, or I will be in very big trouble. Even though I no longer work there, had to step down from that job and find something else that got me out of the bed every day. And the thing that I've always loved all these years, of course, playing games and talking to people like you in my channel right now. And I appreciate you being here. I'm gonna go ahead and kind of slim this down a little bit, store that all in that one, and whatever else in this one. There we go. Kind of consolidate that together. Now, we have a lot of extra resources over here, so we're going to have to do a lot of back and forth and back and forth. And you're like, Kismet, what about your power problem? Now, I could solve this power problem right now if I was in a hurry, just by cutting off certain sides of my factory. You might notice that I'm running up here and I'm feeding stuff into these boxes. Well, I have 3 awesome sinks right here, which is a lot of power in itself. And what I'm doing is I'm feeding this excess stuff that I don't need into this awesome sink. Now, this is a really fantastic mechanic, by the way, everybody. This mechanic right here is basically take all this extra junk that you have laying around, and you run it into the awesome sink, which makes tickets. And those tickets unlock other shapes and walls and vehicles and other fun stuff like that. That allows you to do cooler and cooler things in the game. A really fantastic way of eliminating all of this extra loot that you have laying around. Look, there it goes again. Phew, holy mackerel. I got a lot of that stuff. And so a great way to eliminate it. Also, when my factory kicks back on again, it's going to automatically do it. So I've already got a kind of a place to dump the extra junk that I don't need. I highly suggest doing that in your playthrough, is to have an instant place where you can go to and say, okay, well, I know I don't need that, and I don't need this, and I don't need that. And you can stack that in there. Oh, and I don't need the... I don't need all of these as well. All right. And then also have a place to put your stuff that you're like, okay, I don't want to deal with that stuff right now, but I need more room in my inventory. So I'm just going to drop that in a random box. Now, these boxes are actually the best way of doing it because they have so much room in them. And early on, your character doesn't have that much inventory space. So I'll kind of balance between the two different things of adding and removing. Now, here's a great little trick, by the way. I'm using Control key to do multiple of these, but you got to watch out. You might hit your foundations. Now, I don't really care about the foundations over here, but sometimes you will hit your foundations and you'll be putting those back in later. But you kind of want to be at the level that you're trying to hit here. You see, I'm kind of being above the actual, see, look, I got a few of them there. I'm trying to be above that particular level. Now, that's 50 items, as many as I can do. Boom. And again, you can see the foundations getting taken out as well. I've also accidentally taken out things really far away from what I'm trying to take out. Like it could be a converter or a power pole or something like that. And then really far away, way out there where I was doing some extraction or whatever I was doing got removed. And then lo and behold, I go wandering by there and I'm like, hey, why am I not getting such and such resource? Well, that's because I accidentally took one of the things out I didn't want to. Now, putting back in the foundations here on this game is actually really easy. So if you do accidentally take them out, it has one of the greatest building systems in any game ever. Now, remember, I am the OG. I've been the original gamer from back in the day. I'm talking the 70s. Magnavox Odyssey, very first gaming console. It was actually had paddles. It didn't even have controllers. There was no such thing as controllers back then. And I've literally played thousands of games. So for me to say that this has the best building of any game is something way up there, because I don't give out praise lightly. I am straightforward, honest. If I think a game sucks, you'll actually never see it on my stream for sure. But I don't bother promoting sucky games. It's not my job. My job is not here to sell you games and all of that stuff. My job is to play some games and entertain you guys. Maybe bring you a little moment of joy, a little bit of happiness, a little laugh and crying in your day. I'll do the crying. You guys do the laughing. How about that? It sounds fair. Especially when I fall off to my death. Quite often here in the stream. All sorts of silliness that goes on. Going off the rails constantly. And that's pretty much sums up my stream. Going off the rails. So we're going to go in here. We're going to remove all of this stuff. And again, why am I removing this? Well, just to get back some of those resources so I can use those resources elsewhere, as well as it doesn't need to be tied into my power system, because if it is tied in my power system and it is functioning, it will burn up that extra power that I don't really want it to. Now we're going to go down here. Now, if you notice, I use a lot of foundations. I like my stuff to be on foundations. It just makes it easier to manage it and do all of that. Let's go over here and see what my input is for my power currently. So we're going to go and look at it right now. Now, this is a Mark II. There's a Mark I, which is going to give me 120 with a pure node. Then, of course, if I double that to a 240, which is the maximum speed I can run on a conveyor belt anyway, actually it's 270 is what I've got right now, is what I can do. So what I'm using right now is a total of 60. That's right, 60. So that means that I have a whole lot extra of coal that I haven't even used yet, even though I'm running it at tier 3. that I have not even used yet because I haven't added that additional power. And I only add power when I need to. I don't go and spend 5 hours making power, though that is a very legit way of playing the game. Just start the game by making a tremendous amount of coal power, which is what I've got right here, and then make that so much power that you never have to worry about your power again. But I'm kind of a more balanced player. I'll work on power, then I'll work on my production, and I'll work on running lines, and I'll work on exploring, and that kind of thing. I like playing that style. That's my particular style. But whatever you like to do, hey, that's up to you. Sharp TV coming in with Apple with the I think that's the what is that thing called? It's the Illuminati. That's what it is. Illuminati thing. There we go. There we go. A little Illuminati emote action in the morning here. Now again, we're going to get into it, everybody. Now here, if you notice, I've got my foundations just below the water. Now, why did I do that? Why did I put it just below the water? Why is it not above the water? Well, if you notice over here, I don't have any pumps whatsoever. I don't use any pumps typically in my playthroughs unless I get to a point where I'm just like, okay, I'm going to run it way the heck up for whatever reason. Maybe it's going to be for aluminum, maybe it's going to be for nuclear power, whatever it is. I typically try to build at the water level and a little bit below, so the water's coming down from the extractors and going into my power, and I never have to worry about those pumps, which means that it uses less power, much more efficient in the long run to have use 0 pumps. Now, right now we've got this coming through, and it's coming through at 240. Now, again, each of these use about 10 at their maximum capacity. Sometimes they don't. They use less than that. Now, we want to go ahead and run this in here, and eventually we're going to want to backlog this a bit, and we're going to stack a bunch of storage containers right there to backlog this. I like to have a backlog in case something happens, it goes off. I need a little bit of coal for whatever back over there. I do like to have a backlog of that. And it's always a smart idea to do that too, because you might need those resources at some point. Now, right out here, we're going to have a little bit of a problem because we've got this thing, which is in our way right now. Underneath there is a little glowy. You want to put some dynamite on there and blow it up, try to get in there and get it. But I think we've got enough room to maybe add some more here at the end. But we do have a problem. We're coming up to a waterfall there. And I'm up pretty high up here. I started again. This is Rocky Desert, so it's the what I call the old desert because they have a new one as well. And I've played through every single one except for this one. Now, the map is actually one gigantic map. So you just start in different parts on the map. And this is like an beginner to intermediate area. We've already done the more advanced areas. We got to build very vertically. I see some quartz over there. Let's go get some quartz. Go for a little swim. We take some of this out. Now, I'm a big fan of taking all this out. Now, why do you want to take this out at this stage when you're just doing coal now anyway? You're not working with biofuel. Well, the funny thing is that all of this stuff has a big circle. That means it circles back. Even if you're doing nuclear power, which is the highest thing in the game right now, even if you're doing nuclear power, you will circle back to the point in which you need Marcellia, which is the thing you usually find pretty early on in the game using your chainsaw. All of that stuff circles back to the most basic biofuel and all that stuff. So you got to make sure that as you progress through, you understand, and in the long run, you're going to need that again. So let's go ahead and keep going, though. I kind of see if I can fit this in. I feel like it's going to be pretty close. Maybe not. We'll see. Let's go ahead and do it. Now, I've only got 56, the things on me. Limestone. Now, I do have sleep apnea, so a lot of times my brain will just come to a stop. So just expect that to happen. And if I say something wrong, fill in your own answers. As I like to say here in the stream. So we're going to need some more limestone. Now, whenever I'm expanding stuff like this, I want to go ahead and set up a little area that's going to be resources for me to use along the way. So let's go ahead and just stop right here. And let's go ahead and say, we're just going to put it right here along this edge. I'm going to go ahead and just turn this like this. Oh, we don't have enough resources to even do that. All right, so we're going to go ahead and put a box there. That's going to allow us to have a bunch of resources down here. So we don't have to run back and forth constantly, which does happen quite often. We're going to go ahead and adjust this right here. So we get up there from this side as well. So we'll go ahead and use our foundation. A little angle there. There we go. Now we get up there nicely. And again, our ultimate goal now is to go ahead and add more power so that we can continuously add to our base. And we have a lot of stuff we can add because we have a lot of stuff. See all the colors filling in? The yellow is my roads, the blue is where my storage is, and the purple is where my hub is. I just chose those randomly, arbitrarily, and they work pretty well. All right, so you can see I've got a bunch of other stuff that I've extracted or utilized from there. You can also hold down the control key to try to put it in there and match it with whatever's in there. It's going to take that particular item, all of that particular item, and put it in there. I wish this was in every single game, every single building game ever, because it is the greatest thing ever, because it grabs all of that particular type and then puts it in there, which is incredibly, incredibly useful. And then we'll come back and we'll grab all those resources and run them down. But we want to get rid of this extra resources that we have right now. And so we're going to run these up. Now, some of these resources I keep. I call it like the mixture of random resources. Like in this case, we've got some more quartz in there where we can put in the MAM, which allows us to unlock more stuff. Got a little bit of petals and flowers and so on. All great for keeping this stuff for doing MAM'd or healing yourself or making, power shards and so on. All sort of equipment is being used there. But we do want to put all this in here so that when this kicks on, it'll go ahead and get rid of all this excess stuff that I really, really don't need. Let's go ahead and put all that in there. And that will work very, very well. Now, we're doing a lot of inline running in this particular playthrough where we run everything together. And I'm going to do this and then do that. We run everything together in line. Now, there's a lot of different ways of building. Really, there's a million different ways, just like in any game, of making stuff. Now, I'm a big fan of trying to make it as efficient as possible, but also not very time-consuming, right? It's very easy to make time-consuming stuff where I am always thinking that my most valuable resource in any game is my time, right? How can I do it the most efficient way where I don't have to spend 5 hours doing it when I could have just spent 20 minutes doing it, right? That's how I like to do it. And that's the way you're going to see how to do it on my stream for sure. Hey, mister, that's Mr. Nonu. Thank you again for that cookie lurker love. I appreciate you hanging out in the stream big time. All right, let's keep going here, everybody. We're going to run down and bring some of these resources down here. You'll see me as I run past that kind of stuff. I'm hitting E to extract that. All right. Get on up there, bro. There we go. And now I'm just going to put this right here because I know what I'm going to eventually take this out, but I know that I'm going to need a bunch of resources. And since I'm going to build this out, and I know I'm going to build the back of it out over here, which is all of my pipes and all of my stuff here, I'm just going to go ahead and put it there for right now. That's probably my best spot. And then I'm just going to put all that stuff in there, except for this stuff here. We'll take that stuff back out and carry that back so we're not wasting our space there. And then we're going to make one more run. Now, because I'm going to add a tremendous amount of power over here, I'm going to need a lot of concrete. Now, one of the things that I do quite often is prioritize concrete over everything else. That's the first thing I get going because I know I'm going to need a lot of these, which are your foundations. And so I just have that running constantly over here. And it's the very first box you'll see in my amount of resources. In fact, it's kind of set apart from all the rest of my resources over here. So we're going to go ahead and go here and just literally grab everything out of there. Like that, very nicely, and then we'll go ahead and put all this into there, and that leaves me a few slots as well. I don't like having my inventory all the way full because you start dropping stuff on the ground. You have to go hunt down all those boxes and stuff like that. That sucks. Now, again, if you do keep your resources, your primary resources, like your power resources and your transport resources, you won't have the problem that I'm having right now where I have to manually run down the ramp. You could use your hypertubes and all that stuff still. And I will do that eventually where all my hypertubes and all of my actual generation of power, like my coal plants and things like that, are on a separate circuit. And then everything else that's being generated, like plates and steel and all that other stuff, will be generated on its own circuit as well. And this way I can go ahead and cut the line. Now, eventually I hope they add on-off buttons, which would be great because then you can just flip hit a button and say, okay, all the rest of the factory off, primary power stays on. That would be nice. And again, this game is not done. We're on tier 7. That's as high as you can get and they said they're gonna try to add 10 tiers to the game. So awesome. Awesome. They just constantly add more and more cool stuff. Now, when they added trains to this game became a 10 out of 10 for me. And they not only have they already added trains, but they also added even more cool stuff on top of those trains, including a whole update about fluids where you can actually run water and things like that into your power, which you can see over here. And they're constantly coming up with more and more cool ideas. This is a type of game that you could really massively expand and keep adding and adding and adding stuff to it for years and years and years. And that's what I really like about it. The potential of this game is amazing. And I love to build, as you can see. All right. I don't know about in your neck of the woods, by the way, everybody. It is freezing here in Tennessee. It is freezing. Well, at least freezing in my point of view. I'm originally from Southern California. Our freezing in Southern California is 65 degrees. Some of you are like, Kismet, bro, it's like 5 right here right now. Yeah, it's like 20 degrees right now. It'd be like somebody here who grew up in Tennessee moving to Antarctica. That's the temperature difference from here, from where I'm from. Now, I'm born and raised in California. Lived there for about 30 years, and then decided I don't want to raise my kids there because I grew up in those public schools, and I can tell you it's a dangerous place to grow up in. So I decided that my wife is from Tennessee. My kids were born 6th generation or 5th generation. I can't remember which one. I have a memory problem, so I have trouble remembering that stuff. But yeah, so 5th or 6th generation, born and raised right here in Tennessee. Tennessee has one of the best school systems in the United States, which is pretty awesome, especially for younger kids, right? So your elementary through high school. They are really heavy on their academics, which is awesome. And that's why all my kids are actually in honors right now, because of great teachers and great education system here in Tennessee. So much love to Tennessee for kicking some butt on educating my children. Now, they're not super smart because of me. They're super smart because my wife's super smart. She also has a bachelor's degree in fine art. I went to college as well. I do not have a bachelor's degree, in case you guys know, but I am not a starving artist, so I didn't go and take fine art. I went and took graphic design, and I was so far ahead of everybody else that I could actually do what's known as rushing the courses, where I could say, oh, well, I already know all of this. And they're like, oh, really? Take the test. And if you pass the test, then you get credit. I'm like, okay. So I do all the answers 100%. Here you go. On to the next level. I went. I bypassed a lot of courses that way, in computers and graphic design and all that stuff, because I've been studying it since I was a kid on my own. And I absolutely loved it for all the years that I was a graphic designer. Now, I still consider myself a graphic designer, but I don't do graphic design for other people. So the second I say that, people are like, hey, Kismet, can you do me a logo and all of that stuff? I still have clients from 30 years ago who still whisper me and say, or email me and say, hey, Kismet, can you do such and such thing? And I'm like, no, I've moved on, everybody. I've moved on. I've done that. I have 100% achievement in real life in that as well. And so on. So I'm ready to do something else in my life, which is bring little moments of joy, which is what my stream is all about. Now, let's go ahead and get into some stream raiders here. I almost forgot. That's my bad, everybody. I was so bummed that I forgot that I turned the stream off and then realized that we were on that green chest, because normally you have to do the precursors to get that green chest. If we don't get it, I will reset this and then we'll redo that whole entire level. All right, so let's go ahead and get it. And I wanted to wait a little bit too, because it's a 4 skull. It's going to be pretty tough. Pretty tough for us to do, but that's okay. I'm going to pull out the big guns. We're going to go Battle Royale style. Come and join us, everybody. We're going to fire up our Stream Raiders. Now, once I start Stream Raiders going, we're going to be doing that all day long. Yesterday, I did it for 13 hours. You're welcome. Or was it 12 hours? I can't remember. It was a long time. Really a lot of hours. Now, we only got so many days left, so over the next couple days, I'm going to do battles all day for 12 hours, 13 hours, whatever it takes, all right? We've already looped this now. This will be our 4th time looping these things. I think it's the 4th time, and we're going to go into our 5th time here. So let's get you guys tons of loot. Come and join us. You can find the link in the chat. You can find me or Captain Kismet, Kismet. Put your units down, and then I'm going to do it every 30 minutes. A little side game we play. Super fun. I highly recommend coming and joining us. We're going to get that fired up all day long. All right. There we go. And sometimes what I'll do is I'll delay the battle for whatever reason. In this case, I'm trying to stay focused on what I'm trying to do in game, or I have to run out. Like last night, I ran out to get some food for the family, and then I was going through the drive-thru, and those people took forever. Holy mackerel! I felt like I was going to expire in the drive-thru. They took a really, really long time, and I'm like, come on, I gotta get back. I got battles running here. But they took an endless amount of time, and I apologize for that. Nothing I can do about it, everybody. I can't make them go faster if they're going to take forever. But I got to feed the family, that's for sure. I'm sorry, but I got to prioritize feeding my family over running battles. I hope you guys understand. I would imagine most of you do. So yeah, I had to take care of that. Now I'm going to go ahead and manually make some rotors here, because I'm going to need some rotors to kick the power on. Now I only need a little bit more power. So as I get this first one going, I can go ahead and kick all my power back on, which is going to go ahead and fire up some of the items that I need. So let's go ahead and get this one on right here. And I'm going to put these all in line. Very rare do I put my power in line. I usually kind of put them back to back. And I find getting further and further away on these larger objects helps a lot. You can also hold down Shift or Control, and it should link in. I think it's Control, actually. There we go. It should link all that in. Now, we got this going right here, and we want to go ahead and feed this into here, and we're going to need some water as well. Now, I could try to put these in here, but I can tell you these 3 are not going to fit here because it's too close to the shore. So I'm going to have to flip the side I have my water on, which is going to make this more difficult in the long run, which means I also have to flip the side. I don't have to. I could bring the water up and over. I could bring the water around, but it's just going to be easier for me to bring the coal around the other side than to run it on this side, because I need to put the water on the other side. So that's what we're going to do. And actually, it's going to be pretty tough. Or actually, maybe I could put it at the end. I wonder if I could put it at the end over here and run it from there. Let's go see. Let's try to put a water in here. No, I can't put it there. It's got to be a certain depth for it to do the water. Yeah, see. Got to be fairly deep, and I have some foundations there that I could probably do. I could probably put it along here too, since this thing is here. I could probably put an additional water right here and run it, and I could have it. I can make this a water strip to feed the other side, because I'm also going to do the other side today too. We're going to do a lot of power today. Makes me want to flip this all of this around the other way. Now, I'm not afraid to do this, everybody. To hit the F button and hold down Control and say, screw it. I'm flipping this entire thing around the other way. Boom. That's it. I've decided. Once I make my choice, that's it. It's on, everybody. It is on. So we're going to go ahead and flip that around the other way, because that would be more efficient to run it all in one line and then have all my water in the center, which would cause it to be on both sides. So I could do foundations on this side and on this side, have the water down the center, and just have a tremendous amount of water being produced in that center line. That's the better choice. And so when I see that I have a better choice, then I go to town. That's what I do. I don't mind tearing the entire thing down. In fact, I've probably done it 100 times in all the playthroughs that I've done of Satisfactory. Satisfactory, one of those games that is incredibly replayable, and very, very much so. Oh, I took out part of my ramp over there. So again, watch out what you're doing from real far away here. We can hit stuff from way over there. Now I can also hit middle mouse button and actually put that back in. Look how awesome this game is. You can put that in from way over here. I can put that back in. Isn't that amazing? I feel like the precision of this game is also second to none. Very, very cool in what we can do. All right, there we go. And it's okay if we have to redo it. That's not so hard. In fact, I'm going to have to redo all the way this runs anyway if I have to run it to that side. So it's better if I go ahead get all my resources back, and kind of revamp how I'm going to run all of this here. Like that. Anyway, there we go. Very nice. What do we got over here? I think this is the SAM ore. Yeah, it is. All right, let's pick up our SAM ore here. This is the rarest thing in the game. SAM ore. What does it do? Nothing right now. But eventually it will do something. Okay, so now we need to think, okay, now we're going to push all of our things back along this edge, right? So that we get our maximum distance here, because we're going to need a lot of coal power. So we want our maximum distance. So we're going to go ahead and see where the best place is. Now you see I have those biofuel over there. Those biofuel are used to start up my coal, and once my coal starts up, we'll be off and running perpetually on our power. Okay, so we want to go ahead and just run this up against the shore as much as we can. Because now we're not going to put our water there. We're going to actually put our power there. Again, the reason why I have it down below the water line is, one, because it sounds awesome when you're squishy, squishy, squishy. And then also it's because it allows me to not use pumps. Because it actually understands whether you're going, whether the water's flowing downwards or flowing upwards, fluid dynamics, right? So if it's going downwards, of course, it's getting gravity is helping it gravity feed, and it's getting what's called a positive lift, where it's feeding down faster, right? So that gravity feed will actually feed it down. It doesn't need to be pumped down. Now, when you're going up, obviously it needs to be pumped up. Just like in a water tower, they do actually pump the water into the water tower, and then once it's pumped in the water tower, it sits there. So if you're in the building below it, down here, and the water tower is up here at the top, what it's doing is gravity is forcing that water down into your shower, so you can use your shower or your sink or whatever. And even if it loses power, guess what? That water will continue to flow for a certain amount of time. Now, if you do lose power, here's what you want to do, though. If you do live in a building that does have a water tower, here's what you do. Fill up some buckets of water quick before all your neighbors who take an hour-long shower use up all your water before that power comes back on again. Highly recommend doing that ASAP if you do live in a building with a water tower. This way you'll have water, and then if your power's out for a while, maybe you might have had a storm, maybe some winter storm came through or whatever, I highly recommend that you for sure get some extra water so you can use it for bathing or cooking or whatever you need to use it for. So now, look, not only did you learn some stuff about the game, but you also learned a little bit about water towers today, didn't you? Yeah, there you go. For some of you, I'm sure already knew that, but I feel like that is a very fascinating thing to understand that. And of course, that helps me also in the game to understand the real life mechanics of how water works and how water towers work. It does help you in games as well. So real life stuff and game stuff come together. Or you might learn it in a game and then realize, hey, wait, that's actually how it actually works in real life. I like that type of stuff. I always like to learn new stuff every single day. That's my biggest goal, as well, is to continuously expand. And even in my entire lifetime, there is no way I will know everything, but I sure hope I know a lot by the time I'm in my final stages and I just go, ooh, high score. And then, croak. That's my big goal. There you go. Let's see. Can you place a miner on SAM ore? Not that particular SAM ore, but there is a node that actually is a SAM ore. It is super rare. I think I've only seen it once in like 20 or 30 playthroughs. I very rarely ever see an actual extractable SAM node. But again, remember, this is only in tier 7 right now. They're going to try to get 10 tiers before they actually release the game. And this game it's already, even without all the rest of it, it is already a 10 out of 10. I can only imagine how incredibly amazing this game's going to be with another year of development as well. Now, I don't know how long it's going to take them to put in those other tiers. Maybe it'll be another month. Maybe they already got it already ready. Heck if I know. I don't have any inside information. Though I do work for Fixit. I got my Fixit shirt on today. There we go. So you can place it as long as it's actually an extractable node. Let's see. Ever been to Wisconsin? The real hustle. No thanks. This is too cold for me right now. I'm from California. I have thin blood. Even though I've lived in Tennessee for 16 years, they said, oh, you get used to it. I don't like the cold. I don't like the cold for anything. Here's what I do every year. What happens, usually it snows like, 4 or 5 times in the wintertime here in Tennessee. It doesn't snow all the time, but it does snow a little bit. I'll get all my snow gear on. I'll go out there. My kids will sled for 5 hours, and then that'll be it. I'm good. I'm good for the entire rest of winter. I will hibernate inside like a bear. I will not, and they call me the bear during winter time because I don't go outside. I don't like to be cold for any reason. So I got my heater running in here. I got all my computers, which act as like a secondary heater right now, and all of that. I will hide inside all the time during that time. All right, let's go ahead and put some of this stuff away too, because I got tons of extra just like random loot on my character here that I don't need right now. There we go. All right, let's put all that away. Let's put that fuel away. All right, nice. And so what we're doing now is we're just making some room to set up our next line. Now, what I want to do is look at it in a long row. If I just start putting it in here up against the side of this, I know what's going to happen. It's going to run into that right there. And I want to put it all in one straight row. So we kind of have to look at where our foundations are at and say, oh, okay, right there maybe. And of course, as always, I always find that I put these boxes in the way all the time. So I'm going to go ahead and move a box over that way like that. Let's grab a little bit like this, and we'll move our boxes way off to the side here. I can tell you that I'm not going to be building anything way over there probably. Let's actually put it right over here. Let's say like that. And then we'll go ahead and just kind of move this stuff. Now, the fast way to move this is actually to take that out. It'll actually drop it in my inventory like that, and I go ahead and drop it there. But then I still have to walk over there and pick up all the excess right there. But I can do that again with the other one here. So we go ahead and store that, and then try to take out this other one from way over here. Boom, all the stuff drops onto my character. Very nice. Store all of that. GG. Easy, easy. We'll go ahead and grab all of this, but not the concrete. And then we'll grab all of this, but again, not the concrete. And you're like, well, Kismet, why aren't you getting the concrete? Well, it's because I'm trying to get everything else and then sort that and then say, okay, I've got way too much wire. I've got way too much of this and that. And then see all the stuff I have too much of, I'll put in this box. And then I'll just grab a couple stacks of that stuff for right now. There we go. And then you can see I have much more room in my inventory now. And then over here, this is going to be my overflow stuff, which will be, coal and all that stuff that we had actually in the things when we started. All right, so now we have all those resources that we had from before, and we can go ahead and start to put our items in here. Now, we're going to run into a problem where we're going to run out of resources for sure in the long run. Now, I'm going to go ahead and take this out because I no longer need that as well. So that's going to impede our ability to start our stuff way over here. So now you can see I can really run them a long distance, right? Because I had them just kind of set up as close as I could to that. But I no longer need to do that. I can go ahead and use the foundation that I know is going to run past there and give me a nice straight line all the way down. And so we're going to kind of triangulate the edge here. Which would be right about here. Now, if I put it down, I'm actually going to be on this. So I'm going to go ahead and avoid that by just kind of pushing forward by one. And we're going to start it as many as we can. Now, we're going to do our coal generator. And I love coal because it will go and basically run perpetually. I love to get to that point. Now, we also have a problem with our ramp here. Our ramp is actually in the way of what we're doing. So I'm going to go ahead and take out this ramp. We can always add that back in later, right there. And that's going to allow me now to put my coal plant down without running into that particular ramp. And so we're going to kind of try to get here in the maximum corner. Again, remember I'm putting the thing on the other side now, the water and all that. And that should allow me to run it perfectly along there. And we go look on the back. Our inputs are now on this side. Very important to be watching where your inputs and outputs are. There's no output on your coal. Your actually output of your coal is your power. Well, that was easy. See, if you can visualize it in your head, if you can think to what the end result is and work your way backwards, it's so much easier. It's so much easier to do anything in life by doing that. Now, I know that this one's going to run into this dirt right here, so I don't want to hit that one. And so I've chosen this one right here, which will not hit the dirt, and then run really far out here where that is. And then I only have to run all the lines on the back side of it, and I can run it all in sequence. So I don't have to, split it and split it and split it like I normally would. I normally would do what I call a center line split, where I would line it up to this one, and I would bring in the coal, and then I'd split the coal, because that's the fastest way to get stuff fired up, by the way, is to evenly feed them. But if I straight line feed them, it's more efficient space-wise, and it's actually easier to manage in the long run if you do an inline run of all of your resources. Now, I'm going to go ahead and do a bunch of water out here. So we're going to add some water extractors and whatnot. Now, we've got this obstruction out here. This right here, we've got some other obstruction. There's Fred out there. He's taking a bath or something, just dipping his toes in the water. And we're going to keep just adding over here. Now, we want it to be where the deep water is, right? You got to extract your water in deep water. So we want to go ahead and do that. And I don't actually even have to have this here. I could actually build this up on the next level up. I'm not even using that level anymore, and I might do that later on. I might come back. If I need more water, I could move all of this one level up and just use pumps to pump the water to the higher level. It'll cost me some power, but it will come in a benefit of more water. Now, I find I rarely have to do that. I find this is a lot of space. Look at how much space I've got here to make water and also make a bunch of these. And I like them to be all in line so I don't have to raise the water up and use any pumps. And that's the biggest advantage of what I'm doing now. So let's keep going. We need some wire. So we're going to run over here and grab some wire and keep it going. For sure. How long have you been playing Astroneer? Since it released. I actually had it on my wish list for a very long time. Really, really love the game. I thought the mechanics were really awesome. I also like the backstory. If you haven't seen the backstory of from NoClip, I would go search them up on YouTube. NoClip Astroneer. I love the backstory of how all of the devs came together and they wanted to make this amazing game, and they've really done it. They've really made a phenomenal game. I absolutely love it. Another one of my favorite games to play. We played it yesterday, and I had a bonus stream for the relaunch of our 24/7 mega server for Astroneer, which is on right now, by the way. You guys can go play it on my mega server. Go ahead. That's why it's there. Feel free to, invite your friends in and have a good old time. Right now, we're building up our resources and whatnot, and we're going to make some big, gigantic, mega bases on every single planet, power up all the planets. We're going to have a lot of fun doing all of that as well. And I play that on Mondays for sure. So Monday, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then on Tuesday and Wednesday, I play Satisfactory. And then Thursday, we play Fallout 76. And then on Saturday, or Thursday, we play 76. Friday, we play No Man's Sky. Sometimes I have other games after No Man's Sky. But I think this week we're going to be doing Outer Worlds, because there's a cool DLC out for that called Pearls of Gorgon. Really fantastic RPG game. The kind of spiritual successor to Fallout New Vegas, which Fallout is one of my favorite series of all time, if not my favorite series, and probably most known for Fallout here in the stream as well. But I also love building games. This is the type of thing I can do forever. I can do it endlessly, on and on and on, for sure. All right, there we go. How many we get in there? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, one of the things I want to do here, hold on one second. We're going to go ahead and take these out. I like to do them in groups. Groups of 2s, 3s, or groups of what I call max Q. Right, in this case, this is 60 coal is what that's going to need. Right, and I like to put them in groups of 6 when it comes to my coal power. And the reason why I do that is it's really awkward to try to run in between here. A lot of times in between your machinery. Now, in this case, it's not very awkward, but I still like to leave a gap just for my counting, for when I'm counting items. So I'm going to go ahead and take those back out again and leave a little bit of a gap, say to kind of restart my counting here. You can also look for that green line like that, so it's lined up. There we go. So at least it's lined up to these, but it's a little bit more of a gap, so I know when I'm running my pipes where my pipes run, because my pipes I have to split pipes over there, 3 water extractors there, and then over here, 3 water extractors on these 6 here. And then the same thing on the other side, and so on and so forth. So we're going to go ahead and just put these in groups of 6. And that's, again, I don't just like to do the how, I like to also do the why. Why am I putting that down in such a way and leaving that gap? So now you know why. And again, that's one of my favorite things to do here on stream, is not to explain just the how, but also the why. And I feel like a lot of streams, I miss that. Sometimes they go a little too fast, and I actually slow down a little bit here on the stream. I could build this at 10 times the speed you're watching me build it right now, because I have played through the game many, many times. But I do have a tendency to slow down because I've been that person too. I've been that person in chat. I watch Twitch just as much as I stream on Twitch as well. And I've been that guy watching it. Oh, what was that, man? That was really cool. And I've actually asked in chat before and had this response. I couldn't believe the person said this to me. I said, whoa, what was that? That was really cool. I missed it. And they're like, well, go Google it. And I'm like, okay, I'm never watching your stream again. Bye. And I'm like, I'm never going to be like that. I'm never going to be like that. You ask me a question, I will try to answer it to the best of my ability here in the stream, because that is just straight up disrespectful, bro. That is really disrespectful to all the epic people who decided to come in your stream and say, hey, Kismet, I like what you're doing, bro. I'm going to lurk. I'm going to show you some love in the stream. I was like, nope. Okay, bro. That's not how you treat people, but whatever. Whatever, it's your stream. You do whatever you want to do. I'm out of here. Right? You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Let's see. There's a lot of space on the map for nodes. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Kiz is it living. It will be fun, they said meme. I don't remember that meme. Go post that on my Discord. Hold on. Let me go ahead and throw my social media in there. You guys can check out my Discord. Got tons of stuff over there. And if you do have some cool memes, we have a meme section. We have a whole section that says brighten up our day. So you got some cool pet pics. You got some cool memes or whatever it is. Throw it in there and explain the meme too. If it needs explaining, throw it in there because I don't know the backstory of that meme. So feel free to throw it in there because it's one of those things. I read every single one of those, by the way. So all the messages go right to my phone. I typically read them when I'm running battles, or I will do it in the morning or in the evening after I've kind of wind down from all the hard work that I do. Because not only do I stream, but after the stream, I will deal with the IRL, right? My family, my wife, kids, all that stuff, as well as I'll work on videos and other things like promotions and also giveaways and things like that constantly. I'm just working on it 7 days a week, all the time. I'm one of the hardest working streamers on Twitch. I work very, very hard at it. Now, I wish I could do it at the level I could when I was 20 years old, but I can't do no 18 hours a day all day. I got to take more breaks and whatnot. As you get older, everybody, your batteries don't go all the way up. I'm like an old iPhone. My battery doesn't go back to 100%. It goes like sometimes to 80, sometimes to 60. It doesn't go to 100% anymore. And I just have to live with that. I just have to come to the realization that I can't just, work 20 hours a day like I did when I was in my 20s. I mean, I worked all the time. I was a massive workaholic. Not even when I wasn't at work, I was thinking about work, and I did graphic design. So I was always doing graphic design. I was doing 3D animations and things like that, even when I wasn't at work. And I did a lot of freelance projects and side stuff as well, as you do. I got to make the actual things I need, not just the screws, but the actual things here, which is our rotors. Now, we'll get this all automated where it's going to do all the rotors for us here, but we got to up our power first. And I feel like this is the most important time investment right now, is to get this fixed. And more screws, which is funny because I literally up there back in the box over there, it's coming in at 500 per minute of these screws, but I didn't bring enough with me. So I'm going to have to make my own here, and that's okay. It's okay. You can put this down anywhere. I usually put it down wherever I'm building. Let's go ahead and take out all this other stuff that I know I'm not going to. I'm just going to close it down so I don't have to keep scrolling through it. There we go. You can put these down anywhere. So anywhere that I am actually working, I will put down one of these construction things, and I'll usually leave it there so I can access it later on. Now, the funny irony is I'm using up the rods, which is something that you need to make the rotors, but I only need 10 rotors. There we go. And then we'll get our last one in place right over here, like that. Now, We probably want to take a moment, though, and think about how we're going to do our water. Now, I'm going to go ahead and start the water way over here, and it's going to feed this first one. And I'll probably end up putting the water this way to feed the first one. I'll probably put one way on, or 3 of them way on the other end to feed the other side from that direction, right, coming toward me. And then in the middle, I'll put some more that'll be feeding this way to feed the next row, because I'm thinking ahead, right? I'm thinking to that next thing. So I want to take out any foundations that I might have put here that are going to block my ability to put my water down. Again, I'm just going to hold down the control key and run that around there like so. And that'll take them out. Even if I can't see them, it'll tag those and take those out. Now, I don't need much room to run my coal in here. But I do need a good amount of room when I'm running the water. So maybe it might be a better idea to go say, okay, hold on, even though I took it out. I take stuff out just for example sometimes, by the way, everybody. I'll go ahead and just put this row in. So it gives me a lot of room for me to run my piping. And then also makes it easier for me to run back and forth from place to place. So we'll go ahead and put this row back in. And I just wanted to point that out, that you do want to leave a little bit of extra room at the end. So we're going to go ahead and put it as far over this way as possible. This way we could add even more in the middle down the road. Now, these water extractors are fairly big. They're fairly huge. But look at what problem we have. Look at what problem we have. We need more rotors. Now, it's always something, everybody. It's always something that you need to make that happen. And the funny irony of what I'm doing right now is adding power so I can make rotors, but I need rotors to add the power, right? I always find that a funny irony that I'm constantly doing that all the time. All right. All right. My daughter's communicating to me right now. All right, so we're going to keep that going. So I need to have more rotors to make that happen. Now, let's just take a moment. Instead of sitting here and making screws and all of that, let's go take a moment to grab some. Now, I've taken out my ramp up here, so I'm in a little bit of a trouble because I don't have enough power to have my hypertubes running. But that's okay. So when our ramp can no longer be functional there, look at all this room we've got over here, right? So we go ahead and back that up a little bit and try to put this ramp in a better position. Like this. See, now my thing here has a certain amount of clearance, and that clearance needs to be moved backwards out of there like this. And again, this game is really phenomenal, everybody. And this is why I've taken out everything on this top level, is so I can readjust how all of my stuff is here. Now, we want to go ahead and hit number 8. Now, this is one of the things that I suggest to unlock straight away, which is your double ramp. It's really awesome. It's really fantastic for making ramps and running those ramps back and forth. But as you can see, I can get the first one in, but not the second one and not the third one. Why is that? Because I'm still encroaching that that area of this. So that's why you'll see me rebuild a lot of stuff. That one's okay. This one over here, that one, it doesn't work. But maybe here and then down one more. So even though I can get that one, let's go ahead and move this back one more. And then we'll go ahead and add our ramps. Now, why are ramps great? Well, ramps are great when you have no power, like I have that problem right now. Because my factory, I've upgraded it so much that it no longer has the ability to have that power running there. And you look how easy this is. This is the greatest thing about this game. It's building. The way it does foundations, the way it builds is second to none. To no game ever. I'm talking ever. In all of the years, in the 45 years I've been playing games, I can tell you this game's got the best building. This is an insta-buy. You want to snatch this sucker up, I'm telling you. Or put it on your Christmas wish list, on your Steam. I don't know if they have, do they have wish lists on Epic Game Store? I don't know. But you can put it on your Steam because it's both available for Steam and for Epic. I can't wait till they also, because they're still working on the game's early access right now. I can't wait for them also to add it to console. So all my Xbox peeps and my Switch peeps and my PS4 peeps, I got them all. I have Macs, I have 2 custom PCs, I have an Xbox One X, I have a PS4 Pro, I have a Switch over there. I don't care about the platform. Platform is irrelevant. In fact, I think 2021, and put a 1 in the chat if you agree, I think 2021 should be the year of crossplay, where everybody gets to play together with their friends, no matter what they're on. It doesn't matter. You get to play with everybody. Now, of course, the greatest thing would be if they, of course, finish this on PC and on Epic Game Store and on Steam, and then they add it to console, and then they add private servers, so I can go to my buddies at Nitrado and go, hey, I need a mega server for Satisfactory. I'm going to probably need a cluster server. We're going to be building so many, kind of like Atlas. Atlas has cluster servers, so you have more space and whatnot. I'm going to probably need a cluster server, so that means a whole bunch of servers working together, so you have a lot more space in game. For Satisfactory, and then we can all play together, and then I can have a 24/7 Satisfactory server that works on every single platform. Am I asking too much? Am I asking too much in the chat, everybody? I want sky's the limit, baby. I want to have it where I can play with whoever I want, when I want, no matter this platform. I don't care what platform you're on. That's not, I don't, discriminate people because they're on a certain platform. That's dumb. I feel like if it's got the games that you want to play, then that's the platform for you. If it's more convenient for you to play on your TV than sit down at a desk and play at a PC, hey, more power to you, bro. We're all gamers. That's what ties us together. No matter what platform you're on, no matter what you look like or where you come from in the world, I don't care. It's all about gaming together, treating each other with respect, and having each other's back in games. That's how I like to play. Whoa, we crushed that one. Wow, we did it first try. Nice job, everybody. All right, nice job. Wow, I was a little worried about that one. This little side game we play also, this is why we call it the Mega Stream, because we do a lot of things at the same time, including learn to plays, tons of giveaways, and of course playing multiple games simultaneously. And this one we're going to go ahead and get you guys those loyalty tokens, and now we're going to go for a boss run. Again, this is a free-to-play game. This is on mobile and on desktop. You can play it on your Android. You can play it on, what if you can play it on console, like through the web browser? I don't know. That's a good question. I'll have to ask him that. Come on in and join us. It is free to play. Again, you can play it on mobile or on desktop. You can play it in your web browser, or they have a little app on mobile, on Android or iOS. You can go ahead and play and place your units down. Now you go ahead and follow the link in the chat, or just find me, go stream raiders.com. Find me, your Captain Kismet, Kismet, gives you access to the battle board. Just like Serona already, look, Serona's on the ball. So it's like, Kismet, I got it. Bam, Barsh coming in, crushing it. The real hustle coming in, already got his units down. We're going to be playing all day long. Now I've been doing 12, 13, 14 hours of battles all day, everybody. I mean, hardcore battling going on up in here. I think I'm in the top 20, by the way, of all the stream raiders. Top 20, 25. I forget what I'm ranked. I forget where to even look up what I'm ranked in there. But I consider that a huge privilege. You guys come in and battle with me. We have lots of fun. These are my favorite type of games, where you work together toward the benefit of everyone. That's how I like to do it. Same thing with Satisfactory. I feel like this is multiplayer, would be insane on a private server. An awesome cluster server would be amazing. Amazing. Okay, so we got our ramp back in, so that's good. We can now go back and forth from down below. And it's just going to have a landing now, which is great. We'll have a landing, and then we'll go up there. Now, you might notice the yellow here. Those are my roads. I never build on my roads. Those are my primary roads. And you can see that I've painted it just a little bit just to give me an idea of where they are. And you'll see them all about. See, there's my primary road that runs along there. I don't build anything on there, so I can drive back and forth should I need to. Now, I kind of feel like I want to move this ramp up a little bit, too, to kind of match that. So it's not so close to my hub here as well. So I'm going to kind of come up here, take a little look. But before we do that, we want to get those screws over here. And again, like I said, we were making a lot of them. Holy mackerel. All right, that thing is full. That sucker is full. All right, we'll get a bunch of those just in case we need to make some more rotors, which we're definitely going to need to. Now, you're going to see also this ramp goes way up there. Now, this is what I call the max height of my base. I always build out the different levels in the max height of my base. And so let's kind of wander up here. It's going to take a minute. Wander up here. Now, why do I build my base up so high? Why do I build it very vertically as opposed to horizontally? And that is because it gives me more room. Now, way up here, this is actually what I call the train level. The train level I typically put way above, and you can see we're way up here. way up here. Now, this is only this level, and then down below that level, it goes way down over here as well, which is where I'm extracting my resources way over there. But this is what I call the train level. So the train level, you can set up all your trains over here. You can extract all your resources, run them up into the train level, and then run them all the way as far as you can see. Look how much room we have up here, right? That's why I like to have my trains up nice and high, so I can run them wherever I want, and they run evenly. Now, you can also do little spirals, which take your train down. You can do all that, and if you didn't know, this game's got trains. Wait till we get to trains. That's going to be a lot of fun. And this particular playthrough, we're going to be doing a lot of extracting. We're going to try to get as many nodes as we can running and get our nuclear power going and getting all of that. That's going to be lots and lots of fun. We'll get into that for sure. For sure, for sure. Let's see. Yeah, lots of ones in the chat there showing some love. Said, yeah, Kismet, I'm down for that. Gaming helps military back home with their PTS, more things. It's a group. Yeah, there you go. And I feel like games are very military style because, you know, when you're in the military, your buddy right here is the reason why you're alive. And you're the reason he's alive. You got his back. He's got yours. That's how it goes, bro. You got to have each other's back or everybody going to not make it, right? I feel like that same thing in a lot of stuff in life is that if, you know, those people that you trust do not have your back, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. You want to at least have at least a few people who have your back all the time. If you got people who don't have your back, then those are not your people. Those are not your friends. They're not your. They don't have your back. When they call you up and say, "Hey, I'm moving. Can you come and help me move?" And you're like, "Sure, I'm there, bro. You just bring the pizza and beer. You know, I'm not even going to charge you nothing. I'll come and help you out." Right? That's your bro. That's your bro right there. Now, if they don't do that in return when you need to move, that's not your bro. Like I have friends right now. I can call them on the phone no matter where they are in the world. If I say, hey, I need your help right now, they would get on a plane from Japan and come right where I'm at. And I would do the same for them. If they call me right now, you never cry wolf, though. You never cry wolf. Only if you absolutely need. Now, some of those people owe me life debt because we were partying at the river and they were way too drunk and they fell in the water and I pulled them out of the water. A few of them, I have a really good friend of mine who went on to be a really high-paid lawyer. And I can tell you, if I ever need a lawyer, he's the person I'm going to call because he owes me a life debt. He used to party like crazy when he was young. Me too. But I don't do that anymore. I'm at the age now where I'm like, okay, that's a young man's game, partying at that age. That's not my deal anymore. But hey, you know, when you're young, that's a lot of fun when you're young. But when you get older, that stuff will wear you out. I have wife and kids now. Take care of. That's my highest priority now. Is to do that. See, sometimes that happens. See what happens? It actually put it underneath the thing because I misclicked it right at the very end there. Right at the very end. Let's try that again. There we go. It's all on how you have your cursor position. And I have a very sensitive mouse. I like my mouse to be very sensitive, especially when you're battling or doing stuff like that, doing PvP or whatever. I just have that naturally as that. But you see, look at this. See, now I've done what I call a split ramp, right? So you got your primary ramp coming up, and then you got a split ramp. So the middle ramp keeps going up, but the side ramps actually bring you to this level. That's one of my favorite things to do, is to figure a way to make ramps more efficient, where you can get off on the different levels, whatnot. Now, of course, if I was driving a vehicle, I'd have a little bit of trouble, especially one of those wide vehicles, or if I was trying to run a train up here, I'd have trouble. And you don't want to run a train like this. You want to run it as least as possible. So flat or just ever so slightly over a long distance, which I did actually my last playthrough when we were working on nuclear power and all that fun stuff. We got all that going. Okay, so we fixed our ramps, and now our ramps are no longer impeding our ability to do our coal down here. We grabbed a bunch of screws so we don't have to make those to make our extractors over here. And then we're going to go ahead and try to get this fired up. Now, we're going to try to get these fired up, and then we're going to have it make us a bunch of resources so we can make even more power, which is our big goal right now. So let's go ahead and make some rotors. Definitely going to need some iron rods at some point, too. And actually, let's go ahead and see how many rotors we're going to need. Now, that has one of the things, I swear they put this feature in the game just for me. Now, if you are coming in from the homepage, because I can see my numbers are surging there. If you are coming in from the homepage, my name is Kismet. I am a partner streamer. I'm representing Fixit today. Got my Fix It shirt on. Very proud of my Fix It shirt. I am representing the Fix It Corporation here in a fantastic game called Satisfactory. I'm a partner streamer here on Twitch. I've been streaming for going on 6 years now. It took me 2 years to get my partnership. 2 to 3 years, yeah, to get my partnership. And I've been partner 3 going on 4 years now. Absolutely love streaming, love gaming, loving talking to you guys about IRL or things like that. Of course, we don't get into politics and all that other stuff, but I don't mind talking about, staying inspired every single day. Now, I do have sleep apnea and vertigo, so I do have a lot of medical conditions. I am partially disabled. I can go and walk around now, but there was a time in my life where I could barely get out of the bed to even go to the bathroom. I know, that is a scary thing after a whole lifetime of being very active. I do love the water. I love to sea-doo. I love to do anything with the water. You name it. I'm down. I don't care if it's a pool, a lake, or a puddle. You'll see me there. And of course, I grew up in California, so I do love to surf and all of that stuff. When I was young, I can't do it now because I do have an ear imbalance, so I would just basically die, though I should have done it anyway, because I did have a chance at TwitchCon. I was at the beach, because I always go to the beach every time I go back to California. And there was a real famous surfer, who I still to this day cannot remember his name, who came up to me, and I saw that I was looking at the waves as surfers do. Surfers look at waves like some people look at pretty girls, right? That's the way we look at waves. We look at them like, oh man, look at that left, look at that right, look at that thing. So I live vicariously through all the surfers now and watch them. And I consider myself kind of like a surfer geek. That's my favorite thing. I love all kind of the geeky stuff and technology and games and all that stuff, but I also love the water and have loved it my entire life. Hopefully I come back as a dolphin. That would be awesome. Or a giant blue whale. I'll go for that too. Whatever. I'm good. I'm good though with trying to live this life as long as I can. So every day I get up and I just keep working on my medical conditions, and hanging out and talking with you is an inspiration for me every day. And I try to inspire you back. I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. I've worked for some of the top companies and the top companies in the world. I've been very, very lucky in my career. Not bragging, just trying to inspire you to go do what you do, because if I could do it, you're probably younger and stronger and way better at whatever you want to do in your life than I am, that's for sure. I just had a very big passion for it. I'm the type of person that's not, I get instant, I'm not a photographic learner. I don't learn everything. I learn by repetition. That's how I learn. I know a lot of peeps out there, that's how you learn. You learn by hard work. Where some people, they got it easy. They just like memorize an entire dictionary. Boom, they're good, right? Those people who got it easy, the rest of us don't. The rest of us have to put in the work. They've put in the time and effort. And it's always worth it if you have a passion for it, if you love it. And I love graphic design since I was a young kid, since I saw my first printing press. There were the people on the press who were sweating and dirty and all of that, which, of course, those all became my buddies over the years. Much love to all the pressmen out there. And then there were the people in the office making all the graphics. And I was like, that's what I want to do. Though I did learn everything about press, including how to take the press apart, how to put the press in there, dull and gloss varnishes, how paper is produced, how the different types of paper absorb ink and all of that. And I could talk about that for endless hours, everybody. I could tell you so much about pre-press and printing that you didn't want to know. For sure. And I can still, the funny thing is I can barely remember anything now because of my sleep apnea, but I could tell you the settings on the machines that I used to use 10, 20 years ago, still today. That's how much I knew it. That's how much it was ingrained in my everyday. I can tell you how much a web press needs for trapping, if you know what trapping is. Trapping is the tendency for inks to move apart from each other. So if you have like black against, say, cyan or yellow, yellow not so much, but really cyan or magenta, because CMYK, cyan, magenta, yellow, black is how printing press works. And so if it moves apart, what does it do? It creates a white line because the paper is white. So if it moves apart, you're going to see that white line. And that's a tendency to do that because you got to think that those things are moving at very high speed when they're printing. So to keep that from doing that white line, you actually make a line, like a stroke, that is a combination of the two colors. So that if it does move, you'd never see it because it would slide and have a bit of an undercolor under there called trapping. You just learned something today, didn't you? You learned something. There you go. Now, very rare do in today's technology now do you need to print stuff because, of course, you have technology. You can learn it or basically get that information now in digital media. Though it's nothing like reading a book, though. Having a nice traditional book and open it, or a magazine or something like that, for us old school peeps who still get the newspaper every day, by the way. Still get the newspaper to this day. The local newspaper. Always support your local newspaper, your local news as well, because those are the people who are from your town. Those are your peeps. For sure. So make sure to support those peeps. And I say the same thing about gaming as well. Make sure to support those indie devs, the little guys that are trying to get their stuff off the ground and try to do what they love to do every day as well. And now I'm going to do a little something like over, instead of running all the way back to that thing over there, which I don't need to do, I'm going to put another one of these over here, so I have to run over there. Oh, but I can't because I used up all of my rods. See, you're always going to run out of something. So I'm going to actually take that out from way over here, get those rods back. And one of the cool things about this game is that you get your resources back when you take stuff out. That's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Now, again, look, I'm out of all the resources that I need to make this happen. So I need to get basically more of these. Oh, we're going to do the thing. I forgot. So we're going to go ahead and make 2 more of these. And it's going to tell me exactly how many of each thing that I need over here. And I need some more rotors. And so I need more resources. Now, if I had my power on right now, I could just go zoop right up to the top using my Hyper Tubes. One of my favorite things they've added to the game, by the way. Incredibly fantastic. Really, really awesome. Now, feel free to hit that follow button, everybody. If you're really enjoying the stream, consider hitting that subscribe button using that Twitch Prime, or just straight up subscribing to the channel. Know that every penny does go right back in the stream in the form of giveaways. I literally give away thousands of dollars worth of stuff from my awesome sponsors like Bethesda Gear, Elgato, Blue Yeti, all that kind of stuff I give directly to you guys. Also, Mountain Dew and things like that. That game fuel, they send me Mountain Dew game fuel all the time, and I just give it away. I give it away out here on the stream because I know what it's like. I know what it's like to win something on stream and how that affects your day. Creates little moments of joy, and that's what I always do here in the stream. I love doing that. It's my favorite thing because I know how that feels. I know how that feels on the receiving end of that little moment of joy. So. And then also we create little moments of joy with me falling off of stuff and things going off the rails and all of that as well. Little laughter in your day so you can escape your day, right? You don't want to deal with all those other real life terrible things that are going on right now. You just want to relax. You want to watch someone play some games, and you're in the right place because we appreciate you in here. We appreciate you here in my channel. Absolutely. We show you the love as best I can. In my little tiny stream over here. Now, there was a time in which I did make lots of money and was able to do lots of amazing things, but I spent all those monies on doctors instead. I literally spent tens of thousands of dollars trying not to die, and it seems to have worked. I'm still alive right now, so that's good. But I don't make the money I used to. I don't work for Apple anymore. I don't work. That was an awesome job too because I work from home. Incredibly fantastic. Like if you know what that means, the brass ring job, the job you work your entire life for, that's basically what that was. But I had a choice, lay down and die or get up and live. I've chosen the second one. And I'm going to live every day as much as I can, do what I love to do every day, which is what I've been doing anyway my whole entire life. I love graphic design. I live for it every single day. And absolutely appreciate all the amazing people. See, when you work for a company or you work with people, I feel like the most valuable thing is who you work with. Not who you work for, but who you work with. And working for Apple and working for a bunch of other pre-press and printing companies, including some companies that I actually owned, 3D animation programs and whatnot that I used way back in the day. I love working with those people as well. And I feel like that's the most valuable thing in your career is working with great people because they make you better at what you do. And I work for people who are the best in the world. And I felt very lucky to be part of that. And to give that up, I tell you, especially this, if it happened to me this year, it'd be even worse. But it happened to me about 5 years ago. And it was really sad. It was really depressing to give up that life dream of working for the company that I would be the janitor. I would rather be the janitor at somewhere like Apple than be the CEO of some of these other bad companies. And because of the people there. Not see, if you look at a company, you know, oh, well, this company did me wrong or whatever. Not the people didn't do you wrong. They don't get up in the morning, just like you. They don't get up in the morning and go, hey, I'm going to make a terrible thing today. I'm going to make a terrible product and ruin someone's life today. A lot of people don't get up and do that every day, everybody. They get up and they want to do their best work they've ever done. And that's the way I am. I get up every day and I want to make this the best stream ever. That's what that BSE stands for. I want this to be the best stream that you guys have ever seen. And we're going to do it today. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to go in positive. We're going to show you guys the love here in the stream for sure. We're for sure. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get our pipes to come out of here as well. And the first thing I like to do is to tie all my pipes together. And I got a little bit of a problem with a rock there. But we'll go ahead and tie it out a little bit like that. Like that. There we go. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it, everybody. We got Herbie coming in. We got Mr. Poppers coming in as well. Mr. Poppers TV. Oviloco, maybe that is, or LCO. I butcher everybody's name. It's part of my charm, everybody. Thanks for coming in. We got CB Liddy coming in as well. And Olseth. I think it is. Again, if I butcher your name, feel free to correct me in the chat. There's a good 20% chance that I remember. So there you go. Go ahead and thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet channel. Welcome. You are very welcome here in my channel. So we're going to get into it, everybody. Now, we're playing one of my favorite games, incredibly fantastic game called Satisfactory. Now, I'm going to show you a great little tip. We do a lot of Kismet tips here on the stream, so I'm going to try to line it up off the exit here. Now you're going to see that this is kind of going outwards that way. Well, here's a great tip is you just kind of move 1, 2 to the side. Sometimes it's 3, by the way. Sometimes it's 3, but sometimes it's 2. So I'm going to go 3 just to see how it looks. And then what we do in Satisfactory is not only build the thing, but we try to make the thing look beautiful. So you get your nice 90-degree angles. You get your nice things all lined up. You run them all in line or vertically and all of that. So not only are you trying to make it do what you want it to do, but you're also trying to make it look amazing, right? And that is a part of the fun. And there's Spaghetti City, as we like to call it, where you're just running conveyors all over the place, which I love to trigger the chat to do that. Oh, what's up? We got a new sub, everybody. Wilmo coming in, showing that sub love. And I want to see that massive new sub love in the chat. Now, go ahead and throw some heart emotes. Good time to participate in the chat, everybody. Whether you got your global emotes, you use those hearts. If you got some hearts that you love from your favorite streamers, throw those in there and wear. I don't mind if you use other streamers' emotes. I'm not that conceited. Or if you have my emotes, go ahead and throw them in there as well. Show them some love, everybody. Come on, let's participate in the chat. Now, the more you participate in chat, the more Kiz Caps I give out. And you're like, well, Kismet, what are Kiz Caps? Well, Kiz Caps are my monetary reward for lurking in my channel, whether you're a subscriber or not. Now, if you are a subscriber, of course, you earn them at 3 times the rate, 3 times the chance of winning the giveaways. And, of course, you get all my epic Kismet emotes as well. But I also love my followers. And if you can't afford it, that's okay also. So you also can get some free emotes as well. So you can go ahead and get Better TTV or Franker Face, and you have access to a bunch of free emotes in my channel as well, because I appreciate everybody in my channel. And so if you do get more Kiz Caps, you want to save up as many as you can win tons of loot here in the stream, because those are what you use to buy tickets to the giveaways, right? So I've got a $150 Mr. Handy to give away right here, articulated figure from Fallout to give to you guys. That's right, it's sitting right here. I'm going to give it away during the holiday, including thousands of other things or thousands of dollars worth of other stuff, all holiday season long. So I'm giving you the time now to save up your Kiz Caps so that when that hits, you guys are going to get it. Now, I do a lot of random giveaways as well, too, codes for Stream Raiders and things like that in games and whatnot all the time. So make sure to be lurking in the channel as much as you possibly can to build those up. So when the time is right and it's your time to get that one thing that you want, boom, I'm going to drop it on you. Now, I also work with a lot of other devs as well. They send me codes to give out to you guys and so on. And I greatly appreciate you guys putting me in that position where I can do those kind things and give back to all of you guys for all the love for all the years. And that's what my stream is all. Oh God, I'm getting a little teary-eyed, everybody. I was getting emotional there. Whew. And again, I appreciate everybody who comes in and says, hey, Kismet, I like what you do. Takes that extra moment to hit that subscribe button. You know, I'm not entitled. I don't go, oh, well, hey, you're leeching off my channel. You should be subscribed. Oh, my gosh. Who is that person's parents? Who is that person's parent? You got to appreciate the everyday person who's out there kicking butt taking care of their IRL, and then says, Kismet, I love what you do, bro. I'm going to hit that subscribe button. I appreciate each and every person who does that. Absolutely. Absolutely, because I'm old school, everybody. You got to appreciate the people who got your back. That's the way I roll. I got your back. You got my back. We got each other's back, and that's what you got to do in life. You got to have your friends back for sure. Oh. Now, as you see there, I went and made kind of a 90 over there and a 90 over here. And then in the center here, I put a splitter and then connected this last one. Now, remember, it's going down, so I don't require any pumps. I can very easily run this across here. Now, I'm going to have a problem, and I did this on purpose so that you can see the problem I'm about to have. I'm going to have a problem with my lifters here. And they're going to be kind of in the way. Let me turn it that way. They're going to be kind of in the way when I want to run my splitters, and I want to run the splitters down here. Notice I'm lifting up this because this doesn't have any head lift, right? When you have your conveyors, and I hope they don't add it, they're gonna if they add a head lift, we're in trouble, everybody in this game. But there's no head lift when it comes to conveyor belts, but there is a head lift when it comes to water. As the water tries to go up, it's going to need a pump behind it to push it up that lift that you're going to do. So we're going to go along here, and we're going to do what's known as an inline run, where I actually run all of these together in a big long line like this. And you notice I'm using some MK3s right now. And you're like, well, kids, you don't need no MK3s. It only goes in there at like 10. True. But the easiest thing I find is to go from plates, which is your level 1 or your M1 belts, which is your 60 belts. And then these are 270 here. Now, why did I use those? Because I have plenty of steel. So I skip right over reinforced iron plates. I skip right over, go right to steel, get steel going as quick as possible. And I have 3 coal pure nodes. So I have 3 pure nodes running right now. I'm in pure node heaven right now. So you have that much coal, forget about it. You're making tons of steel. You're making tons of power. I can really just, if I used all 3 of those nodes on my power, there would not be enough room here all the way off into the horizon where I could actually use up all of that coal. So this actually is only going to use 120 coal. And the one node that I'm using for my power right now has 240. So we got a lot of power that we can do. We can basically double this up again over on the other side, which is exactly what we're going to do. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and get these all in line so we can have enough power to run our current factory as well. Now, see how this is in the way of the rest of our stuff. So we're going to take this out temporarily, and we're actually going to work on our coal first. And then we'll come back and we'll work on our pipelines. I highly suggest to think ahead before you get too far into running all your pipes and all that stuff before you block yourself in the long run. Now, the first thing I need to do is, if you notice, I did them all at one time. Now, the one funny thing about this is I can actually see that when I get to right here, this actually is offset differently than this side. Uh-oh. And that's why you put those in, so you can see when you made a mistake. I didn't do that on purpose, everybody. If I do it on purpose, I'll tell you. But if I do it on accident, I'll also tell you that I screwed up. And here, the hardest thing I find in life is to actually admit when you made a mistake. And see, when you make a mistake, you can say, oops, I made a mistake. And then you could go ahead and fix that mistake without all the other drama of lying and saying, "Oh well, no, I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing." Right? You know those people, the people who try to cover up their mistakes with falsehoods and lies and all of that stuff. I'm not that dude. It's taken me a long time in my life to say, you know what, I answer to no one, bro. I have real life achievements in IRL. I am high level in real life. That's how I look at it. I suggest you guys go out there and crush it as well. And again, sometimes this has trouble. See how it's having trouble lining up? And this happens whenever it hits like dirt and stuff back here. If it hits the edge of that dirt, it's going to have trouble lining up. And so I'm trying to line it up. So I'm going to go this way first, and then I'm going to back it into there. And see, the white lines should line up to each other like that. And so let's try that. It's so tough. See? See that how it's not lined up? Now I can go in and hold down the control key until it's a snap. And so, okay, I'll snap it right there. Now, is it in line? All right, that's better. There we go. Now we got it in line, even though it looked like it wasn't in line. Now it is in line. So we'll do the same thing again over here. let's go in, put in our thing. And I'm only going to put in one. Just look at it like this. All right, that's pretty good. That's looking better. And then whatnot. Now, I didn't actually do that on purpose. Sometimes I do stuff like that on purpose just to show you. But I accidentally did it. And that was my bad. I'm going to fix it. But you can see it doesn't take that long to fix it, right? It doesn't take that long to fix it. Now it's all in row. And why do I want it to be all in row? Is because I'm going to run it as a single line. And so you want them all to line up all the way down the line. And that's why I put them in right now. Now, the funny irony is that I'm actually going to take all of these back out again. Why? Because when I put in my splitters, what's going to happen is these are not going to be working. And that's the number one thing that I find in this game. The number one thing that gets screwed up in there is these lifters. And, you know, I'm sure they'll fix it at some point, but we need to fix it as the builder first. And so we're going to line this up off of this. I'm just going to visually line it up. We got a green line that's going to help us a little bit too. And then I'm going to kind of put it up against that white line. I'm going to move it out just by one little grid snap, and I'm not going to count that one. And then I'm going to count 1, 2, or 3 away, right? In this case, I'm going to count 2 usually. And then I'm going to put that down. Those are grid snaps is what I'm counting. And then up, and it lines up perfectly. Now, another thing I need to worry about, of course, is the direction of my splitter. That's what this is right here. And then the entrance, which is the orange, and then the green, which is the output. There we go. Very nice. Now that's all lined up, looking good. And notice how we needed the extra room, which is why I left this extra room here for all the piping later on. Now we're going to actually run the piping down underneath all of this. So we need to put this along the top first and then run the piping down at the lower level, which is going to make it much easier and require no pipes. I know, right? We're going next level up here in this stream. Been lurking for almost 5 years. Really, Wilmo? Wow. Just wanted to say thank you for all you do. Your stream has been there for me through several different stages of my life. I hope you know how much I appreciate you. Oh, my God. Oh, that was such a powerful message that... I believe in you, OBS. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me actually moving and where I am in a freeze frame. I have so much stuff running on my machine. I overloaded the encoding. I overloaded the encoding on there. That was such a powerful message, Wilmo, that you literally caused my OBS to freeze. Thank you so much for that really kind word there, Wilmo. I appreciate everybody in my chat. In fact, I'm going to grab that and I'm going to put that in my inspiring quotes that inspire me every day. I literally have thousands of them that I read every single day. I read 5 every day to inspire me here on the stream to make each stream the best one that I've ever done. So thank you so much for those kind words. Big time. How many hours do you have in Astroneer, says The Real Hustle? I don't know, a couple of hundred, I would think. Not very much for such an amazing game. I go look it up. Hold on, let me go look it up here on Steam. Oh, it's more than a couple hundred. I thought it was a couple hundred. It's actually 550. Okay, well, you know, I got a few hours in there. I'm sure some people have thousands of hours in there. It's kind of like when I talk about 7 Days to Die, right? I got like 2,000 hours plus in that 7 Days to Die, and some people are like, Kismet, I got 10,000 hours in there. Now, if we talking Fallout, then I have tens of thousands of hours in that one for sure. But I do like to play different games, and I like to inspire people to play games, and like to do different styles of stuff, because someone could come along and say, whoa, Kismet, that Satisfactory game, that's my next game, bro. I'm going to play that during the holidays and try to avoid my family. Because you know that's what people are going to be doing. They're going to be playing some games while their crazy family's in town, and you're going to try to hide in your gaming den or your man cave away from those crazy uncles and aunts that show up. You know you are. You can't fool me. I've been around. So there you go. So yeah, 550 hours in Astroneer. I would have more if I had more time, I tell you. Same thing here in Satisfactory. I have more hours if I had more time. But again, I'm a husband. I have 3 daughters. You know, I got to spend time with wife and family as well. As I'm always doing additional content too. If you look at my YouTube channel, I have so many videos rolling out on my YouTube channel, including all of my past streams, new guides, highlights, and all of that stuff rolling out that it actually is going to run until May of next year. That's how many videos I have queued up. 1, 2, 3, sometimes 4 a day, every single day. So, hey, go show me some love over there as well. Follow the link right in there for my YouTube channel. Hit that subscribe button. You won't regret it. You're going to get tons of new guides, tons of past videos and whatnot. If you want to see how I started this, well, it won't come out for a while because it's got to roll out all my other ones. But if you want to see how I started this playthrough, it'll be up on my YouTube eventually. All my past streams will eventually roll out up there. All right, let's go ahead and give some loot out to some peeps. Reaper, Smuggler Dan getting some love. Keyblade Knight, Jimbo, and Sube. Ooh, look at those scrolls. Get those healers, bombers, and busters scrolled up. And CW coming in with the overall MVP. Put all 6 units down. That's how you become MVP right there with the 10 kills. Nice job. All right. Let's go in here. Let's go ahead and check our army real quick here. Let's go ahead and upgrade our monk. Anything else? Nope. Let's go ahead and check the store. Here in the scrolls, let's see what we got. Oh, we got some archer, some rogue, some flying rogue, and some berserker scrolls. All right, let's grab some of those. Now, you can support the stream, by the way, everybody. If you are a big fan of Stream Raiders and you're in my stream, doing some Stream Raiders, encourage me to do even more battles by purchasing some of these skins. And, of course, if we get enough of them, if we get 100 of them up there, we're going to get another full skin unlocked. So I can't wait for that to happen. You can get yourself a little Norbert. That's my dancing dragon. He dances around the bit cup over there. And of course, you can also get me. That's me right there, everybody. Did you ever have a dream when you were a kid to have yourself in a video game? Well, guess what? There I am. I'm in a video game, everybody. The Wasteland Tycoon, or a character I created. Wasteland Tycoon and Norbert there in my very own video game. Of course, you can also get a whole bunch of other skins here. Rock that yellow fedora. Which is one of my signature things here on stream. All right, we got another one we can upload. All right, we're going to upgrade, our rogue there. And let's go ahead and get back to our campaign here. Let's go ahead. We got one more to get to the boss. Let's go ahead and fire up another battle. We'll go ahead and put in the flying rogue. Speaking of flying rogue, put in our flying rogue here. And we're trying to get all of our stuff built up. And then eventually what I'm going to do... is try to get 2 of every single unit at max level. I already have 2 tanks at level 30, by the way. And in fact, I have enough tank scrolls, I could probably get another one up to maximum as well. For sure. Now, remember, we're going to be doing battles all day long, so settle in. We're going to have some fun. Again, it's a little side game we play called Stream Raiders. Very, very fun. I love all my peeps over at Stream Raiders as well. I am a Stream Raiders partner, and I'm very proud of that. They are awesome to partner with. I appreciate them big time. And they do give me lots of free skins to give to you guys as well. I'm kind of tempted. We'll have to do some skins here at some point. Oh, I don't need to put that in that direction. The only one I need to put in the correct direction is the top one right here. And there we go. So now what we're going to do is we're going to use what we have already to kind of line this up very, very quickly. So we've got these all set up in such a way that it will actually remember the order in which you have the splitters turn. Like this, and we'll line all of those up to there. And again, I'm watching the top one. The top one's the most important one. By the way, I'm playing in 4K right now. You can only see it in 1080. I'm hoping my buddies at Elgato hook me up with that epic 4K capture card that they have. I'm hoping. In life, you just gotta hope. Now, if they don't ever send it to me, that's okay. I don't feel I like to make my people I partner with or sponsors obligated to send me stuff. I appreciate the level of sponsorship that I do get here on the stream. You don't want to go into partnerships or sponsorships with companies with a kind of an entitlement, like they should send you all sorts of stuff and whatnot. I am on the list. We'll see what happens, right? I also want to check out their microphone, which looks amazing also. Elgato's just been absolutely crushing it, everybody. Been absolutely crushing it. I notice I'm taking this out. This will allow us to go in and work on our stuff here, work on our piping. But I'm actually going to take all of these out, and the reason why I'm going to do that is so that I reconnect them to make sure that they work. Now, sometimes they just straight up work, and most of the time they don't. So I don't like to risk it. I always put in my splitters first, And then I come back and put my conveyors back in again, just to make sure as well. And we need to make sure we turn it the right direction. And once you've turned it the right direction the first time, it will then remember that. And you can very easily run along here. If I can get through there. There we go. You can easily run along there, and it will remember what direction you actually had that top part. We are going to have a lot of power here in a minute. We're going to have a crazy ton of power. This is going to be double the current power that I have right now. It's going to be awesome. Now, we got those all set up, so we no longer need the lower part here. And you're like, Kismet, it's floating. Well, not really. If you think about it, this part right here is holding that up. So I don't consider that floating at all. I consider that connected to the back of that particular item. Now, you can't have stuff floating in this game. I dislike floating just as much as you guys do. I don't like stuff to float up in the air. I like it to look legit. And you're like, well, Kismet, foundations for all of this. Well, I could add foundations, but here's the thing. Don't make it so realistic that it sucks the fun out of it. And that's my advice for gamers as well as devs. Make it as realistic as it makes it fun. Right? You got to find that threshold. And I like that about this game, that it finds that threshold, that when I'm building stuff, it doesn't fall down. Now, I like games like 7 Days to Die, which have actual physics in it, where if you don't build it right, it falls down. And even if you do build it right, sometimes it falls down because it's an alpha game. But, but I do like that style too. But I feel like for this type of game, it works really well to not have that, to have the ability to build stuff up. And then kind of fill in around it, right? So you can build out all your foundations and then do your underpinnings or your supports later on afterwards. It's not such a cumbersome thing, right? That's what I really like about the game. Now, what I'm doing right here is I'm adding some level 3 or Mark 3 belts that are running here too. Now, they don't need to be level 3. I can just do them, minimum level. But I just kind of skip level 1s after a while and just go right to level 3s. And I do everything in level 3s because I have plenty of steel that will make that work just fine. All right, so now we need to do this again. But obviously we need it to be in such a way that we can go ahead and run this. Now we're going to do a single line run instead of splitting it in the center and splitting it and splitting it. We're going to do a single line run. Now I'm going to go ahead and switch over here. I'm holding down the Alt key, allows me to switch to my piping. And we're going to go ahead and pull this out just the minimum amount. And again, we're going to do that turn. And then we're going to go 1 and 2. Now, if you do it too close, you're going to be in trouble later on. Oh, that's 2. And see, we got a nice, beautiful 90 there. Very nice. If you do it too close, you can't do your splitters. So we're going to go ahead and just try to do this as straight as possible. Really nuzzle it up right against there. We're going to go as far as we can. On a single pipe. So it gets to a point where it says pipe is too long. You can see it down there, right up there. And then we'll back up just a little bit. Now here's the other thing. We also have a gap here. See, I left this gap. How do I know there's a gap there? Because I can see it because of the white lines. Now I put that gap there on purpose because it tells me where the end of this is. Now I'm going to line it up to what I've currently got. And I'm going to go back by 2. 1, 2. And I'm going to put that down. And then I take this and I got a beautiful 90 on the other end as well. You're like, dang, Kismet, that's next level thinking there. I know, right? That's very fun. But we're going to run into a problem with this here in just a second. We're going to try to get up here, and we're going to try to get in between here. We can crouch. We're going to try to get underneath there, but we're going to have some problem squeezing under there. There we go. And then we go ahead and try to put our stuff in here. Now, if we have it too close, it's not going to allow us to connect it. And we have to just vision, because it doesn't snap, by the way. It'll snap right there, but when you have it on the pipe and you're sliding along the pipe, it doesn't snap. I would imagine they're going to fix that later. But we're going to go ahead and put a junction in there, and we're going to run that. And if it runs, then you did it right. Then you're like, oh, okay, awesome, I did it right. So that's going to basically split that. It's running into the thing, not out of it, by the way. This is running into that. And so we'll do the same thing. We'll hold down C, we'll run along the pipe. We're really kind of nuzzling this up here as quick as we can. Notice I push it forward first, and then I try to connect it as straight as possible. The great thing about pipes is they don't have to be exactly straight, though I like them to be straight. They don't have to be exactly straight, unlike conveyors. If your conveyor is like too twisty, it won't let you do it. But pipes, you have a little bit more of a leeway. And I try to line it up based on that green line there, and try to center the top part of this, or the top part of that edge that's connecting right off of that, or off that center screw. as well. Something maybe like that. Let's see how that looks. All right, that looks much better. We'll go with that. That looks good. All right, on to the next one. Let's do it. Again, this is very tough to do because it doesn't always go straight. Sometimes it does. That time it did it pretty well. But you want to try to, put it in there like you're going to put it right down there. And then it will do that green line and just try to line it up as best you can. And there we go. So we've got all of our water now connected. Just that easy. And you're like, Kismet, you're going to connect it to all of these things here? Nope. I only got to connect it to one. Only got to connect it to one of these, and it will fill the entire pipe all the way down. Now, obviously, if I fill it in the center, it's going to center out and feed a lot more even, right? But in this case, we're doing inline, so we're not really worried about feeding it even. Well, it'll all start up eventually, and that's what we want. Now, to start up our power, because this is our only power right now, we're definitely going to have to use, again, go back a step or so and use some biofuel to get it fired up. And once it fires itself up, it's then going to fire up the other side, and then that side's going to get fired up, and then we'll connect it back into the rest of our base, and then that will then be completely up and running, and we're going to run it as a completely separate line in the future. In case our power does go off, we can cut it off from the rest of the base and just work on our power and then reestablish it later on. I'll show you all that here in just a second. But first, we need to connect these three, which can power up 6 of these, right? So it has enough water from 3 of these to do 6 of these, right? Then we go ahead and let that run. Now, later on, you can do a lot more precise math and all of that, but for right now, we're just going to go ahead and do these as 6. And you'll see why in my later game, I will actually revamp this. And again, what I was talking about with pipes is the fact that if you go ahead and run it in here and then turn it and then move it a couple this way, maybe a little bit more out. I think I put it right there, right? Or do I put it 1 out? I put it 1 out from that edge. All right, so we got to redo that. So there, and then 1 out, and then turn it, then move by 2. So you got the nice 90 right there. And then we're going to do 1 long pipe. Now, the great thing about pipes that I absolutely love in this game is that pipes are both mergers and splitters simultaneously. So you can merge the water together and it fills the pipe, as well as you can split it and send it into other pipes as well. Now, this is going to be our toughest spot right here because we are really close to it. And so we're going to try to line it up as best we can, right like that, and see if we can get that to go in there. Baby. Oh, it'll go down there, but it won't go right to that thing. So again, this is the problem with closeness, and I did that on purpose, by the way, everybody. If you have it too close, you're going to have that problem. It's just that it's just a little too close. Now, you still need to get it from here to here. Now, another thing I could do right now is instead of merging all these together, I could run that line into that one. I could run this line into the next one and run that line into that one. We could do that. But I like to merge it and then and connect it across the way. So let's go ahead and try one more out. And we're just going to keep nudging this a little bit further out, until we get it at its kind of closest area. So there's the inside one, there's the second one, and then the third one. We're going to turn it, move over, like that. Same thing over here. Now, these are what are called snap points. So it's going to snap at certain distances, right? So it's going to snap first there, then 2, then 3, and we're getting right where this dirt is. Got to be careful of that. Run that across there. So now we're 3 away from the edge of that foundation or the edge of our water. Now, because I don't have my skates yet, and we're going to work on that here in a bit, I have to kind of run to this edge, and it kind of acts as like a little ladder where you can jump up and get up here and get up on top of this. It's not an actual ladder, but it just acts as one because I can't jump up on the pipe without my skates or with my jetpack. Boom. I don't use the jetpack till usually later. There we go. So 3 out from the edge of our foundations, when it's butted up to the edge of our foundations like these are, is the minimum distance you have to be away. So you just learn the minimum distance that you need to be away with your pipes. Now, I can go ahead and just take this and connect it across to here. And now all of these will combine into one, and then they'll feed in to all the rest of my systems there. Now, these actually produce more power than is necessary, or more water than is necessary for my power. And I have all of my other stuff ready to go, including all of my coal here. Now, my coal is being run from up here from the top part here from this coal plant, and I need to get it to go down here and around the corner. Now, one of the things I like to use in the later game, after I get to about tier 4, is walls. Now, I could use some walls here, but they're a little awkward over there. How about right here? Can we put that right up against the side there? Yeah, we can. Awesome. And so we'll go ahead and also put a nice wall conveyor there. And then we can go ahead and bring it down from way up there. And we go ahead and grab our conveyor belt from up there. We're going to use a level 3. And uh-oh, we got a bit of a problem, right? What problem do we have? We have a problem of it's encroaching the clearance of this. How do we fix that? Well, there's a lot of different ways of fixing it. I can make another wall, but I can also tell it, hey, wait a minute. Before you go into there, go ahead and hit this right here to keep the angle of that at the correct angle so it avoids the clearance of that. And there we go. Those are our stackers. Now, I use stackers in the beginning, and then I will try to get away from stackers and use more of wall buildings and things like that to better control the angle and the height and all of that stuff of my stuff. So we'll go ahead and, again, put in walls. Nice wall that way. And then we'll put one up here. Oh, in the wrong direction. It loves to go the wrong direction. I hope they fix this so that it matches the direction of the one below it. That would be awesome. Now, again, we're just going to do a nice level 3 belt. Feed that right into there. And then bring our coal from down there and run it around this side. And there we go. Now, we can clean that up even more and make it even more nice. We can do some wall hangers and do all sorts of fancy stuff with it. But right now, we just want some power, right? We want our power to go. Now, speaking of power, how are we going to run all of our power to this right here? Where's our power going to be set? Now, I highly recommend putting it on the easiest side that you can. In this case, I'm going to put it on this side. That's right. I'm going to use some walls right along here. And I'm going to go every third one. So 1, 2, 3, and go to this one right here. And I'm going to say, you know what? I want to go ahead and put my power right there. And you're like, well, wait a minute, Kismet. Just use a power pole, right? I can pull out a power pole if I want. I can go ahead and go up here and say, you know what? Power pole. But you know what's even cooler than a power pole? Because this particular power pole only has 4 connections. You can see I'm already using the 1 of 4 connections. Tells you at the top of that. But you know what works even better? These things, which are my favorite things in the game now, the double wall connectors. Now, on this right here, we're going to go ahead and put that right there in the center. I like to put them in the center there. I don't know why, I do. So instead of the power pole, we're going to take that out, and we're going to go ahead and run this directly from that one to this one. Now, if you notice, on this side, it said 1 of 4. But if I go to the other side, it says 0 of 4. That means I have 4 more connections on this side that I can do. So I could go ahead and do the first one. I could go ahead and do the second one, and so on. You get the idea. I can do 4 of those on the side. And you're like, well, Kismet, then you can't take it to the next one. You can't connect it to the next one. Sure I can. I can connect it via the back, right? So that's how I like to do my power. And we've got all of those going. So 1, 2, 3, 4, right over there. Let's go ahead and say right here. We're going to go up. Now, I like to put my power up by 3. And the reason why is it's just up really high, way away from where I'm walking around. It just cosmetically looks better, I think, when you're doing it with coal. But that's just me. Now, we're going to go ahead and tie these 2 together from that side to this side. Now, I've got 4 of those already powered up, and I'm going to go ahead and power some more up over here. Now, what I'm going to do over here is connect these 2 right there. Now, that's going to be the 6 that I started with, right? So if I wanted to, I said, wait a minute, hold on. I want to do these in groups. I want to do them in groups of 6. So if I want to, I could cut off the other power down that side. I could cut that power off if I am having trouble getting this one started, right? So I get 1 started. Now, that's exactly what I'm going to do, by the way. I'm going to start these 6 first, and I'm going to get those running. And the power from these are going to power the water from those and run the water into these and the coal into those. And then I'm going to start those up after, okay? So we're going to show you how to do that. So let's go ahead and say, you know what, change our mind. Hold on, let's take this out. Take that out of there. And we want to group these items together. Now, I could actually do it from the same wall, but I don't know. I like putting a separate wall. That's just me. That's just me. And then I can go ahead and connect it through the back. And you can make as many of these connectors as you want, by the way, everybody. You have tons of these connectors. So you don't have to use them that sparingly. I like to use them very efficiently like that. And then have them grouped together by their particular group. And then while we're at it, we'll go ahead and run down here, do the same exact thing. And you just saw me do it over there, so I'm going to do it a little faster over here. So I'm just going to do the same thing right over here. 1, 2, 3. And then I like to go on this side so I can see exactly where that kind of X comes together. Now, this is the speed at which I normally would play the game if I wasn't explaining stuff. I would be going much, much faster, even faster than this probably. I do slow down so you can see what I'm doing. Otherwise, it's just like a blur, and then you don't know what the heck just happened, which really sucks. I'm not a big fan of that. Actually, we can just go ahead and add these ones here. Okay, so that math should add up to 6, but it doesn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Uh-oh. See, there's a problem there. I think I forgot to do my last one. See, you always want to be double checking everything that you're doing along the way. And I can see that I forgot my last one there. Yeah, I forgot the whole in one. We need to add that because we need to add our lifters and all that stuff to it. So let's go ahead and add our last one here. I think I was trying to line that up so much that... there we go. That I forgot to add number 6. So let's go ahead and do it. Again, that was just my mistake. My bad, everybody. Let's go ahead and here again, do this. We'll turn this around so we can go ahead and line up our splitter here like this, and then we can line it up that way. Now see, notice how it doesn't line up. Sometimes it doesn't line up off the thing. I visually line it up, right? I go in and I say, okay, where is the thing? And it's right there. And then I'll use the other green line over there on the side, at least to line it up that one way. And then there we go. And of course I've run out of wire, but that's okay. I'll take the bottom one out. I'll put the top one in. We'll want to look at what direction it's going, this way, and so on. And then we go ahead and take that out. We can take this out. And again, notice I can do this way faster. Once you understand how this stuff works, and again, I always take that out. Always take the lifter out. If you learn one thing in my stream, always take the lifter out. Because you don't want to come back and realize that that's not working at all. And if you notice also that I'm running my coal already, but not my water, and that's so that it'll run the coal down and fill all of these up with coal while it's overflowing my first ones. Look at this beautiful waterfall over here. Beautiful. Beauty muss. Okay, so we got that going. Now we want to go ahead and connect our last one in. And your power plants won't start, by the way, if they're not actually connected to a power pole. So keep that in mind. Now, we got all that power run. That was easy. Now we want to go ahead and run some power over this other way. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go ahead and lift up our current wall. Right there. By the way I'm grabbing that is I'm hitting the middle mouse button. I'm hitting F like I'm taking stuff out. Right? Like I'm going to take out that foundation. I'm going to dismantle it. But then I hit the middle mouse button and that allows me to pick up that item. And it's like a eyedropper. It's like a copy function where it'll say, okay, I want that piece. I want to make another one of those pieces that I've already made, so I don't have to go in the menu again, and I don't have to press the buttons down below here. My quick keys. It works fantastically. I've been teaching myself in my last couple playthroughs to do that by default, and that's what I try to do. Same thing here with our little wall units here. I can just middle click on that, hit F, then middle click, and that now gives me my wall outlet. And so we're going to go ahead and also tie our wall outlet around the corner here. Very vital to tie that around because you want to make sure that you're having your power all connected. Now again, look at this. We're out of wire as it goes, but then again, that's why we put all our stuff over here, right? We put all our stuff over here so we can not have to run back unless I'm out. No, there we go. That wire in there. And we'll run it up here. This will be our central connector. Up there. And that's going to run all the way over to there. Very nice. And it doesn't clip through anything and everything. Look at that. Nice. I don't like anything to clip at all. If it clips through the ground, there's nothing I can do about that. It doesn't remove it. Not unlike No Man's Sky. When you put something down in No Man's Sky, it actually takes out the area around it. They haven't got to that in this game yet. Or I don't even know if they're going to add it. Turn the splitter facing up. There you go. Got to have it facing up. That's what you do. That would be nice, right? Going vertical with the splitter. Can you even do that? I don't think you can do that. You can rotate it. Can you hold down control and make it vertical? Have they changed it now where you can do that? You trying to troll me in chat? I'll try it. All right, man. If you say it does it, I'll try it. I don't know how to do it. You let me know in the chat. If you could put the splitter vertical, that you can turn it sideways, you let me know. Like I can rotate it, and I hold down Control. It doesn't do anything. It locks it in. I hold down Shift. It doesn't rotate. Hold down Alt Shift, Control. Doesn't look vertical to me, bro. Would be nice to have that, though, because I know a lot of people would use that. Because, like, if you're running it up the side of your building and you put a splitter on the side, right, to run it up vertical, and then you could split it along the side of your building vertically. Now, they do have the ability, now they added the vertical power, though. You can use your little power. You can only, for some reason, it doesn't let you use double wall, and it's because of probably the thickness of your stuff. But you can actually put this now on the roof. Like that. You can see it way up there. You can actually put that on the roof. They've added a bunch of new stuff to the game, which we haven't got to yet, but we will get to it. Don't worry. We're still here in the early stages of the game. We will get to all that new stuff, including vertical connections and all of that down the road. Right now, we want to get our power back online. That's our highest priority. Now, what else do we want to make sure that's in this kind of loop of our starting power, right? We don't want the rest of our factory connected in right now while we're trying to get our power started back up again. So let's go ahead and put these back in. Give ourselves some room there. And what else? Well, this is our feed line for our primary coal that's going to be extracted that runs to that power. So if I go over here and I remove this line, that's going to remove the power for everything else that's down that line, right? Now the other power line up here, you can see I've got all sorts of power lines running. The other power line runs up and then it runs across, and these run to the rest of this. Now I want to keep this line, right? I want to keep that line because that's part of my primary line. And so I'm actually going to take this out of here. I don't know why I did a double cross line. I just redundant maybe. Because I was probably talking about redundancy. That's the whole reason I would do a redundant line like that. Is just for redundant reasons. And then I was probably running it. Is that actually running up any higher? Is it just up there sitting there? What is it? What is that doing up there? It's up there doing nothing. I was probably explaining something, and that's why that's there. Probably about redundancy, and it's really unnecessary in this game to have a redundancy line. But in this case, we'll go ahead and now optimize our lines here. We'll go ahead and take those out right over there. And those lines are probably being used for something over here. So now we've got our main primary line coming out, right? We got it coming out of here. This is all tied together. These are all tied together. This is running here, running to there, and then running over here to our extractor. We got to make sure all that's tied together so for this to work. Put that back in. There we go. All tied together so it works. So that works great. Now, the other thing that's going to happen is it's also going to feed it upwards into the rest of my factory. So I'm going to go ahead and cut that line as well. We got to remember to put these lines back, though, later on, for sure. Now, I also might want to think, wait a minute, here's what I can do. Instead of doing that, I'm going to put two lines off a central line to make this run. So I'm going to go ahead and reconnect this line over here, which runs to the rest of my factory. And it gives me less to remember later on, right? So I'm going to go ahead and remove this line that goes to my coal, and I'm going to use that direct from over here, or I could do that one there and say, you know what, this way I'm just going to go direct to the coal, because the coal is part of my power circuit of power. So I definitely want to make sure that that's tied in to everything that I'm doing here. All right, so that's all tied together, and then we need to go ahead and cut the line here, which goes to the rest of my factory. And again, I would love to have an on-off switch that you can switch. I mean, there's a switch that allows you to turn it on, but there's not a switch that allows you to cut those particular lines, and that would be great. Kind of like in 7 Days to Die, where you can run a power line to a switch and turn that switch off, and everything else along the rest of that switch turns off. That would be amazing in this game. And remember, it's early access, so it's not even done yet. We may get those in the future. I hope so. Okay, so now we have one closed circuit that only goes to our power. It's only powering the first 6 right here. Really, it's going to power the rest of those. But if I take this line out right here, it's not going to even bother with the rest of those and try to power those up as well. It doesn't really matter in the long run, by the way, because these will not power up anyway. So it's not like they're drawing power, because they produce power. They don't draw power from the rest of your circuit. So that's okay to leave that connected. Let's go ahead and jump down, sploosh, into the water, and let's go over here and make sure that we have our power now connected to the rest of our items over here. So we're going to go in, we're going to grab our power thing here. Now I can put it right up here, and run it from there. So we'll run it. I like to run it from the back side and then front side. So back side here. And if it goes through there, I'll be like, nah, 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 nah. Let's go this way. Boom, like that. Because I don't like it to clip for any reason. And then if I run it like that, boom, that one runs there, great. And this one runs there. And then from there, over to there. All right, there we go. Now, all of our power is in a single circuit, right? All of the power that runs this power is together. Now, there's only one little thing that we need to make, and we need to make some biomass burners. Now, why do I need to make biomass burners? Well, those are going to be my kind of temporary power that I'm going to need to make all this run. Now, I usually need about 3, so I'm just going to put them on the ground. I'm not even going to bother to put them on foundations. Don't really need to. I can just throw them there. I can also put them over here if I want. There's a nice little cubby hole right here for them. Actually, you know what? I think I will. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's make it actually look nice if we want. Now, I've got a bit of a problem of my conveyor being in the way. So I'm going to go ahead and just put them right up here. Thank you so much for that love. Who is that? Riverdog with a 30 months of Kismet sub love. Go ahead and show them some love in the chat, everybody. Anytime someone comes in and subscribes or resubscribes to my channel, make sure to show them lots of love. They're basically saying, Kismet, you're awesome. I love what you do, and I appreciate that. All right, so we can put one over there, but it doesn't look like we're going to have much space over there to do this, right? Now we can, again, say, you know what? Let's just do some foundations here. Let's go ahead and raise this up. Because not only are you building the game, building stuff in the game for it to be functional, but also for it to look good. So let's go ahead and just put this right up here. Connect that right into the ground. There we go. So we got a little spot up here where we can go ahead and use for our power, and then we can just leave it here if we have any problem later on. With our power kicking off. So we'll go ahead and just put this right here. By the way, these fit perfect on foundations, by the way. There we go. Go ahead and bring this out so I can come up here and stand right here if I want. Look how perfectly that fits in there. Isn't that nice? Now, I didn't do that on purpose. I didn't know that was going to work out. I just did it, and it did. Right? Sometimes it does work out by accident. Sometimes it works out on purpose. In that case, it was an accident, but I like it. I think it looks great. I think I'm going to go with it. All right, so we also need to tie all these together power-wise. So I've left some room on this side. We go ahead and tie these in to try to get our coal going. Now, once we get our coal going, coal is perpetual power, and will continuously run as long as we don't overload the power circuits. All right, now let's go ahead and finish this up. Before we go ahead and do that battle, I'm going to need a bit of fuel. Now, I've made some fuel before using my constructors as well as just in the workbench itself. And I've got a bit right here. You only need just a little bit, just enough to get the coal flowing through there. Now, speaking of coal flowing, we need to get a nice little spot in between here to backlog some coal. So let's go ahead and just say, how about right there? Right there. How about this? And then we're going to go and back this up a little bit too. Let's take this out. Let's take this out and that out. Let's go ahead and add some more foundations in here. We'll run a little bit of this in the ground. Again, it doesn't remove the ground, and that's okay. I can live with that. And then we'll go ahead and say, you know what? We're also going to go ahead and add what I call kind of a cache or a backlog. That, we'll put our storage container in. And then we'll go ahead and run that from down there into there. And I normally don't like to run it from the bottom. Normally I run it from the top just so it's not in my way. But that's okay. I'm not going to be going past there very much. And then again, we'll bring our coal from up there. And this one I will put it in the upper one. Right there. Now that's going to create a backlog. If I have too much coal running in there, which I'm absolutely going to have too much coal, it's going to help me later on when I need to run a bunch of coal in there to get it primed. Now here's the cool thing. We have some coal just sitting around way over there. Let's go grab it. Not in that one. Aha! Here's a bunch of it right here. Let's go ahead and grab this coal. And this is a great way to prime your items, is to have a backlog of that particular item to fill. So we'll go ahead and go like this, and then we'll put the coal in there. Now here's the thing. It doesn't require power. So there it goes. It's already putting the coal in there. I don't even have the power turned on. it's already going to take that coal and run it into each and every one of those. There it goes, running it right down the line. You can see it feeding from our feeder right here into there. So it's going to go all the way down the entire line and already feed coal into each and every one of those while we're busy doing other things. And again, we don't even have our power turned on yet. Now, the same thing with our water here. We could go in and basically create a backlog of our water. And you know what? I feel like we're going to do that. Let's do it, everybody. Instead of running it directly to there, we're going to go ahead and run down here. And we're going to say, hey, can we fit in some of our, there it is right there. Can we fit in a fluid buffer right here that we could go ahead and put some fluid into, and then also have it connect into our line. Now, I suggest to give yourself a little bit of extra room because this is definitely going to need some room. So instead of just directly running it into this line, I'm going to go ahead and have this create a backlog of water. So in the future, if I need to prime some other lines, I can go ahead and use that fluid buffer. Now, is that the best place to put a fluid buffer? Probably not, because it's going to block my ability to add more of these down the road, right? So probably not the best place. So what if we put the fluid buffer over here? Now, we put the fluid buffer over here, what's going to happen is we're going to be up above where the rest of our stuff is, which means we're going to need a pump. And that's okay. If you want to have a backlog of water, it's okay to use pumps because they just use a little bit of power, right? So we can go ahead and use a pump and pump that into here, and then use this to go ahead and run the water down from that into there. And then we only need the one pump, right? The one pump to get it up into here, and then it runs back down, maybe two pumps, depending on how it goes, to get it up into there. And that's fine. And you can also run all of your water through the main pumps and run it through there. But the problem is we only have these water pumps only do 300. Well, guess what? Good news. They've actually added new water lines that actually do more than 300. That's right. So we can use those later on to centralize all of this into one gigantic pipe all the way down the line. So that's going to be really fun to do that later. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and use this kind of loop back system where we go ahead and have extra water as well. So we're going to just add this across here. Now, one of the problems, of course, we're going to have is that it's going to have a problem. It's going to encroach the clearance of this right here. So we can go ahead and first go down and run along our current line, and then go ahead and run it and tap it in there. So you're like, well, Kismet, how do you get it from here to go up in there? Well, here's the thing. This water is going to backlog. It's going to backlog and fill this pipe. And so I could go ahead and tell it to go this way. And here's a very unusual way of doing it. This is very unusual to actually run it to the very first pipe like this and then run it straight up. Very unusual way to do it. Very fun way of doing it. Where you go ahead and then backlog it right here. So it's not lifting too much, just enough to get up in here like this. And we'll go ahead and forward just by a little bit. We'll run that up in there, and we'll run that in there. Very cool. You're like, Kismet, I don't like that angle there. Well, me neither. Let's fix it. Let's go ahead and run it out like this, like we usually do, right? And then we turn it, and then we move it by 2. Now, in this case, I want to move it out just a little bit more, so we got a nice 90 there. Now we have a nice turnaround like that. See? Not only just making it, it's also making it beautiful. So there we go. So now we have a vertical pipe. Now we have to add our stuff here. Now it's really hard to get out from underneath here, by the way, if you get stuck under here without your skates. So watch out when you get stuck. I go to these things right here, which act as like a little ladder, and I jump up on them, but it doesn't actually act as a ladder. You can't climb up it, but I jump on it, and it has a tendency to help me get up on the pipes. So there we go. So now what do we need? Well, we need the pump to be behind the water. So if you're pushing the water forward, it needs to be back here. So it's pushing the water. It's not pulling the water. It's pushing it. So we go ahead and put our pipe at the very back of wherever we want it to be. Now, currently, I don't have enough things to make one of those. So let's go ahead and put that down here. Now, I could run this like I had it before without the fluid thing, or I could put the fluid thing at the same level and not have to do any pumps. But I feel like that spot is a really primo spot for our extra water backup. And then I'm also going to show you something else that's really, really cool in case your power does cut out. And this is something that I tested in previous playthroughs. And again, don't worry, we're going to do that battle here in just a second, everybody. Let me finish what I'm doing here, and we'll get this done, and then we'll be ready for that battle. What the thing is, again, remember that the fluids take into account if it goes down. So if I do lose power and I need to prime all of this, my water is going to be above the level and have a backlog of water, which means it's going to flow down into there without power, which is why you want that to be elevated up above where you have your coal power. So that's why I'm doing that, to show you that excellent trick, as well as the same trick we just did with the coal. So we could run the coal without any power, and we could run the water without any power, as long as it's backlogged into there. And it's definitely going to backlog because this produces more water than is going to be used by my coal. All right, so there we go. We got that done, looking awesome. We've got that fed into our system and all of that. There's only one big important thing that we make sure we do, again, is to add a pump over here so it can overcome the lift. Oh, look at that! They added a new animation. Oh, that is cool, bro. That's cool. They just added that, everybody. I'd never seen that before. That's neat. All right. So it's showing you in the direction in which the water is flowing. That is very, very cool. Hey, a really fantastic addition there. All right. We'll run a power line right over here. Okay. Now everything's tied together. We got our pump, and it's going in the right direction. It was showing me in the direction. And if you guys missed it, see that? It's showing me that it's going this direction. If I turn it that way, show me. And I put these the wrong way so many times. But now it shows me the flow direction. Very, very cool. I love that. I love it. All right. Now, everything is tied together. All we need is a little bit of boost. A little bit of boost love to get that going on. Actually, I think I have to put a ramp in here. Just to make it easier to get up there. There we go. So now we just need the boost of this power right here. Now, here's the cool thing. I can right-click again, right-click again. That's going to cut these down into smaller bits, right? So let's say 29. I'm going to put that fuel in there. And then I'm going to go to this one. We'll put 29 in that one. And 29 into this one. Now I'm going to go ahead and pull this thing. Boom. It's going to fire up my power. And if I did it right, it's going to go ahead and have just enough power, which it does. It has just enough power right here, which is the gray line, to power up our water. And that water, right now, we're producing 90 megawatts. And that's going to produce our water. Our water is going to fire up. It's going to use our pump, which is a little extra power it's going to cost. And it's going to run into here. And we're going to look in here and see if it's starting to fill up with water after a bit. I can also flush the system, too, if I want to, if I'm getting too much water backlog. But right now, it's going to fire those up. And it takes a minute. And also, it's going to fire up our coal plants and all of that. Now, we only have so much time because that biofuel is going to run out. So let's go look at our coal over here and just look and see if our coal line is running. Coal line is running. Looks good. We also probably still have a little bit. Oh, we don't have a backlog of that yet. And we've got all three of those going. Now, our water needs to be flowing, right? And how can we tell if our water is flowing? Well, we look at the piping here. And depending on how far that is split is how well that is flowing. So right now, we have our maximum flow. And of course, this flow rate number is going to go up and down. But we have our maximum flow being built up to 300. That's as much as can flow on this type of pipe. Now, they do have bigger pipes and bigger pumps. So we're going to get into those as well. So while we wait for all of that to kick on, now it is time for a battle. And let's get up here on the top and look at all of our handiwork. All right. Now we're talking, everybody. Now we're talking. Look at the water going over there. I love to just sit and watch the thing run. But let's go ahead and do this battle. Thank you so much for your patience. Let's go. All right, we're crushing it. I haven't got into liquids in this game yet. Sounds like it handles much more realistically than any other games I played. Exactly, Vexing. It does handle very realistically, including head lift and all of that stuff. And we're going to talk about head lift here in just a moment. Let's do a battle first. This is a little side game we played called Stream Raiders. Very fun. Everybody in the chat's playing. You should come and join us as well. We're going to be blowing it up all day. If you are enjoying the stream, hit that follow button, hit that like button. Appreciate everybody coming in, hanging out in the stream. All right, let's do it. Let's blow it up. Oh, these guys are toast. Look at these guys down here on the side. I'm always in the way. These guys right here are just absolutely toast. It's 66-7 right now. There we go. All right, open the captain's chest. Give you guys some love. Whoa, look at all those love. Look at that. Techie getting some love. Jimbo, Vexing. We got Nightox, Keyblade Knight, all getting some extra scrolls. Those are epic scrolls, too. Congrats. Subi coming in with a 19 assists. MVP. Blowing it up. Let's keep it going. It's boss time, everybody. We're going to blow up another boss. I don't even remember what number we're on. We're approaching like 500 bosses we wiped out. Oh, look at this one. Oh, this one's unusual. You know what? Hold on. This one might go bad. So I'm going to go ahead and pull out the big man himself, the Wasteland Tycoon right here. I feel like we're just going to try to get to as close as we can to the boss. Line up, look after each other. And you're like, Kismet, why did you go in this one? Right? I always explain the whys of why I do stuff. One, it's close to the boss. But two, it has the least amount of mobs that are behind our support. Right? So if we put our support in here, it has the least amount of mobs, and we can range them down, wipe them out before they get behind us. We don't want them to get behind us because they'll wipe out our thing. So we're going to go ahead and put a nice perimeter there, group up together, and then we're going to get a win. I'll even go so far as to say, let's do a little bit of L-shape formation right here. We have a lot of formations that we do. Now, again, it's not going to be perfect. You go ahead and put in what you want, and we're going to go ahead and say, line our support right behind there. And the same kind of thing on the other ones. If this fills up, you can go ahead and start to overflow on these other ones. But this is the biggest defense. We got our tanks and our melees in the front. We've got our support in the back. If we've got range units, they'll wipe out these originals here. There's a level 10 right there, Shadow Rogue. They'll wipe out these pretty quickly. Then we'll push in forward. These guys will come up from down here. These guys will come in. And these guys will come from up above, and we'll have our support safe. I love battle tactics. Another fun thing I love to do. And on top of building. So, while we were chatting away, guess what's been happening? Boom! See that smoke rising? That smoke rising is telling me that my power is now back on and perpetually running. So, when you have that perpetual power running, here's what you do. You very quickly turn these off. And that's really going to tell you whether your perpetual power is running or not. Why does that tell me? Because look, I have the power off. Those are off now. What's providing the power? Well, these are providing the power. My coal plants are providing the power. And here's the thing. I use the biofuel ones to get the coal fired up, or really to get the water fired up. Really, that's the main thing I need to get going. So I got the water fired up, fed the water into my coal plants now, and now my coal plants are producing power. And that power is producing power to extract the coal, and it's also producing power to run the water. And the water and the coal is making it so the coal plants go, so you have this perpetual power that is now going to run, and you don't have to worry about it anymore. There you go. Now, the whole purpose of what we're doing is to revamp how we were doing our power, but also add additional power so that it can run the rest of our factory. In fact, we're doubling up our power right now. We could quadruple our power if we wanted to, because could basically make 4 times of what we already have. Because each set of 6 only uses 60. We have 240 coming out of there, and so we're using 60, and now another 60, which would be 120, and then we could go ahead and even take it beyond that if we wish. But let's go ahead and run down between here, and let's take a look at this thing right here. Now, right now, we see that it's orange, and the reason why it's orange is because it's not really taxed. It's not really failing at its job of pushing that water up into that water supply. And that's because its head lift right now, you may or may not be able to see it there, but it says its head lift right now is 12. Its maximum head lift is 20. You always want to check that every single time you put in a pump. And again, I put the pump in the furthest part back that I needed to, all the way back in the back of the pipe. And that's because this is already going to be feeding down by gravity. And then the rest of this is all going to be fed down by gravity. But when it gets to the end here, when it gets to this part right here that goes up, that part needs to be pushed up the pipe. And the way to do that is to add a pump, which is actually pushing it from all the way over there, up this, and then up into this. And then gravity again helping us out on the way back down into all of this, right? So now we're going to have a backlog of water. And that water is going to help us if the power goes off. We use too much power, or if we're adding additional power, we can just go ahead and use this to do it. Now that's already full of 400 extra water there. So when we add more power, then we'll have that as well. So speaking of adding more power, let's go down here and let's connect in the rest of this power all the way down the line. So now we're going to add a second line of pipes right out here. We're going to do the same thing we did there, so we can line it up off of there We can come off of this way. See, once we've already done it once, much easier. We're going to turn it using our scroll wheel. Then we're going to go 1 and 2. And that's going to give us a beautiful 90 degree right there. Remember, 2 is the offset if you want to make a nice 90 degree, which I do. And then we're going to run it as far as we possibly can. All the way to the end. Over here. And then we're going to look at this. We're going to line that up off of this. All right, and then line it up off the ones we've already got. There we go. And we're going to move it back by 2. And the funny irony is a lot of this is going to try to line you up wrong, right? It's going to be like, oh, hey, there's the snap there. Where it's really not the snap. The snap is actually right here. And so I'm going to go ahead and line that up right off of that, and then line it up off of this, and then again, back it up by 2. So 1, 2, so right there. Then I need to look this way. Is it good that way? Yes. Okay, that's all looking good. Let's run that along there. Hopefully we're not too close. And then we got our nice 90 on the other side. And then we're going to climb up here like we did before. We're going to try anyway. Very hard to climb up on this thing sometimes. Get up there. If it doesn't work there, come back. Now, I might be being blocked by that thing up above. Sometimes that happens. Now, really later on, I'll get some skates that help me with this. But if you can't get up there, there's always another way. I always find there's always a workaround for everything. You just go ahead and put your ladder right there. Use the ladder. Uh-oh. Can't get up on that side. Well, hold on. Let's go this side. Let's get this side. Okay, there we go. Now I'm up there. I can jump down on there. Now I'm looking good. Now I'm going to hit C for crouch. Never even use crouch, do you? Most people don't. I use it just for pipes, as you can see. And there we go. So we're going to go ahead and keep going. We're going to do what we did, the exact same thing before. And I'm going to speed up a little bit. I hope you guys don't mind because we already did this on the other side. I'm just going to kind of finish this up and just try to line it up off of that. Run those pipes. Get this water flowing into here. Now, there's no water currently connected to this pipe, so no water is going to start flowing for right now until I get the water connected in. But you can see we've kind of used the minimum distance. That one needs to go over just a little bit. There we go. And there we go. So now we have all of these in there as well. Now, on the other side of all of this, I'm going to go ahead and make more water. So let's go over here, grab those with our middle mouse button. And we could even kind of tuck it around the side here if we want. And see. Now I'm going to go ahead and remove any foundations that I have here. I think I put a bunch of these here. Just so we can access that deeper water. There we go. I just hold down control and just kind of roll around the area to do that. Now I could actually go ahead and try to do my water extractor over here. It says it's not deep water. You need a place. This is deep water. This is encroaching over there. And now we've got this out a bit far here. What do we say? Right here. Right here. We'll take this all out also. And we were just kind of adding some foundations here. Again, holding down control. Great way to find your foundations or items you have in the water. It's just to hold down that control and just kind of swing around. See if you can find it. All right, so that's not deep enough water over there. Maybe here at the end. How about this? Is this deep enough water? That looks like deep enough water. Yeah, see, that says can't afford. This says deep, not deep enough water. All right, that's a whole different thing. All right, so that's not deep enough water there. How about over here? Let's turn it this way. Deep water. Not deep enough. All right, right about there is, it looks like the deepest spot. Okay, let's push this out by 1. And let's see if we can get those in. I'm hoping to get 3 of those in and then 3 more. Even if I have to split them because of this thing here, we're going to try to get at least 3 more in the middle there. And then we might have to put some more on the other side. We'll see how it goes. Maybe we get all of those in. That would be nice. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. Okay, now to put more water in though, we need to have our workbench. Put our workbench down. And we need to make more of these. Now, of course, the whole point of what we're doing is so we can make more rotors. But before we can make more rotors, we need to add more power. And this is the thing that is the most valuable thing. Kez, we got you back with my healer. Thank you so much. Appreciate having my back. Haven't gotten a liquid yet. It stimulates head pressure. Wow, it does. Yes. It basically will give pressure to it, you know, gravity-fed pressure. And you got head lift, and of course you got positive and negative head lift, right? That's the way I explain it anyway. I think it's easier for people to understand. There's a whole lot of technical terms I can get into, but basically positive and negative head lift. So head lift is basically when it's going up, right? So that's a negative head lift. So you're going up, you're having a head lift. Oh God, now I need to add a pump. But when it's going down, you don't have to do it. And the fluid dynamics of the game knows the difference, which is amazing. Amazing and awesome at the same time. Okay, so we need to also use this over here just to make it easier for us so we know how many of these to make. We need to make 30 of those. We need more reinforced iron plates and all of that to get that fired up. And let's go ahead and make a bunch of these rotors, and we'll work on our other stuff here in just a moment. Now, the nice thing is I have a backlog of all of this because I built my base and I tore a bunch of it down. I built it and tore it down several times. So I have a lot of extra of this, even though my entire base is off right now. My entire factory is off. But the whole point of what we're doing is so we can turn our factory on and we can double the size of our factory after we're done doing this. Double it. I can actually quadruple the size of it if I want to. And I might spend the day today. I might spend the day today just getting all of our power in place. And once we have our power in place, forget about it. We make 4 times the size factory we have now, which is crazy. There's a lot of factory, I tell you. Okay, we also need some reinforced iron plates over here. Let's go ahead and get some of those. Oh, we're out. Okay, well, we're going to have to go ahead and run back real quick. So let's do that. By the way, this game looks amazing in 4K. I'm playing it in 4K right now. You guys can see it in 1080 because I don't have a 4K capture card yet. Looking at you, Elgato. Please show me some love. I'll be happy to make an unboxing and shout it out from the mountaintops. I love all my Elgato gear. I feel like Elgato's been absolutely crushing it. Also like my Corsair gear, which I've used for endless amount of years, forever, for power supplies and heat sinks and all of that stuff as well. So big love to them because Corsair is the parent company of Elgato. Much love to both of them. I appreciate their love here in the stream for their sponsor love as well. All right, let's go ahead and get this going on. We're going to need a lot of screws. So let's get a bunch of those. We got those nicely backlogged. Now, I've got screws in here. Notice I've got 2 screws. Put those 2 back in there. Don't carry those around. That's a whole stack being wasted for just some screws. Okay, we got that. Now, I don't think we have any more plates up here. I think we have it all down running behind here. So let's go ahead and do it. Now, eventually I'll run them back into that box. But for right now, we'll go over here and see what we got. We got 7. All right, there's 7 I don't have to make. That's fine. That's fine by me. And then we're going to go ahead and what else do we need? We need more copper over here. Where's our copper sheets? There we go. Oh, no. Oh, no. We're out of copper sheets because we haven't done our copper stuff yet. Oh, now we're in trouble. Now we're in trouble because we haven't done our copper because we need more power to extend our copper sheets, right? But I always keep a backlog of stuff laying around from taking stuff apart and whatnot. So we'll look here in our backlog. Oh, no copper sheets in there. Bummer. Bummer Rooney. All right, nothing in there. All right, let's go down another level and see if we've got... I kind of keep little caches on different levels of loot that I might need while I'm working there. Whee! And let's go look down in this bottom cache down here and see if we got some down here. Aha! There we go. We got a bunch down there. Nice. Okay, we'll go ahead and grab that. Any more stuff over here? We got a little bit of coal, or that's SAM ore. No, that's SAM ore. We don't want to put that in there because that'll mess up our line. We got a bit more of that, and we'll put our concrete back and grab our plates, sort that, put in our concrete, and then remove a bit of concrete here so we're not overburdened, so we don't drop stuff. All right, we got all the resources that we can grab out of this particular thing, but actually there's even more we could grab. We could take this box out and get some resources from that too, but we'll leave that for now. We're doing fine. Now, meanwhile, while we're doing all of this, by the way, it is running tons and tons of coal in there and backlogging all my coal. It's also backlogging all the water over there, which you already saw is already filled up to 400. So it's actually doing something while I'm doing something else. I always like it to be multitasking, lots of things going on at the same time. And this is going to help us right now. What we're doing is going to help us in the power that we're doing at the end as well. So let's go ahead and run all the way back to the end. Like so. And we're going to find the spot that is the furthest out here that we can go ahead and place this down. There it is. We can only get it so close to our foundations. I like to get as close as I can. So I'm using the W, A, S, and D keys to do it. Now, I don't know if it's lined up because I can't see because I'm so far away. I don't know if it's lined up. How about we go for a little swim? I don't know if it's lined up. It's kind of hard to see whether it's, you know, squared off with what I'm doing. But let's go ahead and try it again. You're like, Kismet, how'd you pull that up? I used my command keys down here, number 5, over here. And so again, W, A, S, and D. Get it lined up. Get it as far right as I can go. Just right when it kicks in, as close as it can to me. Boom. I feel like that's good enough. It's a little bit further out than I'd like it, but oh well. Let's go ahead and see if we can go ahead and move this next one a little bit closer. Oh, I need some thingies. Let's take this out. Move it up here to the end. We need some reinforced iron plates. And holy mackerel, we make 77. We're good. Now, I spent a little bit of time making stuff in the workbench, in the craft bench, as I progress through the tiers. So if I get stuck, if I run out of a certain resource, and I don't have enough power, I will just manually make it like this. But the cool thing is I already have the first level, or really the third level, if you think about it, because it's got the raw ore, it's got the iron ingots, and then the iron ingots are then turned into whatever it is, like a plate or whatnot. So it's really a third level item, and then now I'm making a fourth level item from 2 separate items as well. And really this, and if you think about screws, screws go raw ore, then it goes to ingots, then it goes to iron rods, then it goes to screws. So it's actually a lot. We'll make a bunch of those. That should help us out. And let's go ahead and make the rest of these rotors while we're at it. We only need a couple more. And then we'll have all the stuff that we need for those extractors. All right, there we go. Okay, now let's go ahead and see if we can fix this. What I'm going to do is use the first one. I'm looking at the white lines here. You can see these white lines, and I'm looking at the ones on that side that line up to each other. And I'm going to try to move that as close as I can, like this. And I'm actually going to offset it just a little bit and try to move it closer. Let's say there. As you can see, that one's much closer. So I'm going to take this one out, and now I'm going to use that one to line up. So I've got the kind of outright corner. I've kind of found where that corner is, and I'm kind of insetting it just a little bit to make it easier for me to line this up. And then now I'm going to use the one I just did, which is pretty close, and try to see if I can put that down. For some reason, it won't let me put it down there. Is there something in there that's blocking it? It's kind of interesting, like it wouldn't let me put that there. I'm probably just too close to the shore. I'm too close to the shore. That's okay. Here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and put the other one in. Now, what I'm doing is I'm using these as a kind of a reference, right? I'm using them as a reference to kind of work my way to the closest, furthest edge as I can. Oh. So there. Then I'm going to take this one out. I'm going to use that one as a reference. Right, so I can see it down here. And then I'm going to move this one as far this way as I can, using that as a visual reference. I'm going to say that's about probably as far as I can do it. It's still let me go there, but it's not deep enough. And that's still going to let me go this way. I'm going to go a little bit further in so I can get a little bit closer. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah, let's say that. Okay, so it's not as far over there as I'd like, but because the thing is going down, right? The beach here is going down at an angle. I have to hit that down angle where it maximizes the down angle of the sand, but also maximizes my foundation. And so that's what I just did. And now that I have that optimized by using multiple of these together to find that edge, I'm now going to put them all in sequence here. I'm looking at, again, the white lines down below there as they line up. Looking at the corners. Now, I've been in 3D animation and whatnot for a very long time, so it's easy for me to visualize. Visualize that stuff. Makes it very, very easy. Now, let's do the same thing we did over there on that side, over on this side, just for funsies. We're going to go ahead and do this. And then we're going to go ahead and add a foundation. We're going to go ahead and lift that foundation up. Don't want to make sure that we don't block. Let's say on this one. There we go. And then we'll pick this up, put that foundation on the back of there if it wants to let me. Let's get up here. Okay. And so we're going to do basically what we did before. On the other side, we have a water backlog. And so we're going to go ahead and create another water backlog over here. Now, the fun thing is we're going to use that water over there to prime that side. And if we need to use the water over here, we can prime this side too. I'm going to need a few more of my modular frames. And that's what's great about building a backlog of your lower level resources. So if you need one or two of something, you can just make it in your craft bench. There we go. Okay. And again, same thing up here. We'll go ahead and run that into there. We'll go ahead and just center it on that foundation. Like that. Now that most likely will have to be moved later, but let's go ahead and go down here first. And let's go ahead and do our minimums. Now remember, again, we do it right there. It's going to be too close. We do it at 2. We do it at 3. We turn it 1, 2 to give us a nice 90 out of there. And then same thing on this other side. And that's why I want all of these to be lined up by those white lines. So they'll line us up so they're all in the same position. So when I move this one by 3, it'll line up to that one over there as well. So 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. Snap out. Turn it. Move it. Now sometimes it doesn't work out. Like, see that, how I moved it back right at the very end there? Sometimes it doesn't work out. You got to take it back out again. Do it again. Let's try it again. 1, 2, 3. There we go. 1 and 2, which is right there. Try that again. All right, that's looking pretty good. Let's hope we're not too close to this one right here. And we'll go ahead and run that one up there. Again, sometimes you can get up there just by jumping on that edge like that. And we'll go ahead and line this up kind of visually as best we can. That is not lined up. Nudge it over just a little bit. Nope, now it's too far the other way. I mean, it'll still work, but I don't like it. I don't have to like it, everybody. Just like I'm doing A and D there. Trying to get it lined up. There we go. All right, just make it look nice. Have it nice and centered. Okay, there we go. That's looking good. Now, we want to do the same thing we did before, and that is use a vertical junction like this. Now, this one's a little too close. See, we can't use a vertical junction there, but that's okay. We could use a vertical junction like this. Just as good, right? And use it down here because it's coming down that pipeline. We tell a vertical junction there and just run it directly into the thing. Like that, easy, right? Or we just say, you know what? We don't want it to do that. We want it to do this. Let's go ahead and bring that vertical junction directly around the side here. It's going to let us do it. There we go. Bring it around the side and then run it around the back. Working right at the waterfall, everybody. Right at the waterfall here. This is fun. And again, bring that out by 2. 1, 2 this way. Center it. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty good. And then this side, same thing. You have that nice kind of turn there. We came out just a little bit there. You know what? Let's just go ahead and fix that. Fix that just a little bit. feel like I want to fix it just a teeny bit. The rest of this is fine. I just wanted to fix that kind of looping edge there to be the way I wanted it to be. So there we go. So that's going to run up to there. But again, remember, we've got to now put in a pump. And normally I don't use any pumps at all. But in this playthrough, we're going to work with our redundant backup there. Okay, so we're going to need to do a pump. And of course, every time I try to do anything at this stage, I'm going to need more rotors. So let's put that in there. Go ahead and make some more rotors. And again, notice I only need like 1, 2, 3 of those particular things. Not a lot of them, so no big deal. Easy peasy. All right, let's put that in. Put it in the direction. Look at that. Ah, that is cool, bro. I love how it shows you the direction of the water flow now. That is really neat. Okay, now we got a bit of problem, though, because we're way the heck over here. How are we going to get our power way over here? Well, the same way we run it any other way. We're going to run it from way over there to way over here. Now, one of the things we can do is because I'm going to be running the water in the opposite direction, is I can use some walls here. So let's go ahead and use some walls, say right here. Run that up by 3. And then, oh, I forgot to put my little thingy in there. Let's go ahead and do that. And most of the time you'll see me just grab it out of here like that. You see me grab it out of there just because it's easier for me to grab it out of there. Oh. Grab it out of there, then to switch my sets down there, because I'm just going to be using this set again here in a moment, so there's no real reason for me to switch. Okay, now let's hope we got enough lines over here available. Right now we're using 4 of 4, so we got a bit of a problem there, right? That's not going to work. So we're going to need to cut one of these off, so I'm going to cut the one that's going the furthest off there, which is actually going to cut my water off. So watch out, my power is going to kick off if I don't very quickly run that over there and then back run this back to my pump right there, which is the thing that I cut off. All right, there we go. Now my pump is running and we've got power running there. And so we'll go ahead and grab this power again and run it way over here. I would run it as far as you can run it. In my case, I'm going to run it way over to there. And then again, we'll grab our double wall connector right to there. That's pretty far. We'll see if it'll reach or not. If it doesn't, then I'll readjust it. But that seems about right. Yeah, aw, just a little too long. Where can it go? Right to right before it. It's just slightly too far, everybody. Just by a half an inch. By a half an inch too long there. All right, well, such is the way it goes. Not everything in life is perfect, everybody. So let's go ahead and just move forward by 1. You know, make those readjustments as you need to do. Take all this out. Take that out. No big deal. Easy peasy. Take that out. Re-add our double wall connector there in case we need some power later on. And then we'll try it again. Now, one of my favorite things is the fact that you can run stuff really far from really far away like that. All right. That's great. Now, we're going to go ahead and use our water here, our power from our other side of our power, to start to spin these up. And that's going to start to backlog some of our water. And we're going to have a bit of a problem here, too. Uh-oh, wait a minute. We're 4 of 4. We're going to have some trouble because we need to also get our pump going here. But we can go ahead and get this one from the other side. Over here. Right over there. Like that. Now we're good. Now we're good. All right. Now we got our power onto our water. We got our pump flowing. Our pump's flowing through. There's really only one more thing that we need to do. We need to take all this out here, and we go ahead and add our final run of our pipe here. We're going to go ahead and grab it right out of there. We're going to run it right into the first one here. Just like that. Boom. All right. Now that's going to start running water into this, and we're going to start seeing them smokestacks start to fire up. Now we can see these smokestacks are running over here. And I could have used the water in that backup thing over there, by the way. I could have just chained this across into this water and let that overflow water run in there. It could do that as well. But we're creating 2 separate sides here, just so you can see how you can separate it. But I could have just literally just gone in and made a pipe from right there to over there and started that up anyway. But I'm going to have to create all of this, water to create enough power to keep it running. And this needs around 300 water. It actually needs less. I'm going to show you how to underclock all of it to save yourself some power as well. So let's see how we're doing up here. Is this starting to fill up? Yep, that's starting to fill up. Do we see the black smoke coming into all of our stuff? Nope, we don't see it yet because we can see it's not turned green yet. So it's still pumping that water down and into here. Now, another thing we need to double check is that we are getting coal this far down, this long coal line that we have. We want to make sure that that is going all the way across there. So we need to look down and say, okay, that's looking okay. How about this first one here? Is that one going? Oh, hold on now. We got our smoke going. There's the first two going. Now, up there's the third one. Fourth one now going. And you're like, Kismet, why is that fifth one not going? Well, the fifth one is probably taking time to get the resources in there. Now, another thing I can do, by the way, is I could actually flip what I'm doing right now. I could have put that up higher and actually ran it up above and then ran it down into the water from up above. And so this stuff was not in your way. Like right now it's in my way. I can't jump over it because I don't have the ability to jump over it from right here. Right? But I could also say, you know what? Hold on. I got the solution for this. Let's go ahead and just put a little ladder here. Now they did add ladders to the game, by the way. Separate ladders than these. I can try to sneak my way up in between here. Try to get up in there. Nope. Not enough headroom there because that thing's in the way. All right, let's try something different. Let's go ahead and go like this. Maybe a little of this action. Maybe I can sneak up here. Hold down crouch. Crouch under there. Get onto the pipe. And there we go. And that's going to allow us to see our stuff. Now, another way to do this, of course, and the reason why I did this in the first place and I've turned it this way, is I can just run to the front of it. And look down the line and see which ones are on and which ones are not on. So this one's not on yet. Why is it not on? Let's look. It's got plenty of water. Oh, it doesn't have enough coal yet at the very end. Or maybe the coal thing is misconnected because maybe our lifter was not replaced, which is most likely what it is, because I don't see anything coming through the lifter. Uh-oh, the lifter has caused us some problem yet again, as it always does. I didn't do that on purpose, everybody. I did forget to actually do the lifter. And that should connect in there. That one's connected in there. Why is that one not connecting there? Ah, there's something wrong with the way that my stuff's going there. Hold on, we gotta pull that out. That's like this is down just a little bit. These are connected. Those are running. But this this lifter here, there's something wrong with it. That splitter there. Let's go ahead and deconnect all of this stuff and redo this. You see something like that, everybody? Disconnect all of this and redo. Redo. All right, let's take that out. Take this out. There's something definitely going on with my splitter there. So let's go ahead and try this again. We'll go ahead and line this up. 1, 2. Rotate it in the direction we want to go. There we go. And then same thing over here. We'll line this up. Double check this connection. Like it's lifting up just a little. Oh, that's weird. These ones are lining up, but those ones are not. Huh. It's too high, too. So why is this part of the foundation a little bit lower than these other foundations? Why is that lifted up a little bit higher than the rest of this? All right, because that's how it looks. It looks like that's lifted just a little bit higher. Let's see if we can get it to go lower by, because we can make this extended, but I have it all the way down. Definitely something going on there. Yeah, that's telling you there's something afoot. Something afoot there. Okay. So we know this one's right. Let's take all this back out. Again, I will dismantle stuff if I see stuff is going wrong. Now that one's working. We see that's connected in just fine. The level at which this is, that's lined up to that. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and redo this one here. Like that. Okay, those are fine. Huh, look at that, not even lined up. Okay, there's something wrong there, everybody. Something wrong there. We got to solve that problem. Because that's not matching up. All the rest of those are matched up just fine. Now, is it this or is it our actual thing? I'm going to take all these out. Well, that actually I could just leave. I can leave that. Let's take all this out. And we're going to have to work on them one at a time now. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and see what's going on over here. Is this sinking down a little bit? Is this dirt causing us some problem over here? Well, we're kind of beyond the dirt edge. Well, let's go ahead and put it in from this side and see if we can get that to line up. See, look, it doesn't look like it even lines up. Do that. Oh. I put one up there, everybody. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. That was awkward. Awkward. Okay, got those back in. Now, let's see what's going on. So this stuff should all line up because it's along the same lines. So it should all line up with each other and line up onto here. It does not. That's a good question. How do I fix that? Let's think about it while we run this battle. Let's go. All right. Let's battle it out. Game broke. I know, right? That like broke my brain. Why is that not lining up? I have it all on foundations. Well, we'll figure it out. We'll get it going on. Whoa, we annihilated them. Later, bro. Oh, no, it turned into like a big evil spider or something. Look at that. Yikes, let's zoom in on it. What is it? Like a big evil spider. All right, another boss win there, everybody. We looped the entire map again. Bo, look at that, getting 50 scrolls. Look at that, 50 scrolls. The Man of Steel getting 50 scrolls. These are epic scrolls, too. Rotisserie G getting 30 scrolls. A Reaper getting 30. And Nitox getting 30 Rogue scrolls. Look at that. All those epics dropping out to you guys. Icy Diamonds coming in overall MVP with that 13 assists. Congrats on that. And we're going to start a new world. We're 495 boss kills. All right, let's go ahead and collect some gold. Get some loots because we're in the bonus stages now. We're way out here. All right, let's just keep looping as much as we can. I see a loyalty one down here, so I feel like we'll just drop down, grab that, bada bing, bada boom, and do some boss run there. Let's do it. Let's get it going on. Up in here. Oh, Battle Royale time. Let's get right here in the center. We're going to have some fun with that one. Feel free to come and join me, streamerraiders.com. You're going to find the link right there in the chat. Feel free to come in and join us. All right, now we're solving a problem here. We've got a level problem, very strange problem, where all of our splitters here are running just fine until we get to these last two. These last two items here are not lifting to the same level as our splitters. So very unusual. Let's go ahead and just take our splitters now and just take them just off the end here. And we're going to work our way backwards and see if we can get them to work. Let's see. So we need to go our logistics here and then our splitter. And then we're going to line it up off of here. And we're going to back it up by 1, 2. Or actually, we'll call that one 0. And then we'll say 1, 2 right there. And then lift it. And then lift it in this direction. Let's see how that is. Okay, that's a little close, but it does look like it's still having that problem where it's actually lower than it should be. Let's again do it again. So go there. Say 1, 2. You know what? Let's do 3. There we go. And up and up. Turn that off. Now again, what should happen is when I go to reconnect this should reconnect into there properly, like it's done all the way down the line. But it's not doing that. See that? It's not connecting it and not making that work. Very strange. Let's see, all the rest of these are connected in here and working properly. So the only other thing that I can think of to solve this problem is to redo all of our foundations here to try to solve this level problem. It seems to be happening. So I'm going to go ahead and take all of this out over there. I'm going to try to see if there's anything more here that might be causing it to be at a different level. So let's go ahead and put these foundations back in. And we'll put them in all the way across this way. Now, before I go and put all that back in again, the first thing I'm going to do is just look and see if these are going to be at the same level. If I do move them over here, like that, maybe run myself a conveyor across. And see, oh, I got to turn this in that other direction. Now remember, this is an early access game, so if we do run into issues, we could just looking at it, does it look like it's going down? Doesn't look like it's going down now. So let's go ahead and try to finish the rest of this out and see how we go from there. It might have been just a foundation thing. That does happen. Oop. Beyond the foundations there. It does happen. Sometimes your foundations, using different foundations, and it doesn't line up. What are you barking at me for, puppy? I got a puppy barking at me, everybody. Oh, it is right about the time for a break. Man, she's like right on point. I got a sparkle dog barking at me. I think she wants to go outside. Let me go ahead and put this down. We'll test it real quick. See if we got it fixed. Then I gotta let a puppy out. That's the weirdest thing, everybody. I've never seen that happen. It's actually changing the height when it gets over here. Yeah, when it gets over to that side, the height is different. Okay, what foundations are these? 8x4s. 8x4s. So the height of this one should be the same. The lifter should be the same. All of this should be the same. The splitters should be the same height. But these splitters are kicking in right there. And this splitter is at the same height on those. But it doesn't match up to that. So we're going to have to solve that problem, that's for sure. But I can also solve it another way, too. Especially on the last one's really easy. It's the one in between that's going to be a problem. So we'll have to fix all of that here in just a moment. But while we will let our power run, I got to go help a puppy. So I'm going to take a quick break, everybody. Enjoy watching this run. Let me go ahead and go up here so you can get a better view. And run up here. There we go. You can watch that run. I shall be right back. I'm back, everybody. Hello, I'm back. We're ready to rock and roll. Get this going on again. Sorry for the delay. The puppy wanted to go outside. Barking at me. Okay, we got a weird problem here. What is causing this weirdness? Ah, look at that. It is slightly higher. See that? Our thing is slightly higher than this one. Very strange. It might have to do with the ground right here. Going into there, causing it to be slightly higher. Very strange. Again, let's pull out all of this. You know what? Oh, not that. Let's pull out all these foundations. That's it. This all got to be reworked. All got to be redone. Hold on. We got a foundations problem. We got to get this fixed. We got a foundations problem. We got a problem with this lining up to the rest of these foundations. So I'm going to go ahead and really cut this back a couple. I'm going to start off of this one right here. Those are still there. Hold on, we got to take all these out. Always something, everybody. I can't get through a day without this kind of problem. I swear, every single day, there is some sort of this kind of problem that I have to solve. Where it's just like some unusual thing that it's like, okay, why is that doing that? Well, why is it I have to fix that in the first place? So let's take this back out. And we're going to key off this one right here. This foundation right here. I'm going to go right off of these. Like this. And we're going to go that way. And again, this one is correct here. But we're having it where our item here is getting lifted upwards, even though it's on these foundations. So we're just going to run it just to here. Again, using our central one here, trying not to connect it to the rest of these. Just enough. Because what I could have done was accidentally put a foundation in, and that foundation wasn't snapped to the rest of them, and that's what's causing that. Or it just, there's something here, like this dirt or something like that, that's causing it to lift up just a bit beyond where it should. Again, we'll go ahead and bring this one out. Bring that one that way. That one into there. Okay. Try this again. Alright, something causing it to be lifted up. It's not lining up exactly off of this one. Yeah, it's up above. When it's placing on the ground there, it's placing up higher than it should. Let's push it back a little bit and put it there. Yeah, that's placing at the right level. Go ahead, crouch. See, that's placing at the right level. So there's something at the end here that's causing it to act like it needs to go up. Yeah, right there. Ah, okay. So something underneath here is pushing it up off the foundation. I don't see anything. That doesn't mean it's not there. Trying to get under the water to see if I can see anything under there. This is the problem, the stuff I have to solve all the time, everybody. Why is it doing that? It thinks the dirt level is coming up right there to this edge. I bet it's right there. I bet it's that edge right there that's causing it. It's hitting this edge on the far side, on this corner. It's hitting that edge there. Yeah. This part right here. So it's hitting that corner edge of it that's right here. Even though when we put a foundation down, it's fine. But we run into a little snag of it rising it up. put our foundation back in. So it's not a foundations problem. It's a ground problem. We got our foundations back in. So, okay. So it's a ground problem we got to solve. How can we fix that? I don't even know if you can fix that. Guess I'll have to just offset it. I'll have to offset it forward. That's all I can do. Is offset it forward. Giving me enough room to fix it in the back. And to run it. Oh, wait. I know what I could do. I could just... I know a way around it. We're going to fix it this other way. Here we go. So, again, see when I move it back... You'll see it drop down. See right there? It drops down, and as I move it forward, you'll see it go up, back, up. See, it goes up because the corner over there that's close to this right here is touching the edge of this sandbar. And that sandbar is making it go up just a little bit, which is making it not line up to all of our stuff in the back. But we want it to line up with all of our stuff, and it's lifted a little bit. I'm going to just use a workaround. That's what I'm going to do. But I want to know why it's happening, so that if it happens in the future, I know exactly what it is. And so this edge of this sandbar right here is pushing it up, and it thinks that it's landing. That's the lowest point it can land. And you can see that both of these are lifted a little bit higher. It'd be lifted a little bit higher because of this corner edge right here of this sandbar coming down. That's where it thinks it's supposed to land. So, that's the best we can do. That's the best we can do. You know what I mean? We're not going to reinvent the wheel here. If you got to work your way around something, then that's what you got to do. There's no way to know that that was going to be an issue early on. But if it is an issue, you work around it. All right. Now that we know what the issue is, I had no idea that was going to be there, by the way. I didn't do that on purpose. That just is something that happened along the way. But now we know. And thus we can adjust for it. Now, the problem is my lifter, right? And then also a splitter to split it along the way. And so my first lifter here, I only really need to fix it a little. My first lifter here, I can go ahead and do this. And then I need to add another splitter so it'll split down to this one over here. So I'm going to go ahead and then put my lifter in over here. But we're not going to use our splitters like we are here, where we're using our stack splitters. We're going to go ahead and take those out. And now what we're going to do is we're going to literally just run it and then split it. So we'll just run it here. And then we'll go ahead and split it up above here. And this is what's nice about lifting it up, is that if we have to make some, last minute adjustments and try to run a splitter in there, an additional splitter, we can run it there. Or what we can do is just split the in one here and just bring that one down as well. Now the problem with bringing this one down right here is that this one's going to clip through all of this stuff. Or maybe not. So if it clips through it, I definitely won't do it. But if it doesn't clip, you know what? We got to do what we got to do, right? And that is the solution to that particular problem. So let's keep this running, though. Let's go ahead and run our pipe back down again. Run all our water pipes and all that fun stuff. And we'll line this up off of there. We'll line this up here. 1, 2. Say right there. Line that up again into there. Bump up into here. Now again, you guys started seeing me do this earlier, so I'm going to go ahead and just keep hitting V for some reason. I'm not trying to, but I'm doing it anyway. Put these back in. All right, that's all good. You hear him whining back up again. All right. Got our water going again. Got to do our lift pipe. So we can't get that lift pipe in the end, but that's okay. We'll put it right here. Run our pipe up to there. Run our pipe out of there. Back down to there. All right. We got it fixed. GG. Wasn't the most elegant. It wasn't as much as we wanted it to be, but we have to make room for the terrain. So if we do run into a problem, you definitely have to work around those issues. There's nothing I can do. I can't flatten the terrain. Maybe they'll add that in the future. But I can't flatten the terrain, so the only thing I can do is to think away a workaround. And so that's what I did. We're just splitting the last one into 3 different directions here. It's going to make it tougher for these down here to get enough coal in the beginning. But later on, they will fire up. We got all of our other ones. These ones will fire up here in just a moment. Now, because I took them out, I also need to reconnect their power. Reconnect their power along this other side. So let's go ahead and reconnect those power so that we see those kick on. Right there. Aha! There we go. Now we got them all working. GG, everybody. I love solving problems like that. Very, very fun. That's the early access dilemma, right? Yeah, that's exactly it. There's always going to be some sort of issues along the way. Ooh, homemade bread. Hey, who's got the homemade bread? Rotisserie G's got homemade bread for everybody in the chat. Just kidding. Just kidding. I got another 30 monk scrolls and 50 musketeers. Yeah, look at you go, Rotisserie G. Big bada boom. There you go. Hey, Django, how you doing? Thanks for being here. Let me catch up on chat a little bit, everybody. Is that coffee? It is Stars Plays. It is coffee. You can't actually drink it. Now, you never spill your coffee, and I add a little RP to this game. Is the fact the reason why you never spill your coffee is because of science, right? If you got all this fancy science in this game, you've also got a little force field. And that little force field is right over the top of your coffee cup. And when you want to drink it, watch him. He's going to press his thumb down on that button to turn this force field off so he can drink his coffee, and then he lets go ever so slightly, and then the force field comes back on again. I made all that up. That's not really part of the game. I made all that up, everybody. That's my RP as to why your coffee never spills. Now, the people who make this is called Coffee Stain, the developer. Also, Fixit is your imaginary company that you're working for in this game called Satisfactory. Now, this is one of my favorite games. It has the best building in any game ever. That's right, any game ever. And that's a tall order considering I've played thousands upon thousands of games, lots of building games, a lot of simulation games. It has the best building. The foundations are awesome, all that stuff. And you saw I was able to work around an issue there with the terrain as well. Incredibly awesome. Now, what I'm building right here is this is my power, right? These are my coal plants. So I'm running some water and some coal into each of these, and I'm trying to get them going. And I'm basically doubling up my power right now so I can run the rest of my factory. Now, the reason why it's called Satisfactory is because you're having a satisfied time making tons and tons of factories. And I love this game. It is very, very fun. Now, I'm not affiliated with them in any way. They have come in and raided my channel before, though, with 600 people. I appreciate that. Much love to them. But see, sometimes I just show the love just because I love the game. And that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Be this game. Be this game, everybody. Not just in the way that it runs, but in the way that you make a really fun game before it is even released, and you put the fun in first. Right? They put the fun in first. They put a lot of love and effort into it. And it's already fantastic, and it hasn't even launched. In fact, we're on Tier 7 right now. It has been released. They're going to add Tier 8, 9, and 10. So we have a whole bunch of other stuff to build in our factories as well. And as well as this is the type of game where you could add content to it for years and years and years, on and on and on. I mean, for an investment of this game, I tell you, you're going to get your money's worth. I thought I'd only played a few hundred hours. I just looked it up. I played 500 hours plus in Astroneer. And in this game, let me see how long I've done this one too. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, I can't look. That's right. I can't look in this game because I have it via the Epic Game Store. So I can't look on Steam. I might be able to look at the Epic Game Store. I'd have to look at it actually on my machine. But it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a really fun game. I highly recommend it. And again, thank you everybody for coming in, showing some love. Look at all these follows. Let's see. Herbie coming in with a follow a while ago. Mr. Poppers TV. Osaville. We have CB coming in, showing some love. Osith. Wilmo. We got Icy coming in, showing some love as well. Riverdog with a massive 30 months of Kismet sub love. Appreciate that as well. And Shotgun Season coming in, blowing it up, dropping the dragon hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet channel. That's me. My name is Kismet. I'm a partner streamer here on on Twitch, and I love playing games. And so we call this the Mega Stream. So we're playing, of course, Satisfactory here. We're working on our power. We're working our way up. Let's go ahead and actually look at our power out here. There we go. So we are running all of our power. And then we also do side games as well, like this Stream Raiders right here. We do this every 30 minutes. It's everybody in the chat. Look at everybody in the chat fighting it out. All those people on the side there fighting it out together for all of us to get the benefit of that loot. So we're going to fire it up. Yeah, Satisfactory. Incredibly fantastic. It looks fun. It is. I'm playing it in 4K, even though you guys can only see it at 1080 on your side, because I don't have a 4K capture card. Elgato, I love you guys. Please send me a 4K capture card. They are one of my sponsors. I have asked them. They have put me on the list, and I might get it tomorrow or I might get it never. And I'm okay with either way. I'm okay with either way. I don't feel entitled. I do appreciate my sponsors and the peeps who send so much love to my channel. Big time. All right, let's grab some rewards here. Let's see. We got Vexing, we got Smuggler Dan, we got Grim, we got Reaper, and Bo all coming in, getting some love, as well as Bo coming in with the 8 and 8. Look at that with the, oh, look, the 8 and 8 and 7 and 7. So Bo coming in MVP with the 8 kills and 8 assists, and Jimbo coming in with the 7 and 7 kills and 7 assists. Very cool. All right, it's always interesting when you roll doubles. All right, let's go ahead and get this going on. And we're going to put in some more units down. Now, again, this is a free-to-play game that we play on the side. You can play it on mobile or on desktop. It's called Stream Raiders. You can go ahead and find it by following that link in the chat. Find me or Captain Kismet. Gives you access to the battle board. And you can go ahead and start putting your units down. And, of course, the more units you put down, the more chance you have of getting epic loot and all that stuff. So, as you can see, look, I break some stuff. Already put his down. He's already got his unit down right in there. What did you put down there? I can't see it. It's so small. It's so small on my screen. I have it on a separate monitor. He's got a musketeer down. There we go. And then we've got I got my flying rogue. There's a monk down there too. So you have a bunch of different types of units, which really come into play when you're taking on those tough bosses. All right. So feel free to come in and lend a hand, everybody. We'll get it fired up. Now, also, we're playing some Satisfactory here as well. And I see that star plays. I'll take care of that streamer pal after the stream. Don't get entitled, though. I may do it right after the stream or maybe tomorrow, whenever, when I get the chance. Now, if you guys don't know what the streamer pal is, hopefully Star Plays knows what it is. What you do is you go in and you say your stream, and then you go ahead and also tell me your Discord name so that I can link those two up. So then what I will do is I will add you to a special title on my Discord called Streamer Pal. And then you can go ahead and shout yourself out on my Kismet Love Train. That's one thing where we go out and show love to all the streamers here on Twitch. I've been doing it for 6 years now. I've literally gave lots of love to thousands of streamers here on Twitch, including dropping 100, 200, 500, 5,000. Sometimes when I'm on the homepage of Twitch, boom, on someone's channel out of nowhere. And I usually just help smaller streamers. Bigger streamers, they don't need my help. They have 1,000 people in their channel or 10,000 or whatever. They don't need me to come in there and raid them. You know who does? The little guy who I used to be, who had just 2 or 3 people in my channel. I will go and I will raid the little guy to give him a little bit of a boost. You never know. Might push you up to the top of the category. A whole bunch of awesome people find you as well. So make sure to follow the rules over there on my Discord. Make sure you go over there and click the green check mark under rules, because I'm going to check and see if you have that Tycoon, Teamwork Tycoon role already on there, because that means you've read the rules, and click that green check mark. And then I will go ahead and upgrade you to Streamer Pal, and then you'll have the ability to shout yourself out following the rules on my Discord. You never know. Some people might find your stream as well through my Discord, and that'd be awesome. And then you have 1, 2, 3, maybe more viewers. Maybe they'll come in, hit the follow button, maybe even hit the subscribe button one day. You never know. You never know. That's how it works, everybody. That's how the Kismet train works. When you subscribe to the channel, know that that's part of the Kismet Love train as well. If you go use the Amazon link down there, if you're going to buy a bunch of stuff for Black Friday, or you're going to buy something for the holidays, you can go ahead and use that link down below the stream. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. You're going to buy the thing anyway. But it does contribute pennies, not very much, but, you know, penny or two here and there allows me to do more giveaways here in the stream as part of the Kismet Love train. So there you go. All that stuff is interconnected, everybody. So there we go. There you go. So let's see. What about your helmet? It opens to drink. It does. It goes every time I drink. You just don't see it because it's behind the camera. Have they roadmapped 8 to 10, or do they plan to not put out another roadmap and just surprise us? I don't know. I don't know what they're doing after the beginning of the year. I think they've already crushed this game already. This game is already better than, I'd say, 70% of the games I've played. I mean, I played some games on release that cost $60 that weren't even as close to this game, and it's in early access. Whoa, holy mackerel! Comes the lightning. It's so loud for me. It's not as loud for you guys, but it's really loud for me. Holy mackerel, scares the hell out of me every time. Bo, thank you so much for that massive amount of biddies. That's 1,000 biddies, bringing in the epic lightning into the stream. I have cool effects up in my stream. Holy mackerel, scared the heck out of me. Thank you so much. What's the Discord name? Well, that's what your name is on Discord. So if you go onto Discord and say hi into my chat, that's what that name is. So if you did it wrong, let me know, and I'll reject it. You'll get your points back, and you go ahead and put it in there properly, because I'm going to check it. I'm going to go onto my Discord, and I'll show you how to get to the Discord, everybody. There's a social media right there. There's a Discord link right there, discord.gg/Kismet. That's me. You go ahead and click on that link. You go onto the Discord. There's a rules section. In the rules section, you read the rules, and you say, Kismet, I like to be awesome. And then you click that green check mark, right? I agree to the rule. I agree to the rules. I'll be awesome. I'll be respectful. All that kind of stuff. Click that green check mark. It's going to give you the title of Teamwork Tycoon, which gives you access to all the rest of the Discord. So you'll be able to post your pet pics. You'll be able to post your mega builds. Maybe you got a Satisfactory mega build that we need to see. I think you do. I bet some of you do. Go ahead and post it in there as well. You just got to read the rules and agree to the rules of the Discord. And then if you want to be a streamer pal, you go ahead and hang out here in the stream for a while, and then you go ahead and redeem it through the redeem there. Make sure to put your Discord name in there, and then also your Twitch name in there as well. And I'll be happy to add you to my streamer pals. I appreciate you coming in, and you can go ahead and shout yourself out. Make sure that after you shout yourself out, you do take it out after you turn your stream off. Because otherwise I will warn you, and then if you keep doing that, then I will have to take it out myself, and I don't want to do that, and I will then have to take your streamer pal away. I don't want to do that, so there we go. Whoa, cool effects. You like that? Break some stuff? Oh, I got lots of cool effects up in here. I'm a graphic designer for 30 years, plus a 3D animator. I have all sorts of cool stuff going on. You ever seen a bit cup on fire?
Dracarys.
You have now. That's my heart. That's my love train bit cup. As you see, it's shaped like a heart. Now you have seen one on fire, haven't you? I'm the only one who's got one that goes on fire. All right, let's keep it going now. Let's keep it going up in here, because you guys are setting the bit cup on fire today, showing that love. Appreciate that 1,000 biddies. There, break some stuff. Appreciate it big time. Appreciate it big time. In fact, let's get Norbert out here. Norbert, what do you think of those biddies? Come on out here. Watch out for the fire, though. Watch it. Well, don't put your fingers in the fire. Don't. What did I just say? Don't put... He likes the biddies. He likes those biddies. Thank you so much for that biddy love again. That's my buddy Norbert. He comes out from time to time. Say hello to the chat. All right, everybody. Let's keep it going. We've got our power going. Look at this beast of power. That's right. We've got 12 of those going now. We had 6 of them going earlier. We revamped the entire thing, running super efficiently, all in this one little area. Booyah! Guess what we get to do now? We get to turn our whole factory back on again. Let's go do it. Now, here's what I do to turn my factory off. I disconnect the lines across here to turn the rest of the factory off nice and easy. Right now, of course, I hope they add on-off switches eventually. That would be way easier. But I'm going to go ahead and connect this in, and that's going to go ahead and start firing up the rest of my lifters over there, which is going to bring a bunch of ore and whatnot into my primary base. Now, up above there, I've also got a lot of power running up there. That's running all the rest of my factory. We're going to go ahead and connect that up there. Now, here's something I suggest to do. When you're doing your power down here, if you want to check your power level, is just to use one of the standard poles. And you can see I'm using wall connectors, but I put a standard pole here so I can literally walk up, see my power, see how it's looking. Everything's looking good over there. And then I can check my power pole to see how my power is doing. And as you can see, we have doubled our overall capacity. We're now at 900 megawatts. Now, just so you know, this is only half the amount of power that we could do right now. That's right. That's half the amount of power. So we can literally do 1,800 power right this very moment. Now, we're not going to do that right now because first we need to go get some of our resources going so that we can have those resources to build out the rest of our power. So we got plenty of power now, and the other was hitting that top power, and it cut off, so we had to expand our power today. Now let's go see what it's doing up here up above. Now, as you can see, we have the pure nodes. We're in pure node heaven here. We've got a coal node there, and a coal node here. So 3 pure coal nodes. You get that going on, bro, especially if they're all together like this. That's it. You are styling. Now, another thing that it's done is actually turned all of my transport back on again, my hyper tubes. So let's go up our hyper tube up to this level, way up here. Notice it's going to skip a level there. And it's going to go up to this level up here, which is my current production level. Look at this. Whoa, now we're talking. You're like, whoa, Kismet, that's a lot of stuff. This is really complex. It's really not that complex, everybody. It's just a whole bunch of ore coming in from there. It's just feeding into here and then feeding into these things to make more of the stuff that I need. That's not very hard. It's not very tough, right? And then you run it in those manufacturers. They convert it from the raw limestone into the concrete that we use for making foundations and also for other items. Now, over here on this side, whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, nailed it. Over on this side, we're running our coal and our raw iron in here to be smelted into steel ingots. Those steel ingots are then being produced into our beams like this, and also our pipes right here, which allow us to make the conveyors at level 3. So it allows those to make a bit faster. So we got those going. Let's do a little hopping. Oh, I know it's going to miss one of them. A little hopping across here. There we go. And as you can see, more iron going out over there. And that is being smelted down into the rest of our stuff over there. But these ones over here, these are for the steel. And I'm going to extend my steel some more and make even more steel stuff later on. But right here, this go ahead and running down here. And we got a whole long line of forges here, or smelters, depending on how you want to call them. But these smelters here are going to run all the way down there, and they're converting these iron, the raw iron, into iron ingots. Those iron ingots are then running along this conveyor here as well. And you can see I've got an extra one here. This extra one tells me that this is a split. It tells me that the rest of this is doing something different than the rest of that. That's why I do that, for that reason. So what is it making over here? Well, all these iron ingots are coming in here, and they're making some items. So what's the first item that it's making right here? Oh, well, it's making some iron rods. What are we making over here? Probably the same thing. Why do I know? Because it's being lifted up to the second level. So those are iron rods as well. See, it's being lifted up to the top level. And that level then being running those two things of iron rods back into my box way over there at the primary part of my base. Over here, we're doing something different. At this lower level, we're doing our plates, and those plates are then being run separately into another line, and then running those into our box over there. Now, a part of these over here, a part of this production way down here where you saw I had the double right here, all of these are making iron rods. And why am I making so many iron rods all separately over here on this side? Well, that's so those iron rods can run down over to here. And those iron rods then spin back and head back into all of these converters. Look how many of them, all the way down like that. Now, what do I need so many converters for? Well, our constructors, is because I'm making tons and tons of screws. Screws, you need a lot of them suckers. We're going to need a crazy ton of them coming up in just a bit. So, we're also using our rods. So, we're going from iron, raw iron, to iron ingots, to rods, to screws, and then those screws will then go on and become something else. So that's what we have running there, but we do need to get our copper running. We do have a line of copper coming from over there. We need to run that up. Now, if we take a little peek over the side here, holy mackerel, that's a long way down, bro. That's a long way down. Now, look at this giant lift wall that I made here to lift all the resources up here to the top and then to run them straight over there. That was a lot of fun. That took us the entire time last time to create that lift wall. I really like that. That's one of my favorite things. I'm going to do that a lot more often, creating lift walls to lift up all of my resources up into the upper level instead of running them all of these switchbacks, which is what I normally do. I really like the lift walls. They do affect my dizziness, my vertigo, but that's way over there now, so we're fine. Now we got to get our copper over here going because we do need to get all of that running. But before we get into the copper, there's a couple other things we need to work on way over here on the other side. And you can see I'm running an upper line of screws and then a lower line. So I'm running two lines of screws because I'm making so many screws it's too fast for the actual belts that I'm running it on. Right, so I have two separate belts, and they're running at 270. So it's about, if we just do easy math, let's say 250 and 250, about 500 screws per minute being run into my factory, or being run into those boxes over there. Now, I'm also running it over here so that I can make some reinforced iron plates. There's 29 of those babies already ready to go, and I'm running some of those iron plates and some of the screws over here. Now, how many of these can I do? A lot. I can do a lot. But what I really needed to do is actually make me some rotors so I can, because I need rotors. Excuse me, I need rotors to make these things to make more rotors. So if we don't have any rotors, we can go ahead and make a few ourselves by getting our craft bench, throwing one down nearby, and we can make a few rotors here just to get us going. Let's do it. Okay, let's see if that's enough. Put down another assembler. That is perfect. All right, boom. Let's make sure we turn in the right direction. There we go. Okay, so there we go. So we've got that going on right over there. So we're splitting that down. We're running those screws into there. But you know what? I could use some screws over here too. I could use some right there, but how do I get them from over there to over here? Well, I can go ahead and use this splitter right here to grab the splitter, put it right here. I can go ahead and do what we call spaghetti. I'm going to do a little spaghetti for you guys. And that's where you just run it however willy-nilly how you feel like running it. Triggering people in the chat right now, everybody. That's what I love to do. I love to get the trigger going on. We just run it however. We're just running across here like this. We can actually lift it up just a little bit. There we go. And just full on, just run that however intertwined you want to do. Now, I could make that a lot better, everybody. I could use lifters and run it in such a way that would be much nicer. But for right now, we're just going to run that over there because that makes me laugh every time I do any of that stuff. Anytime I do that stuff, I know that triggers my chat. All right, so we also need to get ourselves some rods. Now, right over here, we've got some lifters, so we get up on the lifters and we can see what's running what. So we got our screws running up at the top, and down here, we got some rods running through here. Maybe we could tap into some of these rods and use those rods for this over here. So again, you can just tap into anything. Just go ahead and run in a splitter. Wrong thing. There we go. Run in a splitter there. Split off that line. And then go ahead and run that right down into there. Now, I don't like my stuff to clip. See how that's kind of running through that other thing? I don't like that at all. I don't let any of my lines clip. I don't like it. I'm not going to do it. I don't care what anybody says. Not going to make it happen. But we're going to go ahead and lift this one up just a little bit so it doesn't clip as much. And then go like that. Should line up very nice. Into there it goes. Now, I need some power. We happen to have a power switch right up here. And we're going to let that run. Now, this is my kind of offline production, even though in this case, I'm actually running the actual resources in there. But this is my offline production where I don't really worry about how it's lined up and how it's all beautiful and all that stuff. I just needed to make me some of these while I'm doing something else, right? Because I'm not in the stage where I'm going to make a bunch of these for right now. I got to get my copper going on. So I'm going to go ahead and just have them make some of those. Just kind of a passive thing while I'm busy doing other things. Like, look, it's already made 15 of those. And in a bit, it's going to make me a bunch of these rotors and whatnot. Now, I could double this up, triple it up. I could do a whole bunch of those as well if I so desire. But a little busy. Try to get my copper going. All right, this is for you, Bo. Norbert Dance coming in, showing you some love. Thank you so much for being in the stream as always. And thank you for being one of my awesome mods that back me up here in the stream as well. Greatly appreciate that. Again, Break Some Stuff coming in, blowing it up. Thanks for the Astroneer server. You're welcome, Break Some Stuff. Use it anytime, bro. 24/7. You have some fun, man. I'll be back again on Monday. I might do a bonus stream on Sunday, so maybe come join me on Sunday again. You let me know in the chat. You want me to do a bonus stream on Sunday? All you Astroneer peeps, let me know in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to do another bonus stream this Sunday. I don't know how long it's going to be, but you let me know. Just put a 1 in the chat, and I might add another one. We'll see. You never know how it goes, though, because my life is up and down. Always some problems to be solved. There we go. I get lazy and only 3 sometimes. Well, there you go. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, make sure you post your Twitch name in Discord. Yeah. There you go. You mean 1,210 megawatts? Can you go for 1,200 megawatts? Would be so nice. Yeah, no, I'm going to do that in a second, Break Some Stuff. I am going to go for 1,200. Well, I'm actually going to go for 1,800 megawatts. Not 1.21 gigawatts, like Back to the Future. It's going to be 1,800. I'm going to do that here in just a second. But first, I need to get these 2 things going before I start on that, because I'm going to need a bunch of rotors. Why do I need the rotors? To put down the coal things. And also, I need the rotors to make the water extractors. So the smarter thing to do is to stop, now that you have enough power, is to stop doing what you're doing over there and get this going instead. To get that fired up as quickly as possible. And let that run in there. Now, what I'm also going to do is go ahead and cut off the rest of my rods. So I want all of the rods to run into here. Right? I want every bit of them to run in here. And it's going to backlog in here and run at only a certain speed. Now, do I have 100 screws per minute going in there? Oh, I absolutely do. I'm probably about 150 right now. And I can go ahead and say, you know what? I'm going to do the same thing with that. So instead of this right here, I'm going to have this cut off and not run that way. It's going to run all of the screws down this line. Look at the difference. See it running now? See the difference? There's no gap between the screws. It's going to run all the screws into here, right? And all the rods into here. Now, what do I want to do? Now, it does take a lot more power, but it does cost a lot less resources to build that item, because right now I'm waiting on rotors. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to overclock my, my stuff over there by using my item right here, my power shards. We're just going to overclock it and just try to run it in there at maximum speed that we can. So we're going to go ahead and run over here, and we're going to overclock our rotors. Now, I don't need to overclock the beams. I'll probably be fine on those. But the rotors, I'm going to need a lot of those. So let's go ahead and overclock. Now, you unlock your overclocking and underclocking, which we're going to talk about when we go back to do the water. But the overclocking allows it to go faster, which you'd imagine, right? So you can go 150% faster, 200%, or 250. We're going to say 250. Now, watch these numbers on the left. Right now, they say 100 screws per minute and 20 rods per minute. But the second it makes another one, it's going to jump tremendously. Also, it's 15 megawatts of power. Watch how much the power jumps too. Now it's 65 megawatts of power it needs. It's going at 250 screws per minute and 50 iron rods per minute. Look at it go faster. Look at it go. Look at it go. So now it's actually producing those way faster, and this is a great use of your boosters, is when you don't have enough resources, you don't feel like making anymore, but you have plenty of power, and you're just like, screw it. I'm just going to let it run just so I have a ton of rotors. So I'm going to let that run. It's all being fed in there. There's nothing else I need to do. Run that in there. But there's a smart thing to do. If you do not come back in time and it does fill up and you want to get some extras, you definitely want to put a little thing out here, a little container for it to hold those resources in case it does fill up inside the thing. We can go ahead and run those in there, and then we'll come back and we'll have a bunch of rotors filled in there. It might fill the entire thing up. We'll see. We'll see how much it fills up while we'll do it. So we'll empty it out for now, and then we'll let it produce, and then we'll come back and we'll see how filled it up it is later. Now, so that is overclocking. So now I'm boosting it. I'm using a lot more power. I'm using a lot more resources, but it's going faster, and I don't have to build more of that thing. It is more efficient to build more of the constructors and more of the assemblers than it is actually to boost it. It's actually less efficient to boost it. But if you have plenty of power like I do, double the power now, screw it. We'll just go ahead and use it. Plus, we have boosters already. We'll go ahead and just use those. That should be fine. That'll be less work for us, better on our time cost, right, to get that working. So let's go ahead and do that. And we got this all set up and running. We fixed this. Yes, we did. And so we got that going. Now, another thing that we had running back here that you might not have seen earlier is I had all my awesome shops here tied into my power. And I want to see if it's actually running. It doesn't look like it's running right now. It looks like it's stopped, which means that somewhere along the line, my power has been cut off from this side where my awesome shop is. Now, what is my awesome shop doing? My awesome shop over there is getting rid of all the extra resources that I don't really need, and it's producing tickets. Those tickets I can then use to go and purchase things in the awesome shop. So I'm going to put a connector there. It's like somehow I lost my connector. Oh, the connector's back there. I see. Connector is back there. So we'll go ahead and take this connector. We'll connect it up there. Now, how do I know if this power is working or not? Because there's no lights on the thing that tell you. You can just go up here and see if this is on. That's not on. And so this is being fed from down below, down there, and we know that that's not connected either, because otherwise that would kick in and be running. But that's okay, because I have a direct line from my power, which is down below, down there, over here, that I can run over to there. Now, we can try to make it go all the way, but, you know, that's a pretty far way to go. Can we do it? Survey says, boom, locked it in. Though I would probably step it your way over, just because you're going to be running it to different things. But for right now, we'll run it over there. Now, what that does is then goes ahead, runs that power over there, runs it down. So now our one down below is working, as well as this power is going to back chain across all of this back over here. And now our awesome sinks are off and running, getting rid of all this extra resources up here. Now, I have 3 of them running just so it goes 3 times faster. But still nice right there. And you're like, Kismet, what's the awesome shop? Well, the awesome shop is this right here. This is where you can unlock different pieces and parts for your factories. Remember, this is not pay to win or anything like that. You don't have to spend real money or anything. This is all in-game by converting your extra resources into tickets. You can then get all these cool things like wall attachment, pipe wall attachments, different styles of foundations and shapes and stuff. Vehicles, which I love this vehicle, very, very fun. Stuff for organizing. In fact, the new factory ladder is actually added in the Awesome Shop. We've got different statues you can put in your place, as well as different equipment. Like I get the coffee cup right away. Now, why is there a coffee cup in the first place? I get that question all the time. Well, the coffee cup is there because, one, the name of the company is called Coffee Stain, so you got to have a coffee cup. But two, the whole purpose of the coffee cup is to make it so you're not looking at this the whole time. Or this. Or this. Oh, wait, there was something else in there. Where's my other thing? There we go. Or my vehicle, right? That's that little vehicle that I was showing you earlier. Watch this. That's the greatest thing. It's my favorite thing in the game, is this vehicle. You're like, why is it your favorite thing? Because look at it. This is exactly, if you were working for a company called Fix-It, and they sent you from outer space down onto this planet to make a factory to gather resources, this is exactly the vehicle they would give you. I think it's so perfectly appropriate. It is the greatest thing. Now, if I want to, I can click the left mouse button, and he puts that up when we got red alert. We need some resources up in here. Hurry up, red alert, red alert, red alert. This little car jams too. All right, let's take the thing out of there. Put it back on the thing. There we go. And so this little car right here, I unlocked from the Awesome Shop. It's one of the first things I unlock, and it works amazing. Now, if I want to get my tickets inside here, there's a little ticket dispenser. I've got 2 of them going right now. I can print out those tickets and then use those tickets into here to get that. I can also get parts, which I never do. I always like to make all my own parts and stuff. But you can just basically run everything into the Awesome Shop and go buy the parts you need. Like if I needed rotors, I can go ahead and use my tickets. I don't feel they're worth it in the early game to use your tickets on parts. I would much rather go and find it and make it and all that. So that's all part of the fun of playing Satisfactory, is building up those resources and building up your factory as you go. Okay, so there we go. So we got all that stuff running. We got all those resources going. We're going to go ahead and put our car back in our hand slot so it takes up less room in our inventory. And then we're going to get to our coffee cup so it's not blocking our entire screen. Okay, back down we go. Okay, wait, hold on. We don't need to go down that way. Hold on now. Hold on. We don't have to go that way anymore. Oh, I've moved it to the other side. We can go this way now. We don't have to go up and down that ramp anymore, everybody, because we got our power back. Watch this. Whee! Patooey! Whoa, there we go. Now we're down at the lower level. You can see I'm down here. I need to put another one in to go down again. I need to go down here, everybody. Down there. Look at that right there. Wouldn't it be awesome to put one in right here? Let's do that. Hold on. Switching the direction. Don't switch the direction of my stuff. I'm one of those people who's like a stickler. I like the directions to be the same, right? So I'm going to go ahead and take this out, and then we're going to go ahead and take this right up to the level which we're at. Now, we got a bit of a problem. Uh-oh. What happened there? Well, why is that so off? Now, the reason why that's so off is because when I was having it go down, I was having it go down like this, and then I had to go down a little half step so that it would match up down there. And that's okay. That's okay. We do that. But here's the thing. We can go ahead and fix this by going in the opposite direction, right? We can match it to up here by doing this, right? Now, I'm also going to put one on this side eventually, but for right now, we're going to work it on this side. And then we're going to work our way down instead of up. Now, this game is so wonderful because the subtlety of just going to the edge of the item and then work your way down of that item is amazing. Like that. So I can very easily tell it what direction I want it to go. If I go more to the right, it knows I want to go to the right. If I want to go to the left, it goes to the left. If I tell it I want to go there or there or there or there or there, just by putting it on these little metal bands that you can see on the edge of your foundations. It's one of the greatest building systems ever. And whoever came up with this at Coffee Stain, or whatever group of people came up with that, you've made the best building game that's ever been built. It makes it so great because you very subtly can tell it where to be just by rolling over that particular section and you can do it very, very precisely from really far away. Look how far away I am, everybody. Look at that. I can tell it to go right there on that edge if I want to. I can go tell it to go over here and attach it sideways on that one over there. How about this one here at the bottom? Right there. And I could then build a whole entire wall along that edge if I wanted to, just because they've so precisely made the building. And that's what makes this game 10 out of 10. Absolutely. Of course, they also got trains and fluids and all sorts of other epic stuff in here, which we're going to get into in a minute. But first, we need some transport. So, the other thing I'm going to do is go ahead and put this like this. I'm going to go ahead and grab this. And we're going to put another, this is going to go up and this is going to go down. You know what I should do? It just dawned on me. That's what I should do. Oh, I just thought of a great idea. Hold on. Let's go up here for a second. See? Sometimes you think of upgrades for your stuff. Okay, let's go to the awesome shop. Let's go. I'm going to point out what I just thought of. Hopefully I remember it later. But right here in the awesome shop, we've got walls. And those walls are different things. Like we've got windowed walls. Now, the windowed walls, which I never use, are different things. There's like a single window, there's a frame window, panel, and reinforced windows. But if I put a single window in, now don't tell me, we're going to try it later, because I'm not going to unlock that right now. But if we put a single window in right here and then put a hypertube hole in it, we'll be able to see the direction of which way the hypertube is going. Is it going up or is it going down? I just thought of that just now. That is going to make it a lot easier to know when we're down below here and we're running up on this, because I can't see it. See, I can't see the hypertube, so I don't know if that hypertube is going up or down right now. But if I had glass there, I could see that it was going up. And the same thing here with this one, I put a glass wall in there, I'll be able to see if it goes down. So great use of glass walls, I just thought of. Now, of course, there's 1,000 different ways of doing the same thing, everybody. So feel free to experiment with your game on cool stuff like that. So we're going to go ahead and put a wall to hole in there. Now, this is one of my favorite things now is put the wall, the hypertube inches up a ramp. Because if you walk by it, if it's at the level you walk by, sometimes you get sucked in there while you're walking by. So I like to have mine elevated so I don't get sucked in there. Now I'm going to have this going down here, and it's going to fire us into that water down there. And it's going to be really, really fun. Let's see what happens. All right, we'll go ahead and take this from down there. We'll try to connect it to the back of that. The hardest thing is getting it connected. But we can just run over here. There we go. Like that. And then we're going to need an entrance. Now, again, I'm clicking these buttons down here on the right. On your, I guess it'd be, what would it be for you? For you, it'd be right. For me, it's left. So, yeah, right over here, I'm clicking all my quick keys here to get all of my stuff from my hypertubes, including my, first thing is the hypertube. The second thing is hypertube wall hole. Next one's a hanger, wall hanger for the hypertube. And the next one is an entrance, which is what I just pressed, number 4, which basically allows me to go in and out of there and get that going on. Now, I also probably want to run some power up here as well. Now, this would be a great time to run my power, have a separate power line just for my transport. So I could run a line from down there up to here that comes directly from my power. So if the rest of the stuff cuts off, I can cut that off by knocking the line out, and then these lines will still continue to run because they go directly from the power down below. And that is exactly what I'm going to do. Oh, right there. There we go. And then we'll connect the entrance over here. It's time to go for a swim. Hopefully we survive. We'll find out. And then we're going to do a battle. Let's go. Whee! Patooey! Sploosh! That fired us a long way, didn't it? From way over there. Whee! We went for a swim, everybody. What do we got over here? This looks like sand ore out here. Is that an actual node? This is the rarest ore in the game. It doesn't do anything yet. I'm sure they'll get around to it. Or at least rarest ore currently in the game. Scary sounding stuff. Oh, there's a bad guy trying to get me. Oh, that was what that scary noise was. I was like, what was that scary noise? That bad guy tried to get me. He was underneath the thing. He was stuck in the water. Whew, I was lucky. I almost died there. All right, so we're on a little island over here. Let's go ahead and swim back to our thing here. Now this right here, these kind of things that are in the rock, you have to actually use explosives to get into those. And they haven't really added the underwater yet, so you can't really swim down in the water. I can't really do anything here until I use my explosives to get in there. We'll get back to that later on. I hear my water spinning up and down. You can see these are a whole bunch of foundations just to blow the water. We're using our water. It's working wonderfully. We can see all of our things are up and running. We've got our backlog of water on both sides. We've got our backlog of coal on that side as well. So very, very nice. That's all worked out perfectly, except for a little bit at the end. We had to work our magic, but we got that going. Okay, so let's get back over here and let's think about what we want to do for our expansion. Now I'm going to go ahead and just push out this way a little bit. Like that. And then we're going to fix our hypertube, obviously, because we don't want to be firing in and out in the water every single time. So we'll fix that here in just a moment. But first, let's do this battle, and then we'll come back to all of this fun here in just about a minute. Let's go. Let's battle it up. Battle time. Last night, we unlocked a hydrazine jetpack and started making a sky base. Only one small platform so far. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Kiz is a younger Doc Brown. Well, there you go. So happy you got the quote reference. Yeah, I did. Kez, I love learning from you. Isn't it fun? I love learning new stuff. I really enjoy it. And thank you for that, Keep Late Night. I appreciate it. I love learning new stuff. And see, we going on the journey together. That's how it is here in my stream. We take a journey together. We learn all sorts of cool stuff. We have lots of fun. We battle together. We win together. And we share in all the loot. Let's do it. Well, let's get that loot. There we go with the win. Big fat W right there. All right, open the captain's chest. Give you guys some love. Night Talks, Keyblade Knight, Smuggler Dan, all getting some love. Subi coming in, overall MVP with the 26 assists there. Fantastic, fantastic job. Let's get it going. We're going to go for this green chest right here. Let's go. I think we'll get that today for sure. What are we looking on time? Plenty of time. No sponsored events today, by the way, everybody. I haven't got around to them yet. I'll go around to him when I get around to him. I queued up a bunch there. At least we had a bunch of those. Man, we were playing some fun. That game last night, I'm still thinking about that game today. The one where we did the whole battle and all of that, Blood of Steel. That one's really fun. Holy mackerel. You come in and then they're fighting over here and they're not paying attention. You sweep around behind them. You wipe out all their archers. I think, and then I was mounted people too. So we were running on. I was mounted on the horse. And I had all my... mounted knights, and I was running back and forth, and we were running them over, and then it was like teetering on who was going to win, and I turned the tide on that last battle. I know I did. It feels like I did, and I wiped that guy out, took the thing out, boom, brought in the win. That was awesome. I got a lot of wins on that too. I kept getting lucky. I was on the lucky win side a lot of times there. A lot of times. And again, that's a PvP, so you are playing against real people playing that game. That was really fun, though. I really enjoyed it. All right, so let's go ahead and push out this way. And again, that's what's so nice about all the love and attention you guys are giving here in the stream. Allows me to do that kind of stuff where they send me keys for stuff and say, Kismet, you want to check out our game? And I'm like, no. Most of the time it's a no. But if I see something I think is cool, like that Blood of Steel and Tropico and all of those really fun games. That Port Royale is a really great game too. Port Royale 4, that's a really good one. A lot of fun stuff that I see. If I feel like it's appropriate, if I feel like it's something I like or maybe you guys would like, then I do what I call learn to play on it. Where we play it for about an hour or 2 or 4 hours like Mars Horizon. That was a really fun game. That's another really great game. That's coming out very soon, by the way. Oh, it's coming out today. That's coming out today, Mars Horizon. Go show those indie devs some love, everybody. That's a small indie dev studio who made that game. If you like Kerbal Space Station or Kerbal Space Program, if you like Astroneer, if you like No Man's Sky, if you like all of that, go check out Mars Horizon. Go onto Google, Mars Horizon Steam. Go over to Steam, put it in your wish list. Maybe somebody will buy it for you for Christmas. If you can afford it, I just snatch it up. If you do like building rockets and then doing different payloads and all that stuff and then launching and being the first person to orbit Mars or the first person to orbit the moon, first person to get a rocket off of the ground, and then you have a whole bunch of base building that you do, and you have adjacency bonuses, so as you put your stuff down, it will actually give you bonuses based on where you put it. So that's a whole nother game in itself, is learning how best to organize your base so you're getting the most bonuses forever. And it's very RNG, and I'm surprised I did not have one rocket blow up. I did not have one blow up, but I know it's coming. And I probably plan to play that again later on, everybody. I feel like that's a really fun game. But I only have so many hours that I can stream per week and do videos and deal with my IRL. And then also stay healthy, both mentally and physically. Don't forget, if you are a streamer, don't forget your mental health is not just your physical health, but also your mental health in your life, everybody. Whether you're a streamer or not a streamer, even if you're just a viewer just hanging out, make sure to watch out for both of those in your life because they can have a toll. And see, that's why I don't just do stuff for money. If I just do stuff for money, I feel like it affects your mental health. It affects your ethical well-being as well. I find a lot of peeps, they're playing games. They're like, oh, man, I really love this game. Oh, man, this is the best game ever. And you can see they're just dozing off. They're just dozing off. You can see they don't really mean it. Now, if I say it, I mean it. If I like a game, if I'm having fun doing it, I don't put on a show just to pretend I like it or I don't like it. I will tell you if I don't like it. I'll tell you straight up what I don't like about it and what not. Now, I won't do it in a mean way. I won't say, oh, well, this game totally sucks and blah, 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 blah. I'll say, well, I don't really like that or really don't like that. And you know how I really tell you I don't like it? You never see it on my stream ever. If I don't like a game, I say, well, thank you very much for the key, but I'm not interested. Right? That's how I say it respectfully. Right? That's how you say stuff respectfully to peeps. Especially since they went out of their way, and I'm sure it's a labor of love for them to make their game, but I just don't have enough time to play them all. I can't play every single game. I would love to. Count me in for that. If you can make time stop, you have one of those little time termers like in Harry Potter. Tell me how to get one of those, and I'll be playing more games. Everybody, I'll be streaming. I'll be having 2 streams at the same time. We'll be streaming this game and another game, and be 2 Kismets at the same time, right? Doing 2 separate games. That'd be amazing. Of course, we're already doing 2 separate games. We're doing Stream Raiders and this at the same time. And I have played multiple games. I've played like Fallout Shelter and Fallout 76 at the same time, and Fallout 4 and Fallout Shelter simultaneously on stream while we're doing other games like Stream Raiders and stuff like that. It does require a lot of energy from me, though. It does require a lot of energy and time. So I try to do my best. Now I'm going to go ahead and take this out right here because this is actually in our way. We're going to lose some power here. We're going to bring this down and fix this. Okay, we got to put our connections back in or we're going to lose power again. Hey, we lose power, no big deal. How do we want this to be? We're going to put this really low so I can put my connection there. That's what we'll do. Or actually, we'll put it off to the side. How about that? Even better. We'll just put it off to the side on this side and a little bit high. How about right there? That's good. Okay, we're going to pull that power from over here. Reconnect all these back in again. If we don't do this quickly, our pump is going to stop pumping water, and then we're going to be in trouble. So we got to get that. Here, it spin down. Yeah, we got to get that going. And same thing over here. We got to get this pump going. And then this cross connects. Do it along the back. Oh, wait, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's going that way anyway. And then this cross connects to all of these water pumps over here. But that's okay because we do have a backlog. So if I do start messing around with this, we have a storage of water right here that's going to keep it so I can fool around with all of this and get it going. Now, while we're down here, everybody, I'm going to teach you a bit about underclocking. You hear about overclocking all the time, but we're also going to talk about underclocking. Now, underclocking is basically you turning it down. Now, here in your water generators, now in the beginning, if you're just doing 3 of them, it's not that big of a difference. It's a couple megawatts or whatnot, but it does add up over time. So what we're going to do is we're going to change the clock speed of this to 84% now. Now, why are we going to do that? Because it's going to produce 100.8, so a little bit more than 100. This only needs about 300 water maximum. It actually needs less than that. But right now, we take 50 times 6, and we can go ahead and say, okay, 100, 100, 100, roughly about 300. It's really 45 per, and it can store 50 in each of the coal plants. So it really only needs like about 280 or 275, but I put it at 300 so I have excess, and so it keeps the backlog of that thing full. So I'm going to go ahead and underclock it to 84%. Now, I could tie this into other pipelines, and we're going to do that later because they've added larger pipelines now in the stable version, which is the version I'm in right now. But that's going to bring it down from 20 megawatts to 15 megawatts. So we're going to save 5 megawatts on this one. Then we're going to go over here to the next one, and we're going to do the same thing. So there is another 5 megawatts saved. And then over here, another 5 megawatts saved, because it doesn't need to produce more than 100 at any given time. So there we go. We got that going. We'll swim underneath here. I find it's really fun to swim under there and do all of that. Very fun. And then guess what we're going to do over here? So there's 15 megawatts saved over there. And then we're just going to do the same thing over here. 84%. Now, when we get into our larger pipes, right, our larger pipes here, we'll be able to, of course, try to optimize this a little better. So we'll get into that when we get into it. That's the first one's already done. Second one, 84. And I like to climb up the little ladder here and go around the back here because it's just easier to get around these. I love the look of these, by the way. These are really cool looking. I want one of these in real life. That'd be awesome. Big old giant water generator. Neato. That would cost so much cash. So much crazy cash. Okay, so there we go. So we underclocked those. So that's 15 and 15 megawatts. Is 30 megawatts I just saved just by doing that. So awesome. That's a really great way of optimizing your overall cost of power to make power. See, that water is there so it can make power, because it takes the water, runs it in the coal plant, and the coal plant makes the water. But it costs me power to make the power. So if I reduce the cost, I'm making more power efficiently. Now, it's also costing me some extra for my pumps over here. And we go ahead and look at our pumps right here. They're actually costing me some power. It actually doesn't tell you what your power rate is in here, which is kind of weird. I would think it would tell you how much power this is using right now. But you can actually tell it what it is by going in to your item here, right here. And it tells you it uses 4 power right there. So those are about 4 right there. So we're saving enough energy to cover both of those pumps and more. So really great way of figuring out all your power structure as well. So we got that going. So now we're going back over here. We're going to try to fix our foundations here. Or fix our way down, because this is like a half step down. And so we're going to put in our ramp right like that. All right, there we go. And now our ramp matches up to that. But if you notice, our ramp actually goes down into this foundation. You can actually clip foundations into each other like that. I'm going to let it slide for this particular one because I had to bring it down a little bit to get into the water, so it's below the water level, so I don't have to make as many pumps. That's why I have it at the water level like that. All right, or below the water level. All right, we'll take our hypertube wall hole like that. We'll take this one out up there, and then we'll take our entire thing out here and then run it here. Now, it's automatically going to set it to vertical mode because I am running it to vertical, but you can change the modes of this depending on what you're using it for. It's automatically going to switch to vertical for me, so I don't have to change it. I like to connect it from behind because it connects really clean, but what's the problem here? We're out of power, right? So here's the thing to do. We can go ahead and say, I know what to do. I'm going to go ahead and add another power line here. Actually, I think we could probably get away with running this one behind. So we'll go ahead and use the one behind here to connect to here. So I don't like them to clip, so I'll try to run them in such a way that they don't clip through anything. Works good. And then this one now will allow me to run and connect to that. Okay, so what did that do? That allowed us to use our hypertube now to go up. Now, I hope I put enough foundations here. I'm going to go flying off the side. Whoop! Lucky. Lucky. And then we go back down, and then it's going to fire. Now, when you get to the bottom, you hold down S. And notice it slowed me down. I didn't fire as far this time. You can hold down S to slow yourself down. Here's an even easier way. You just go ahead and take one to the face by putting a wall right here. Let's put a wall right there. Boom. Boom. I usually put it 3 up. Let's go test it. I'm not going to take my hands off. Took one to the face. Now, luckily you got a helmet on. You'll be just fine. There we go. So a great way to stop yourself from going flinging way off the side or falling off a thing to your death. Great way to fix it. Let me catch up a bit on the chat here. Let's see. Hey, everyone. Hey, Pink Ranger. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you coming in, showing some love. My awesome other mod being in here. By the way, Pink Ranger, my very first sub here on Twitch. You can see it. She got a first right next to her name right there in the chat. Thank you so much for being my first sub. Kismet, do you have a link for a streamer to get Mars Horizon? I have a link. You can get it on Steam. Let me find it. I'll be right back. I'm going to slide over here real quick and find it for you. There you go. All right, I found it. Went and found it for you. I knew I had it in there somewhere. I can follow that link right there. Go support those indie studios, everybody on Steam. You can add it to your wish list on Steam, or you can snatch it up. It releases today. Big love to them for coming in and say, Kismet, do you want to check out our game? I really enjoyed playing it. I hope to play it again soon here on stream. But we got to get going over here. We got to get this all going. How do I turn my light back on? B. I always forget how to turn my light on. B like, boy, I needed to put my light on. All right, I kind of feel like we're not going to have enough room here for our water, so I'm not even going to try. I'm going to go ahead and just flip this the other way. So let's go ahead and take this out and go ahead and flip this around the other way. And it looks like we've got it going here. There we go. We're going to go ahead and build out some more foundations. And so what our big goal is today, and I always set myself a goal every time I'm playing a game or whatnot. Our big goal is to get both lines of our power running here. Oh, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do that. I'm going to put a walkway. No. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. Yeah, hold on. Let's try this. We can line them in the opposite direction of each other. I'm going to go running way over here at the end and see if I can line these up in opposite directions and see if they fit perfectly within two foundations. I don't think I've ever tried that before. Let's grab this and see if we can get it to fit between us and the other one. So yeah, it's like a whole foundation, whole extra foundation it's going to need. So it's like this extends way to where it is right here, right now. So this has to go out one more. Like this. And then we can grab another one of these. And try to line it up. Oh, look what we're learning today. Oh, that's awesome. Ah, so it's two foundations deep. Look at us learning new stuff, everybody. We learned new stuff today. Look at that. I had no idea. I've never tried to back those up back to back like that before. That's cool. I always like to try new stuff in every single playthrough I do. Now, I'm not sure I'm going to get this last one in because that would just be too easy, but we're going to try. Now, we're too close. We're too close to the shore, so I didn't think I was going to get that one in. But they don't have to be perfectly lined up straight across all of them. That's okay. I'll move it this way just a bit. I don't mind. It'll still all work out in the end. We need to have much more of these all lined up down the road here. So we'll go ahead and do this. Oh, I don't have enough rotors. Okay, we need some rotors. Okay, so we know we're going to run this out way over here. No, oh, we already did that one. Okay. And then, oh, well, we didn't do that one. There we go. And then this will be our center line off of our extractor. We just leave these as foundations, I think. eventually, but we'll go ahead and take... Oh, hey, oh, a little too much there. We'll take them out for now while we're running our things this way. We might have a problem with that island there, but we need some more rotors. And that's pretty easy because guess what? We just go over here now and use our hypertube to go grab our rotors now. See, that's the great thing about having enough power to run all your stuff, is you can get where you're going. Just like that. And up here we go. Easy. Okay, now we're up in this upper level. Definitely could use a hypertube up here too. We'll make one eventually, but we just walk there from here. Again, definitely want to get our MAM going again, so we have plenty of that. But in theory, we should have a couple rotors over here that we can use. In fact, we probably have a bunch. Booyah! Ha ha! That's a whole bunch of rotors that I didn't have to make. Over here, same thing. Look at this. Booyah! All right, now we're talking. Now we're getting this factory fired up. So that made a lot of rotors over there. I appreciate it making the rotors for me instead of me having to make it. Let's go back over here and see how our stuff's running. Let's see how we're doing. Ooh, look at that little drop off there. We might want to fill that back in. That filled in there. There we go. Look at that. These are all done here. Those have gotten rid of all this extra junk that we had laid in here earlier. All that extra ore and whatnot. Hey, we got a little bit of ore on us right here too. That's SAM ore. We can't get rid of that. That will not run, by the way. That will not run in the Awesome Sink, the SAM ore. So we're going to grab our SAM ore and put it right over here. Keep that stored up for later. All right, all the rest of this stuff looking good. Maybe get rid of a bit of this other loots into here. I don't know why I ran all the way to this side to do it, but I felt like it. All right, we got that done. We got all of our loots going there. We got our more rotors and stuff. What else do we need? Looks like some rods. Maybe some more copper sheets. Yeah, we're going to run out of copper sheets for sure. For sure. But we're going to get this started, get this figured out, get us more copper rods, put the smallest stack back. And there we go. And it's actually going to fill that up over time. Oh, I don't need to run down anymore. I don't need to run down. I can just use my hypertubes. You start getting used to running down, too. I can actually change the direction in which I'm going in the hypertube, too. See that soft landing? I can change the direction if I so desire. Whoa, look out. Take all those out. We're going to go out to here. And again, we're looking at these. I'm not even looking at the item I'm building. I'm looking at these lines down here. Look at that. I have a feeling at some point they're going to add snapping for this. It currently doesn't have snapping, so you have to just eyeball it. Yeah, I feel like we're going to have a problem with that island over there. We're going to be blocked. Or maybe there's something there blocking us. No. That's those over there. Yeah, see this island is going down at an angle, which is making it more shallow, which is blocking our ability to put some water there, which is a bummer. By the way, you can have it where your foundations are up too high, where you can't get up out of the water. That's another reason I have them set down in the water. All right, well, we're not able to put it there, but maybe we can go ahead and move a little right. Let's see if we can find a spot. Any spots in here where we can put this in? Doesn't look like it. Oh, we can't do it. We can't do it because we don't have enough thing. Maybe it doesn't have it. Oh, I just can't afford it. I can put it there. I just can't afford it. I don't have the resources. Aha! Okay, so let's go work on that. Now, everything leads to everything else, everyone. So right now, I need a bunch of this copper items that I've probably used all up by now. Let's go see. Right over here, which is our copper wire. So I'm down to 8 copper sheets. Now, I could go and make my own copper sheets and whatnot, but those would get produced really fast. The same thing with our item over here. We're getting close on our wire. We're running low on our cables and whatnot. And you're like, well, Kismet, that's an item that you make right at the beginning of the game. True. But what I've done is I tore the whole factory down and I redid the whole thing. And so now I need to redo my copper setup. So let's go over here and let's make it. It's going to be pretty easy. We have a bunch of resources that we can use to make it. So we're going to get that fired up way off to the overside over here. And then we're going to come back. We're going to work some more on that. We're going to finish up that power. Hopefully we get that all done today. But we're going to go to it right now. Now, the first thing we need to figure out is how fast is our copper coming out and going over here. Now, why am I walking? I could be driving. Hold on. Let's go for a little drive. Now, how fast is my copper coming out of there? Well, let's go look. Watch this when I hit this. Woo! You can fly off the side with that. Could fly off the side there with that little bit of dirt. Let's go see. So we're going to drive back here. We're going to follow my copper line all the way back over here to my giant lifter. My mega lifter, wall lifter area. And always want to pick up your vehicle in case you need it wherever you're going to go. And then here we go, everybody. Watch this. Whoa! Yo! Whoa! Whoa! There we go. So now you know where all of my raw resources are coming from. Right down here. Isn't that beautiful? This game looks amazing, doesn't it? It's pulling all this down here. Now I have 3 pure iron nodes as well as I have 3 normal limestone nodes, as well as a copper node down there. Let's go see if we can go check out our copper node. Let's go. See all my lines running over there. All right, and there's that pure iron node. And let's go ahead and run over this way. Now, I could go up there, but that takes me all the way to my other iron on the other side. I'm just going to walk over here to my copper, and I could make a thing there, but it's not really that far. I see, I'm never in that much of a hurry. I can just walk. I'll be fine, or I could use my vehicle either way. So let's go look at our copper node and see what kind of copper node this copper node is. I can't even remember. We'll go see. Let's go see. It is a pure copper node. Wow. Okay. Awesome. So we got a pure copper node. How do I know that's a pure copper node? Because it's a Mark II first. It tells me it's a Mark II miner, which means it's twice as much as the original. And the original is 120. So when you double 120 to 240, that's telling you that it is a pure node. That's how I figured that out. So there we go. So we've got a pure copper node. We can make a lot of copper stuff from a pure node. That's for sure. All right, let's walk back. Now, I've already run the line for the copper node, so we don't have to run the line or any of that stuff. That stuff's already running over there where we were working last time. So it's good to remember what your speeds are. I usually write them down. I didn't write them down this time, obviously, or maybe I did. I don't know. It might be in my spreadsheet. Let's go up here. Make our way back. Look at all these lifters going here, all these lines. There's the copper line up there. Running up on top. All right, and up we go again. Here we go. Whee! Ha ha! Look at that ginormous lifter. Isn't that awesome? That was a lot of work. That was a lot of work to make that happen. Oh, makes me dizzy. Makes me dizzy. Let's get up here. Look at how far up we are, everybody. We're way up here. Now, we started way off in that direction, by the way. We actually started, this is the Rocky Desert. I call it the Old Desert. The Rocky Desert started about 1,500 in that direction. Past that lake and way off over here, way right down here somewhere. We started down here, and then I was looking for coal, and I happened to make my way up here using that ramp that's down there. And I built my way across and built my way up, and I found those 3 coal nodes, and I knew that was exactly where I was going to make my base. The second I saw those coal nodes and I saw the water nearby, I said, that's where my base is going to be centered on. And so I did. And then I went back here and I grabbed these resources because I was using a bunch over there, but I tore all that down, moved everything over here, and then tapped in all these nodes that are a lot closer, so I don't have to run the lines as far. And then I'm lifting them up into this upper area, so I don't have to have it in the lower area and keep lifting it and so on and so forth. Just one big lift all the way up to here. And then part of this lift up here is our copper right there. So we know this one right here is our copper line. You can also see I'm using my wall wall plugs here where we can go ahead and run it along the wall. And we're just going to follow this down to where it comes out here on the other side, right here. So this is where we want to use it. And we want to run it across over to that other side. So I'm going to go ahead and just lift this up right there. And then I'm going to go ahead and grab these from over here. Now, one of the smart things I definitely want to do is I want to run them in such a way that they don't run into each other. So I'm going to run that one to the far side. I'm going to run that one to there. And if I see that they're clipping, then I want to go ahead and just try to fix that. I don't like them to run together like that. No. I don't like them to run like that. So what we'll do is we'll back it up again over to here. And we're going to go ahead and use pretty much what they're using over here to bring that through and then turn it. But we're going to do it here, right? So we want to go bring that in and then have it turn in such a nice 90-degree way. And we're going to use the ones that are already here. Like this. Bring those up by a couple. Very hard to see that one. We'll push this out just a little bit so we can stand on the foundation and do it. And there we go. Let's use the ones that already exist to help us out. Now what we're going to need to do is move it back this way instead. So let's go ahead and try that, see if that works out better. Across there. I'm going to run that this way. And then we'll run this one this way. And you can see it's doing the clipping thing again. You're like, Kismet. It's such a tragedy. I know, right? I mean, it's not too bad. They're running fairly well together. And we could probably live with it. But I don't really want to. I want it to be nice, right? I want it to be set up in such a way that I'm not going to have that problem. So probably not a good idea to actually even do it over here in the corner because I'm going to have to do that. Maybe we'll go ahead and create its own area where it can go ahead and turn that corner a little bit better. So we'll go ahead and say, okay, well, how do I kind of retrofit this into that? Well, I can also just do it right here. Right? I can do it right here where I can just create the turn right here next to it. And I find that actually is a lot easier to do it as close as you possibly can to make it change direction. The reason why is you're going to get a freebie first is you're going to get this one in the interior, boom, instant turn, be fine. This one here, not so much. That one you have to line up, just like we did over there. You have to line it up and go ahead and run yourself some nice stackable conveyor poles. Actually, I think it needs to be 2 out. There we go. And then we're going to stack that up like that. And then we'll go ahead and switch back to our belts here. There we go. Run that like that. And then now we got a good curve. We got a good turn there. Again, we'll do that battle here in just a second. And then this one, what you do is you do the same thing, except for you kind of move it back a couple. Like this. I feel like the rule of 2 is a great way to go in this game. You offset it by 2 when you're trying to do a 90. You offset it by 2 when you're trying to do corners and things like that. I feel like that works out really well. So the rule of 2. All right. And there we go. So now we've got it turned a bit better. It's all aiming this way. And now what you'll find is since they're going in the same direction, you'll find that they kind of match up a bit better when you're running your lines across like that. So that's the better option right there. And you see they're not clipping. They're perfectly lining across there. And then this part over here is not clipping. It's nice to line. Now I could take these out if I want. I don't really have to leave those in now. But I leave them in because it reminds me of why and how I did that in the first place. Now I'm going to go ahead and just run the last line, which is going to be our... oh, this is going the wrong way too. Got to fix it. You don't have to fix it. It'll work just fine. But for some reason it decided it wanted to go the other way. Hold on. We got to fix that. All right, let's make it right. We're going to do it. Let's do it right. Doing it and doing it and doing it right. Now, why do I have these other lines if there's nothing running on them? Well, I'm going to add those later on. Allows me to very easily run, just attach those resources on the other end, and then all the rest of it is already run. So it'll just run down there, and I don't have to worry about it. Now, same problem we're going to have over here on the other side is running this around this corner. And that's okay, because we got a corner right here. Did it just do the same thing again? There, it did the right thing. Okay. And then we're just going to run all of this along here. Now, I don't want to run this belt first. I want to run the actual outer belt first, because it's a lot harder to run it once you run the inner belts. Just run this one outside. And this one outside. And you get the general idea. And then we're going to do the same thing here, but we've already got this in place, so that's going to make it nice and easy. You get the general idea. Raise this up by 2. Kind of like what we were going to do on that other side, but we're going to actually do it on this side. And then same thing. All of this stuff follows the same rules. To here. So there. Now, if I do the outside one first, obviously... Oops, going the wrong direction. There we go. Oh, nope. If I do the outside one first, you can see that it obviously makes it harder for me to do the inside ones, right? But you can also climb up here. Get up on top of this and work it from up here, too. Actually, kind of a more fun way to do it from up here, right? Okay, let's go ahead and do this battle, and then we'll keep going on this copper. We'll get our copper going. Once we get all of our copper going, then we'll add some more power, and then we'll have triple, quadruple the amount of power we had originally, and then we can make whatever we want. It's going to be awesome. 10% off this week. There you go. Go grab it, bro. Snatch it up. 10% off. I'd snatch it up. That's a good game. Mars Horizon, I feel like they did a really good job on that game. Definitely want to revisit it. I especially want to figure out how to make my base get the most adjacency bonuses I can possibly get. That's probably my thing, because I'm very much like a sim player, so I love that type of stuff, figuring out the logistics of that. Grant some rewards. Let's see. Subi, we got Reaper coming in, Techie, and Rotisserie G all getting some love. CW coming in MVP with the 12 kills. On to the next one. We're going to try to get this one. Now, this one's going to take your epics, everybody. Fire up those epics. Fire up those ones, because we're going to really go in on this one. You know what? Hold on now. Let's pull out the big guns. Let's pull out the Wasteland Tycoon and try to get you guys a big W. Let's do it. As the time I pull him out, even though he's got so many extra scrolls right now. He has like 600-700 extra scrolls. I could actually do it like another max level tank almost on there. I already have 2 max level tanks. But I like to get you guys the wins. I don't care if my guys don't progress. As long as you guys get the wins, that's what's important. Okay. And here we go again. Running our stuff across over here to match up what we got over there. Running those outside ones first. Like so. Very nice. Okay, now this one I need to go way over here on the other side. So when I'm running this and other resources, I can run it way over there. Actually, I need my things here. Now, what's the maximum distance I can run these conveyors? It's 6. It's 6 foundations. So there's 1, 2, 3, which we can't even see, 4, 5, 6. So roughly right about here. So let's go ahead and do 2 of those. And then we'll hit F and then middle mouse button to pick that up, so I don't have to, use that or go into the menu to get it. And then, no. We're going to do this outside one first. There we go. Make sure you're doing it in the direction that you're running your belts, otherwise it won't connect. Uh-oh. We're out of beams, everybody. What are we going to do? I know what we're going to do. We're going to walk right over here. We're going to get some more. That's exactly what we're going to do. Is it this one? Nope. Maybe this one. Nope. This one. Aha! Can't tell from the back, from behind. But you can't tell from in front. Now, over here, might as well get some of these too while we're at it. I can tell from behind. I can't tell from behind, but in front I have little conveyors that come out that show you what each and every one is. Makes it easier. Running back, let's do it. To battle! Exactly. Even better. Yeah, saving money is making money. Taking one to the face, safety first, right? Well, taking one to the helmet, yep. Safety always first, everybody. I'm always working on my stuff, so, I don't want the safety inspector to come over here in my factory and say, Kismet, this is not right, bro. Though, it would probably happen, because look at this. Look at this. I'm sure that's not safe. I'm sure that is very not safe right there. All right, we should be counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right there. All right. That is very unsafe. And again, we'll just keep running these lines. Again, I have so much steel. This is why I go very heavy steel at this stage. And that's really the number one thing. More than plates now, I'm using my steel. All right, so we got plenty of room off over here. Now look at us. We can keep building off into the horizon. And I'm doing very horizontal building here, too. We're just building it at the same level. But I could also be working vertically. I can be making big factories and make it straight up and down if I so desire. But I feel like we're doing a lot of inline runs today, so it's very fun. We're doing all our basic resources on this side, and then eventually we're going to build all of our other higher level stuff on the other side of our hub. And then this whole entire factory will be connected and be able to continuously expand based on how many nodes and whatnot we feed into it. So first thing we want to do is get our conveyor over here and look at how much room we have down the line here to run our lines. So I'd say maybe something like right here. We'll also line it up over here. How we running here? Yeah, these are just kind of sticking out the end here. So I'm not going to run it at that level. I'm going to go ahead and move it back just a little bit so that we have enough room on the outside here for a little bit of a driveway there, a little bit of a road. And then we'll go ahead and put a couple of those down. Okay, so what we want to do is get back to making all of our copper stuff. So this is all of our production that we can do in our thing. We can do copper sheets, steel beams, screws, all of that. But there's other things we can make too in our electronics, wire and cable. Now, wire actually should be the first thing that you make. And wire is going to take 15 per minute. Remember, we have 240 to work with. But before we even get to that, we have to take these and we have to convert them into copper ingots. So we don't even need to do that at all. First, we need to do that. And I forget that all the time, everybody. I will forget that I got to do copper ingots first before I do anything else. So let's go ahead and do copper ingots. And we're going to aim in that direction. And so we're going to do 2 of those to get it started. And then say copper ingot. Okay, 30. So how many of these do we need to make so that it will make the most copper ingots ever? So we can just ask Suri, because Suri does all my math for me. Hey, Suri, what's 240 divided by 30?
240 divided by 30 is 8.
Is 8. So there's 1, 2, 3. Now, hold on a second. Before we start to put the rest of this in, let's do us a big favor over here. And we're going to add ourselves a bit of a box over here, right? A box to help us out with this production. Now, this is pretty close to this line right here. But that's okay, because we're going to bring the line down into the box. And we'll run that other stuff elsewhere. But we're going to bring this down from here, down into our lower block box, just like that. Now we're going to go ahead and put our box off to the side here, which is going to be basically a cache for it to build up a backlog of stuff while we're doing something else, like this. So let's say right there, is that close enough? Yeah, kind of. Don't like it. Really want it to be out a little bit more. Kind of more lined up off the top of that. Let's get up here against the wall. There we go. Take that out, move it over. And I'm just eyeballing it based on that up there. All right, that's pretty good. Now, is it lined up? Doesn't look like it. Let's take that out. Let's go ahead and try to add it in again. And again, not only making it so it's functional, but so that it looks nice. And there we go. Now it's nice and lined up. Now, what's going to happen is my copper, which is running in here right now, is going to start to backlog in here. And that's what I wanted to do. I want to backlog in here because I like to make an extra one in case there's extra. I can go and take that extra and feed it into that box, and then it will run it in and use up that extra for me. So I always create an extra smelter just for that reason. 1, 2, 3. And this is number 4, 5, 6, 7. There's number 8, which is how many we got, plus an extra right here at the end. A 9th one to get that running. Now, we need to run the ore from there in through all of this, all the way down this line here. And you can see I've got it pretty close to the rest of my stuff here. I could have left an empty road or whatnot here, but I feel like I'm just going to run it right up next to it. It'll be fine. Okay, so we're going to do our splitter. Now, our splitter needs to be going in the direction I want it to go. So we're looking for the orange side, which is the input. And then we're going to run it down here. Now, once you have one down, all the rest of them are going to be pretty easy because you're going to see these green lines allow us to line it up in one way or another. Like this. Sometimes they don't kick in. There we go. And now that I've already set the direction on the first one, if I do all of these in sequence, it will remember that. It won't put it back down to the default. So it does remember what I'm doing. And this is called an inline run. There we go. I go around our thing there. We just lucked out that we didn't accidentally get too close to that. Like that. So yeah, wow, look at that. Worked out perfect. Perfecto. Okay, now we're going to run all of our lines. And that's just going to run that along here. I typically won't run the resource down the line until I get it the way I know I want it to be. And there we go. And then on the way back, connect all these together. Another thing you can do is get up on here and do this. This is also very fun. Doesn't matter which way you run these, by the way, anymore. Because it's already set the direction, because it's got inputs and outputs on this side. Now, hopefully we haven't turned them the wrong way. Hopefully they're all set the right direction. It does look like they are. But we are going to need some power. So we want to go ahead and change some of our power from wherever we've got it, right over there. And I say we go ahead and run it up to here, just to kind of get it started. Chain that power through there. And we don't have enough lines there to get it going. So maybe back chain it to here first. Let's say right there. We'll back chain it from this side of the wall, back to there, and then from there to this one. And that's going to run through to the other side. Then I like to run my lines on this side of the thing. So I'm going to go ahead and run it here. Just put it right there. We can always come back and tinker and readjust all of our power lines later. We'll run that into the front. Okay. Now, what are we going to do with these smelters? These smelters are going to make stuff, and then it's going to come out and it's going to run along that way. Now, I could run it that way or I can run it this way. It doesn't really matter because all of those are going to end up, all these ignits are going to end up going into the rest of our factories. And we're going to need a lot of room over here. I mean, a lot. So we're going to keep building. Now, watch out when you're building. You might run into toxic areas and whatnot, but look how nice that just adds in those foundations. Isn't that amazing? One of the greatest building games ever, everybody. For this very reason right here. Because it's so easy and so nice to build stuff out. Now, I ran out of concrete. And you know what happens when I start running out of stuff? I start making little boxes that allow me to keep expanding my area. So I'm going to go ahead and make another box over here. Right here. I'm going to put that right there. Now that box's purpose is to hold my stuff. I'm going to put my stuff in there and I'm going to go get me some concrete because I need a bunch of concrete over here. Now hold on a second. I don't have to walk. I can go ahead and throw down my vehicle if I've got it on me. Nope, I just put it back in that box. That's why I checked it before I went too far. Yeah, there we go. All right. Then we put that onto me. And then we can choose that. Down it goes. Let's go for a little ride. Going for a ride. Let's go. Whoop, whoop. Well, if the safety inspector falls off or gets crushed by something, just shove them in the awesome sink. Exactly. Like, hey, what happened to our inspector? He fell into the awesome sink. That's exactly it. Okay, running back. I forgot why I was running back for in the first place. Ugh, my memory is so bad. What was I running back for, everybody? I can't remember. What was I doing? Trying to build. I was trying to... what was I running back for? I forgot. Sleep apnea sucks, everybody. This happens to me all the time. I'll just like, literally just like... sorry, the engine is closed. Yeah, it happens all the time. I was building the thing out. I was running the stuff. I needed to build out some more splitters and mergers. Oh, concrete. That's what it was. Concrete. That's what I need. Concrete. Right over here. Boom. See, it's made a bunch more. And now when I grab it, it's going to fire up all my concrete again over there. See, now it's going to fire all that part of it up. Now my power's going to jump. It's going to use it, and then my power come back down again. And that's what you want to do, is you want to have some things being made and then stop, and made things and stop, because it doesn't use as much power. And not using a lot of power, but being able to utilize those resources is my goal. That's I find the most efficient way to build along the way, for sure. Ah, Bo remembered what it is. That card is so cute, isn't it? Watch this, Pink Ranger. I love that. You just click the mouse, puts that little red alert. Concrete coming through. I feel like that's so appropriate. That's exactly what any kind of major corporation who sent you to another planet to gather resources would give you right there, for sure. For sure, for sure. All right, let me pick up my cart. Make sure to put it back in my hand. You put it back in your hand slots, by the way. It doesn't take up your cargo slots. So another reason I put it in there, but also so I can actually use the thing. We're going to need a lot of foundations out here. Let's go. You're like, Kismet's going to fall down. Well, in this game, it doesn't fall down. You can just make stuff float up in the air if you want. But I might or might not. I'll either do it or never do it at all. Add some foundations underneath to hold it up. Some support poles. Right now, we need a lot of room. A lot of room to do our copper. Misclick there. Because it's so precise, as you're clicking, sometimes my mouse will click and move down while I'm clicking, or move ever so slightly, and then it will make another foundation. But I don't want them to change it because it's not its fault. It's my fault for being overzealous with my clicking. The game is just perfect. Perfect the way it builds. So wonderful. The building is perfect. We getting serious now, everybody. We get see, there I did it again. We getting serious on our building. That's why I make lots and lots of concrete. If you thought that was cool, watch this. This is really cool. We're getting serious now. Misclick. Gonna see me misclick a lot. Oh, made me like... See how I moved there? Made me feel like I was gonna fall. That's my vertigo kicking in there. Made me feel like I was gonna fall out of my chair. It sucks having vertigo, bro. It sucks. It does that to me all the time. It makes me feel like I'm falling. And I don't know when I'm falling, because I always feel like I'm falling all the time. So, you don't ever know. It's really dangerous. Really dangerous. Not the game's fault. That's my IRL's fault. IRL medical conditions that I have to deal with every single day. But I soldier on anyway. 'Cause that's all you can ask of yourself. Is to soldier on. I don't build small stuff, everybody. I don't build small stuff. I mega build. You want to see some epic mega builds, you're in the right channel for that. You're going to see some serious stuff going down here in a minute. We're just adding some foundations right now. And then we're going to fire up some serious stuff. Ah. My fingers don't cooperate either. Notice how I'm standing back a little bit? I actually suggest to stand back a little bit when you're running these. because it's easier to just click, multiple of these at the same time in the same position. I'm just clicking in the same spot. And then usually it'll move forward. If it does, see, you can do 2 of them in a row, 2 in a row, and boom. We just built all of that, everybody. We just built that out. Believe me, that ain't enough space. That ain't enough space, but it'll get us started. So let's get to it. Okay, so now this is going to come out here, and we're going to split these. We're going to do, I promise you guys, a single split line. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do a single split line right over here. And we're going to run it this way and run it back that way. So what's coming out of here is 30. We're going to single split into there. And you'll see what I mean here in just a second. Let's take all this out. Let's put our stuff back in there. Sort that. Take this out. Sort that a little bit. Get a few of these because we're definitely going to need some of these. There we go. Very nice. Now, a single split line is like this, where you go ahead and you're merging, but you're also running that out into a splitter line. So you can merge those splitter lines at the same time. So if you go ahead and say, okay, this is my splitter, but this is my input, and this is like next level stuff here. This is my input, and then the input's going to be a certain speed, and then that's going to feed that into the first one. Now, the first one should probably be as much as this can be, right? But if it overflows, it'll overflow down the line. So instead of doing a merger, I can actually do a splitter. So I can go ahead and split it that way, right? So it's going to go forward and come through on the other side into our main thing. Now, here's the problem with what we're doing now is that we didn't accommodate the width of our constructors. So when I put my constructor down and I say, okay, I want my constructor to be right here, you can see that it's offset from here. Also, the constructor is a full foundation wide, where these are all not a full foundation wide, right? And I can actually adjust for that if I want. Or I could just merge it down the line here and then run it down another line like that as well. But one of the things you can do is use a splitter to bring that out, run it into there, and then keep it running down the line just like you do with a merger. But if we want it to look beautiful, we definitely want to say, you know what, screw it. Let's make it look beautiful. Let's take that out, right? So now that we've done this, what it's done is it's helped us in such a way that basically told us what our offsets are. Now, you want to build one line first, and then you know what your offsets are. So you're like, kids, we're going to take all that out. I don't mind taking stuff out at all. I was like, boom. That's okay. I can make that stuff lickety split. In fact, I'm going slower than I normally would. And if I wasn't on stream, I'd be going at like 50 times this speed. But it doesn't help it for you guys because you guys won't see anything that I'm doing. I'll just be like doing a bunch of stuff, and you guys will be like, "What are you doing? I don't know what you're doing." And I've seen some streams like that. I don't like that. I don't like to be that way. I don't think that's fun to be watching a stream where you don't even know what the heck the person's doing. But I mean, hey, maybe that's somebody's idea of fun. But I'm going to definitely speed up on this because you guys get the gist of this now. So let's take that out and let's go ahead and rearrange this. Now, when I'm doing diagrams, which I do, by the way, in Illustrator here, sometimes we talk about diagrams and how we set stuff up. I do talk about always use the largest machinery first and work your way backwards from that large machinery, which is what we're doing right here, right? So we're kind of working our way now, and instead of working forward like we just did, we're going to work backwards from this right here. So we're going to go up here and we're going to say, okay, we're going to get up here. Oh, I don't have my skates. I always forget I don't have my skates. I got to get those going too. So we're going to work from this backwards. So we're going to say, okay, we'll take this out. We'll take this out. And then we're going to go ahead and put our splitter right here. Now, again, remember the splitter is going to come from behind and it's going to go into there. And I like to leave a little bit of room. And so this is going to come out of here and run into there. Now, it's also going to go this way and go into the other splitter over here. Now, the problem with the splitter over here is you're going to find is the fact if I turn it this way, right, then the input is coming from this direction. Now, how do I input from this direction, right? That's the problem you're going to run in very, very quickly when you're trying to use splitters and trying to maximize how you do that. And that's why typically I'll do mergers and then splitters instead. Now, what's another way we could do this where it would all be in line? Well, instead of using mergers and splitters in that way, we could actually use it in the reverse way, right? So we could choose a side to be lifted up above, up on the second level, or really it's the third level. So it'll run down a single line and come back down the other side of the line, merging all the way down this way and then splitting all the way back, which of course reduces your overall line load and of course the room that you're using. So what do we want to do? Do we want to do merging on the third level or do we want to do splitting? It doesn't really matter. It's really up to you what you want to do. I like to just get straight to the lifting straight away. So let's go ahead and do the lifting right up there. So now we do the lifting, we're going to have another problem. Oh God, we're too close again, right? So if we want to go into here, split it all into this, and then go ahead and lift it, well, now we're too close again. So now we got to take this out and we got to move all this stuff forward again. Now remember, this is why you want to do this. You want to test this stuff out to make sure it's going to work. In fact, you know what I'm going to do just to make this really easy? We're going to give ourselves a lot of room. You don't have to jam stuff up next to each other. Just remember that. It doesn't have to be so close. Look at all this room I've got. I've got a whole world worth of room. I don't have to jam it up next to the other thing. So I'm just going to say, you know what? Screw that. I'm not even going to do that there. I'm not going to do that there either. I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to do this. That's it. I'm going to start from over here and I'm going to work my way backwards because I know I have plenty of room now because I just moved myself a whole foundation forward. And also it's going to allow me to line myself up via the foundations as well. So this one down here at the bottom level is we're going to say is going to be a splitter. And that splitter is actually going to come from that direction because we're going to run it that way and then run it back. And so it's going to come from there. So we're going to line it up off of this like so, and then we're going to run it. Now, I like to leave a little bit of a gap. You can put it up closer. This way I can just very visually see it feeding in there. I'm more of a visual person, so I like to see it going in there. Now, the other thing we want to do is go ahead and work our way backwards this way, put that way up into there and say, you know what, hold on a second. We're going to have this be a merger, not a splitter. A merger up in there. So it's going to merge this way, and then it's going to run down a certain direction. Now, that direction is wrong. We want it to go that way, like that. So it's going down the line in that direction, and then it's going to come back in the other direction. So we call it a single line connection. And then what are we going to do from that? Well, we're going to go ahead and bring our conveyor down. So again, you can work from the end backwards. I suggest you work this way. It's so much better way of working, right? To work backwards like that. Work from your end product. And again, that's something you'll see me talk about a lot here on the stream. And there we go. And so we're going to go say, okay, right about there seems good. Now you're like, Kismet, you probably want to move that forward a little bit. True, you can move it forward, but the thing's currently blocking. So I'm going to show you what happens if you go ahead and line that up like that. And then you try to connect it over here. You turn it around. It's not going to make it, right? It's not going to make it, but you have a kind of an idea of where it goes, right? Here's a great thing. Take this, put it next to this, like that. Then what you do is you take this one, take that one out, and move it and connect it to the exact same spot it was before, like that. And then move it forward one snap area, like that. And now we're going to go ahead and add it in. And there you go. That's how you make that happen. Again, use other pieces as reference guides for you to line stuff up. So now that is beautiful. That is perfect. Perfecto. I like it. Okay, so now we're going to run that exactly like that over and over again. Now, it'd be great if I could just hold down control, like go like this. All right, do this. Save blueprint. Right? You save that as a blueprint, and then you're just like, boom, 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 boom. They actually have mods to do that, by the way. You can actually do that. Bam, bam, bam. And just drop the whole thing just like that all the way down the road, right? Or we do like 3 of them and then do the whole 3 and then take those 3 and then we make 6, 9, 12, etc. That'd be pretty epic, right? And so always working from the end, working way backwards. You're like, Kismet, how do you know about that? How do you know about working from the end, working way backwards? Because I've been a graphic designer. That's the best way to do graphic design, by the way, is what is your end product first, and then work back all the steps to where you start. That's how you produce things without costing your company tens, thousand, $100,000, millions of dollars. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. You're not going to be a designer very long at that company if you cost them lots and lots of money. And I've been a designer for 30 years for some of the top companies in the world. Had a great time. What's up there, S-Man? I'm just not even going to say your name. I'm just going to call you S-Man. Brah. What's up, brah? What's up? You from the Cali? You from the Southern Cali, or you from the Hawaiian Islands? Anybody who says brah is either from California or most likely from Hawaii. There you go. I'm a big surfer dude, so I'm into the bra action. My internet's so bad today, I think I need to find a new ISP. Well, hey, if you can, get yourself some fiber optic. That's what I do, Pink Ranger. I switch to fiber optic and never turn back. Never turn back again. I will have it forever. I will sit in the dark with no lights other than my portable laptop with the highest internet speed possible. I'll skip meals. I'll skip all that stuff. I could skip a few meals, I tell you. I can skip a few. I am well fed here in Tennessee. I got some of the best food in the United States, I tell you. Way better than that California food. That is for sure. Okay, we're going to go ahead and put a splitter here behind. And there we go. We got this going, everybody. Look at that. Beautiful. And that's what we want again and again and again. So we're merging on the top, splitting on the bottom. And the best way to do this, by the way, again, is to start from the end. Start from the widest item. And we're just going to go foundation to foundation. Now, these are exactly one foundation wide, so this is going to work out well. Now, you might think to yourself, hey, Kismet, how many of those you going to need? You need 8 of these. But how many of those you're going to need? Well, if we think about this is going to output 30, right? And then depending on what we're running over here, it's going to output need an input of 15, which means one of those is making 2 of these. So basically, if we have 8 smelters and we're going to do just wire, we could do 16 of these constructors, right? But not everything uses 15. If we go over here and now look at our copper or cable, what's cable use? Oh, well, cable uses 60 per minute, right? So we need a lot of a lot of wire to make cable. So some of this we're going to actually make wire, then we'll make cable, and then we'll use the cable, right? But some of it we also want to make wire from. But we need to make wire no matter what, so we want to fire that up and get that going. Now, we got a bit of a problem on these two right here. You guys know what the problem is in the chat. I bet you do if you played any Satisfactory. Let's see these little green arrows here? That's the output. It's set the wrong way. Look at this one over here. It's got the 3 lines. That's saying that's an input. So we've got these turned backwards. So we need to go ahead and fix that as well before we get too far. And go ahead and turn that so it's like this. And it has a tendency to go back to default. Whenever you stop putting down the same exact item, it'll flip it back around the other way or be rotated in such a way that doesn't help you, like it just did to me right there. So in theory, we could put 16 of these down. But we want to go ahead, again, let's go ahead and look at all the stuff we want to make. We want to make wire, coming in at 15, going out at 30. We want to go ahead and make cable, coming in at 60, going out at 30. And we also want to make copper sheets, going in at 20. Notice the unusual speed there, input speed, and going out at 10. But here's the math we really need to worry about. The math we need to worry about is what is our input? Our input right now, because we're using a Mark II extractor of our copper, and it's a pure node, is 240. 240 divided by 30, which is our smelters, is 8, right? So that's what we need to worry about. What's our output of our smelter? Well, it's the same as our input because it's 30 in, 30 out, 240 out. So now we know we have 240 ignits, copper ignits, to make whatever we want. So all we have to do is keep minusing this number right here, minus 240, and just keep minusing it as we go along. And you can work out the math so that you can make all the stuff at the same time in one long line, right? Best thing to do is use a spreadsheet because this way you don't have to do the math in your head. But if you are great at math in your head, hey, feel free to go ahead. Me, I'm going to use a spreadsheet. I can barely remember anything. So we're going to need a lot of these, everybody. It's going to be quite a lot. But we don't need more than 8 of these. We're going to use a 9th one because we're going to have a huge backlog of it by the time we're ready. Because it's over here filling up this box right now. Check it out. Watch this. Booyah! It's got a whole box full of that, so we do have a lot of overflow we can do. I always create an extra one. So we know we need at least 8 smelters, but I like to create an extra one so we know we're going to at least do 9. So let's start with that, and we'll worry about all the other math later on. So let's start with 9. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, now I think you guys get the gist of this. So while I am putting in the rest of these components, we're going to go ahead and run a battle. Let's go, everybody. You thought I forgot. I'd never forget, everybody. Let's do it. Battle time. Let's fire it up. All right, everybody. Open the captain's chest. Grant you guys some love. Boom. Techie. Grimshard getting an epic scroll there for Berserkers. We got Reaper coming in, getting 2 healer scrolls and a nice epic scroll. Or 2 epic scrolls for Keyblade Knight there. John A.F. Stock coming in, overall MVP with the 10 kills. See, that's how you look at that. All 6 units. That's how you do it. 1 every 5 minutes you can put down while we're doing battles. Going to start up another battle right now. Going to need those epics. We're going to try to go for a boss run. Let's do it. Pulling out the Centurion. Let's blow it up. Let's go ahead and bring in those big wins. Now, again, you can come join us. It's an awesome game, a little side game called Stream Raiders we're playing. Follow link in the chat. Now, while you weren't looking, I told you I was fast. While you weren't looking, I put a whole bunch of splitters down here. Now, these splitters, we can tell which one's the inputs and which one's the outputs. So, what we're trying to do is we're going to run this down across the top part here, this direction, then down, and then back through there, right? So we need to make sure that we are watching our inputs and outputs in those directions. Now, up here at the top, I'm going to go ahead and put some mergers. I'll take this out so you guys can see what I was doing. I was just testing it there. And so what we're going to do is put in our merger there. Now, the middle one doesn't mean anything. That doesn't matter. But in this case, this one's coming down and going that way. So I need the green arrow to be pointing in this direction. So coming down from this direction, from there, down this way, then off the end here, and then down across the bottom, which is then going to feed into all of these ones that we have. Now, we might need more of these. So we don't really know if this is the part where we want to stop. We might need to make more of these suckers and have it run all the way down to here and then run back again. But that's as many splitters as we need, or in mergers we need, to merge in all of these other things down the line. Because we're only going to have 9 of those, right? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that first one is 9. So let's work with that first, and then we'll work our way backwards. So let's go over here like this, put that there. Now again, we're watching our directions. Let's go ahead and take this merger. Which direction we want to go? We want to go this way. Now I'm just going to use the merger on there because that's just easier, because I'm just going to put it here and turn it around. Now the second I do that, it's going to remember now the direction I'm putting my merger. So all the rest of these now should eventually get going in the right direction. If it doesn't, then I'm going to try to readjust it by doing that one and then doing this one and see if it remembers. But it doesn't. See how it tries to orient itself to the one underneath? So you got to be diligent about which direction you're turning this, for sure. And there we go. All right, those are all set up there. Now I have a lot of lines to run here, and I'll run those lines here in a minute. But first, I'm going to go ahead and run our lifters like this. And so, oh, hold on. Don't run those lifters, right? Remember how I always tell you don't run lifters first? Do not run lifters first. Always run your stuff first like this. Then put in your lifters. Because otherwise, what will happen, sometimes it'll get messed up. So you put your lifters in always last. And we found a problem today with our power, where our power just got nudged up a little bit because it was hitting the shore. And it got nudged up a little bit and it was messing up all of our stuff. And so we learned our lesson to make sure to put those in last and notice if they're actually running. So always put your lifters in after. Now, we've got the ability to line this up because we have a alignment this way now because we have our splitters, as well as we have an alignment in both directions. So we can line it up like that. We see the 2 green lines at the bottom, and we know that's right in the correct place. So we can very easily just run this along using our guides. And this works really well when you're using smelters and stuff. And I'm sure they'll improve the water and all that other stuff that needs some alignment tools still added to it. Remember, this is an early access game that's still being worked on. They've already done a phenomenal job on it. It's just finding that spot where you see the 2 green lines that match up. All right, there we go. So in theory, we can go ahead and run this. Now, you're going to run into a problem later on, everybody. It's a given. It's going to happen. Now, here's a great little trick is you kind of backpedal when you're putting these in so you don't have to go under them each time. And it's going to remember the direction you put the last one, usually. And so you just click at the bottom, and then put your cursor up just a little bit. We're going to add all these in. Now, if we make a big mistake, we turn a direction the wrong way or whatever, it's going to affect all of them, and we'll have to take it all out, redo it again. And I've done it many, many times, taken it out and done it all again. It's okay if that happens. It's okay. Now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and do my cross lines here for the bottom part. I'm also going to look at the output here, and then this one should be the input. We should see the lines. Okay, that's looking good. This should be an output. That's an input. All right, and so on. And that's what I'm looking at while I'm running them. But I'm going to run them at a much higher speed, at the speed at which I would normally run them. You get the general idea of this. There we go. And then we're going to go and cross run over here. I like to just hop. Connect it while I'm walking. I like to keep in the habit of running it in the direction that it should actually run. And then up here, same thing. Now this is going to come up out of here and then run along here like that. And so on and so forth all the way down these lines. Now I could have done this first before I added these, but you got enough room to kind of squeeze under there. And run these again. Notice that's an output up there, and this is an input. We'll look on this one. This one's an output, input. Be eyeballing that while you're going. Output, input. I'm looking at it while I'm going, but I'm going so fast sometimes it's hard for you guys to see. Okay, and then this one should be an output, and this one should be an input, in which it is. So now we'll go ahead and connect it at the end. We'll run it out of the top there and into the bottom, which is going to run into all of these. Now, if we did it right, then all of the stuff should match up just fine. Now, one of the cool things that I did also, because I did move it forward a little bit, is it's going to allow me to put my power right behind all of it. I prefer to run power from behind. That's my favorite way of doing it. And so what I'm going to do is cross-connect also some walls over here. Now, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So I'm going to go 4 over, let's say right here. And I'm going to run these walls up by 3. Now, I'm going to use my power connector right here, double wall connector, and run that right up there. And then cross-connect across here in the back of it over here. Because I have 4 connections per side. Later on, you can upgrade it to even more. But right now, I'm in the early stages, so we're just getting our stuff fired up. So here we go, everybody. Let's get this fired up. Now, remember, we only have 8 of these. Really, we have a 9th one down there, too. But if you did two of this, you could get all 8 of them at the same time. So there we go. Those are all set up. Now, we got a bit of a problem. We don't have all of our splitters here in the back properly oriented and running the way we want them to go. So we want to come out of that way and just keep running down the road. Now, these are real easy, too. They'll remain in the same orientation once I do the first one. We'll run all of our splitter lines. Now, we won't need any more forges, but we might need more extractors on the other side, so we don't want to do too much with the extractors. Just connect all of this stuff together up here. Now we can do this and then this. Again, it's good to get in the habit of doing it actually in the direction. Whoa, that was a bit of over jumping there. There we go. I don't know why I like doing it this way. I guess it's kind of a better bird's eye view while you're running it. I don't know, just like it. Very, very fun. Okay, there we go. Now, we got to get some raw ore in there so we can get this fired up, because that box is full in there, and we need to make some ignits. Let's go. All right, boom. Up here, we're going to go ahead and do it like this. We're going to run this very easily out of the top of this box, right into there, and off and running it goes. That's because it's already set. Now, we need to go in and set all of these, though. That first one's set. Let's go check the next one. Ah, I didn't set that one yet. Copper, there we go. We got to go all the way down the line. Set all of these to what we want them to be. We can see it's already feeding in there, but you gotta set it to something for it to actually feed in there. It's got to have power. We're going to set it to copper all the way down the line. Okay. Now, the biggest drawback of running them inline is the ones at the end are getting starved for resources right now. And that's because what it has to do is fill up the first one, and then that one will finish, and then it will overflow the rest of it into the next one, and so on and so forth. So right now we're waiting for this first one to fill up with 100, and I can actually help it a little bit. Just double-click and throw in some of the ones I got on me. Same thing over here. Boom, help it along. You might as well. You might as well get it out of your inventory to help it go up a little bit faster. There we go. And then now, look at that. It's already on, filling up the third one here, and the other two are already filled. And that's an inline or overflow technique where it fills the first one, second one. It takes longer for them all to get filled up, especially the longer the line you have, the longer it takes them from all to get them up to speed. But eventually they will all get up to speed, and it does take a lot less room, as you can see. So very, very nice. Now, by the way, I could have also lifted these all up off the ground if I chose to, but that's okay. They're fine. As long as I got my road here lifted up and I can get by, I'm fine. Okay, so we got that going. Now, on this side over here, we're going to need some more power. So we need to go ahead and run this over here. And I'm just going to go ahead and run it back by about 2 here to give myself a little extra room. And then we'll do the same thing. We'll go ahead and attach some power right up there. And then we'll run our power from this one over here up into that one. And there we go. So now we go ahead and tell it the first one we want to do is this one. Now, we're going to see if it actually is feeding into there the ignits. Aha! We did it all right on the very first try. How do you know it's working? How do you know it's working all the way down the line? Because this is the last one in the line. Because remember, it goes that way, and then it comes all the way back, and this is the very last thing it feeds into. And so if this is feeding, then you know it's feeding all the way down the line. Now, do I know it's feeding in every single constructor? Not necessarily. But I do know that it's feeding in the correct direction all the way down the line into the last one here. And it's already full. It's already full, and it's now producing 30 wire per minute. So that's cranking. That is cranking. So let's go down the line here, and we'll go ahead and say we're going to do another 30 wire. Or, yeah, 30 wire here. And that's going to go ahead and produce 30 wire. But we need some power. So let's go ahead and run some power right down there. And now this is producing 30 wire. But now we need to stop for a minute. We need to stop and think. Okay, hold on. So if I'm making wire and I'm running the wire, do I want to keep this wire, or do I want to take this wire and convert it into cable? What do I want to do, right? How many of these can I really run if I wanted to do, if I just did copper or just did wire, how many can I do? Well, here you can ask Suri. That's what I do. Hey, Suri. What's 240 divided by 15?
240 divided by 15 is 16.
So I can make 16 of these if I want to, right? And I can make 16 of them, and then I could then convert half of that, because it takes twice as much wire to make cables, and then I could make 8 things to make cables. But I want to make wire, I want to make cables, and I want to make copper sheets. So I'm making all 3 of those things in the same production line. In one single production line, I'm going to have all of those things being made. And I want them to make at the optimum amount based on what I'm going to need the most of. What do I need the most of? Now that is the hardest thing to figure out in the game, because you'd have to actually play the game all the way through to know what you're going to need later, so you'd know how much to make along the way. And if you don't know, err on the side of caution, because the thing I'm going to need is based on the production machinery that I need later on that I don't even have unlocked yet. Now, I happen to know a basic idea, and I can always come back and readjust it. That's no big deal. But I know my copper wire gets produced a lot of copper wire because it only takes 15 copper ingots to make double the amount of wire. So I'm making 30 wire from only 15 ingots. So I can make a lot of wire, an obscene amount, more than I'd ever use in my playthrough. But so I'm going to limit the amount of wire. I'm just making just a straight wire, right? So I'm going to say, let's go ahead and take 2 of these. These first 2 are just going to be my copper wire. That's it, okay? And then beyond that, we're now going to go and work on cable. And how much cables do I need? Well, let's go talk about that here in just a second. But first, we need to get our next one going. And we're going to say not copper sheets. We're going to say more wire. And then we're going to go ahead and say, uh-oh, hold on, we're going to run out. But that's okay. We actually have enough. We can connect that other one here. And then we can say, okay, we need to connect a bunch of these. So we'll say 1, 2, 3. I'll say right about here. We'll line it up that way. Which way we got these turned. That way. Like that. I like to turn them this way so I can get it right in the center. That's just me. Now I'm going to connect this wire from behind because we have 4 connections on this side. Now here's the thing. When I finish doing this and I build some more stuff on that side, I'll have the connectors on that other side to use as well. So a really good way of doing that. But I like to push them out at first so I have lots of room to work in here and do what I need to do. So we've connected that across, and then again, we'll go ahead and just start firing all these up. I'll make sure we don't skip one. Look, it looks like I just skipped one there. There we go. All right, we got that going. And then right to there. 1, 2, 3. 4. 2, 3. Oh, because that one's coming in and connecting there. That's why. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why is there 3 left? There should only be 1 left. But because that one's over there being connected and it's cross-connected. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Connections over there. Okay, good. Let's keep going. Now, again, I did make an extra connection, a 9th connection, for extra overflow of my copper wire in case I have extra copper wire and want to come back and power that up as well. And I like to put my power up nice and high. That's just me. You can put it at eye level if you want, or even at the ground level. It's up to you. It's your base. It's your factory. You make it however you want it to be. All right, those are good. Got our 2 at the end. All right, all of those are now powered up. Now, again, remember, we decided on this one, copper wire, copper wire. Those are going to be our inner copper wire. But here, we need to make some wire. So we're going to make wire there. And we're going to also make wire here. And you're like, I don't understand, Kismet. You said you're only going to make copper wire. You're only going to make the wire in those first 2. Well, I'm actually going to make wire in these so I can make wire become cable next. So we're going to go ahead and grab this. We're going to go ahead and pull one of these out right here. And we're going to look at cable. What do we need now for cable? Well, we need 60 per minute to produce 30 cables per minute, right? How many cables per minute are we producing, or how many wires per minute are we producing over here? 30. And over here, 30. So 2 of these together equals 1 wire, right? So we're going to go ahead and kind of sync that up with this over here. Now what we're going to do is one of my favorite things to do. I call it the center line merge, where you go ahead and merge right off the center here. It's very fun to do too. You just go ahead and merge off the center here, and you take this one, you run it into there. You take this one, run it into there. And now we've got 60 wire coming from there and here. Now, I'm running them at level 3s. And the reason why I'm running them at level 3s is because I get to a point where I just skip over level 2s and go right to level 3s. So I can use the steel. And the steel makes it go pretty fast. Faster than this production actually needs to go. But I just kind of default on that. Now, I'm going to go ahead and line this up off the top of this as well. And we're going to run it out of there and into this one right here. Now notice how I've left myself some room here so I can build beyond that to the other side as well. And I'm going to have a power problem with these ones trying to power them up because look, I don't have enough connections there as well. Now I could push this out and push it out to the other connection, or I could move the wires back and then have them right here and then do that connection as well. But what we're going to do is so that we're matching, let's say we're going to match this to 60 cables per minute, right? 60 cables per minute, 60 wires per minute. That's what we want to match. So let's go ahead and do the same thing to this one right here. That's what I've decided I'm going to do for these particular things. So there we go. All right. So now that's going 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, etc. And then again, center line merge. And we want to make sure the green arrow is pointing us, toward us. There we go. And out of there. Out of there. Grab this over here. And let's hope we don't run into the wall, though I think we are. Well, going to be close. And then forward. And then I'm going to see if it snaps across. We see the green line that goes that way. Boom. Perfect. Out of here into there. Swoosh. There we go. So now we are not only creating wire at the end, but we're also creating cable on the next one. So notice we've got a bunch left, and we're going to figure out all the math of how many more we want to make down the road. So, and it's going to make a lot of this as well. So we want to tell this to be cable, and we want this to be cable over here. Now here's the thing. You don't have to have just one connector there. You can just actually just move that over, take this off, and connect it however the heck you want. It's your game. You do whatever you want, everybody. You want to have 2 connectors there? Have 2 connectors there. You want 12 connectors there? Have 12 connectors there. Whatever you want, bro. It's up to you. It's your thing. You do whatever you want. And there we go. All right. Those are all fired up. I think I got that one. Maybe not. Oh, I ran out of cable. But look at this. It made it for me right here. How nice. There we go. All right. That helped. All right. Let's see. It just made the thing that I needed to make the thing. All right. Look at it go. Whoop, whoop. It's cranking away on that cable. Okay. So now we got cable running. We got wire running. We got cable running at 60 per minute. We've got wire running 60 per minute. Now, what else do we want to make? Well, we want to make some other items down here at the end. And that is copper sheets. So we're going to switch over to copper sheets, and it's going to start working on it right away. Bam! All right, I hear you. I hear you. Chill out. It's reminding me my kids are about to come home. So now it's going in at 20 per minute. Now remember, we just did all this stuff over here. So we got to do a bit of math over there if you want it to be perfect. Otherwise, don't worry about the math at all. Just do it however you want. Me, I'm going to do a little bit of math just to show you how you can figure out how much copper ingots are left over, right? So it would tell me how many more constructors I need to make the rest of these as just copper sheets, because I'm going to use a tremendous amount of copper sheets. That is for sure, for hypertubes, for running pipes, for doing all sorts of stuff here in just a minute. So I'm going to need a lot of those. And you're like, oh, Kismet, you were just out of those. Yeah, I need a lot of them, and I need to fire up and get those going. So I need to go ahead and get that going. Now, in the meantime, by the way, while I'm figuring out that math, I can just have it make some. Right? Go copper sheets, copper sheets. Just go ahead and start making me some copper sheets, bro. There we go. Now, remember, we also have an overflow one as well. So if we do have extra, that's going to give us a bit of a boost as well. So we definitely want to create an overflow one of our copper sheets as well. So it'll make a bit of extra copper sheets. Or you can do extra copper cables or extra wire, whatever you feel like doing. Me, I'm going to do extra copper sheets. So let's go back, figure out some math. We're going to go back to the beginning here. And we're going to look at how many of these constructors are making wire, right? Now, I don't have to necessarily have to go down and count them. There's actually a little ladder over here somewhere. There it is. Get up on this ladder, and we just look at the ones going up and down right over here. So we got number 1. This is going at how much? 15, okay? So we need to take 15 and times it times how many ever wire I'm making, right? So there's 1. This one's number 2. Number 3. Number 4. Number 5. Ooh. Number 6. Oh, that's not wire. So we have 6 of them running. So 6 times 15. Oh, look at this one's red. If you see red, we know we're in trouble. Why are we red? Oh, I don't think it has a wire. It's not connected. There's something going on to it. It's not connected. There we go. All right, so 6 times 15. Hey, Siri. What's 6 times 15?
Sorry, I didn't get that. Could you restate the question?
What's 6 times 15? What's 6 times 15?
It's 90.
90. Okay. So, sometimes she's a little crazy, everybody. Wait till she says 666 a whole bunch when we're doing this math. All right, so that's 90. So we've used up, out of 240 raw ore, we've used up 90. That's it. That's as difficult as the math is. So now we just say, hey, Siri, What's 240 minus 90?
242 minus 90 is 152.
Oh, I screwed up. What's 240 minus 90?
The answer is 150.
So 150. And then we say, okay, 150 minus how much ever we're making in here, right? So this is 20 per minute is being run in here. Hey, Siri, what's 150 divided by 20?
150 divided by 20 is 7.5.
So 7.5 more constructors on top of the ones we're running for wire we can make. So basically 8 more. So that is also going to help us with our overflow as well. So it works out really, really well. So you can see that we've got one there, and this one over here again is doing our wire. So we're going to count from this one right here. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Oh, if we had enough wire. Hold on. There we go. It's going to be number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, and our bonus one, or 7.5, boom, right there. And this is why you got to watch out on this side how you're running your ignits, right? Now, I could have ran them at the bottom and ran them down and then circled it back up. Or I could go ahead and just say, okay, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and bring this forward, right? Our mergers forward, like this. And now we're going to have to get it from up there to run down here and also get it to run that way. So we can run it straight, which is really easy to do because you can just go ahead and say, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go all the way to the end here. And I'm going to just go ahead and say, use my walls here. Put it right there. Put a wall thing there. Like that. I'm going to go ahead and run it from all the way over there now, all the way to here. And then say, you know what? I changed my mind. I want to take that out. I want to put this down here. And then I want it to double back this way. And so we can go ahead and use our lifter. See how you can do all sorts of really cool combos in this game? Really fantastic. And then I want that to run into my splitters. Now, are the splitters going to line up to this and that and the other thing? I guess we're about to find out, aren't we? Now, again, remember that you want your orange one, which is your input, to be aimed in that direction. And if we did it just right, it should line up, but it never does. It never does because of the way that we have it lined up on our tanks. Now, we could have lined it up to the wall, and we could have done all of that first and then done all the other things. We could take the whole thing out and redo it. I suggest you don't, everybody. I suggest you don't. Do this. Take this wall out and then run it from this and try to run it there. Oh, can't do it? Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll do something even more tricky. It's really difficult. It'll be really hard to do. I know, it'll be impossible. We'll go ahead and move the wall out by 2, like that. Again, there's always a workaround for everything. And you run it there. And you run this back, which now lines up to that. You just go ahead and extra one. It doesn't work out perfectly, and not everything does, both in game and in life. But that works. There we go. Looks good. And just like the problem we solved earlier, where we went and had to fix that thing which was uneven, this is the same kind of problem. Like so. All right, and then we'll do a splitter there. There we go. And then same thing here. We'll go ahead and run our lines. And I could have ran it across a whole bunch of mergers up across the top of this as well to sustain that. But I don't use resources unless I really need them. I feel like that's the efficient way to play any game, is don't use it unless you really do need it. Unless you're doing something cosmetic, I guess, just to make it look cosmetic. But I typically don't. There we go. In fact, I'll actually take out these middle ones too. Because why leave them there? I mean, you can leave them there for cosmetic, but that's more frames per second. It's sucking up off of your computer. you might as well take them suckers out. Use that resource for something else. Right? Right. All right. And now we got all of that queued up. That's a lot of stuff. We need to get some more power in here, though. Now you know why I doubled up my power. And I'm actually going to quadruple my power here in just a moment through using all of these resources I'm making right now. So again, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're going to need definitely more power over this side. Let's do this. And this time I'm going to have a little bit of fun because we're definitely going to need it. We're going to do a double power. So let's say here and over there. And then run that across here. And we'll just run these separate, right? We'll say, okay, this whole side over here is going to be from this. And I'll use up every line on one. And then we'll do the overflow onto that one. There we go. And that allows us to turn those off if we want to later on. All right, copper sheets. Copper sheets. Now we crank it. Let's go, baby. Let's go. That's going to be a crazy ton of copper sheets, everybody.
You do best, and then do your best with it.
If you keep your eyes open, I'll bet you something will present itself.
That is some good advice, everybody, from the Brady Bunch, going out to you guys. Break some stuff coming in with 544 donation, or 444. 444 donation there. Thanks so much for that with those biddies. Making my dragon dance. There we go. Thanks for coming in. Also, Chronic Bank Ranking coming in with a follow as well a while ago. Thank you so much for dropping that Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet channel. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for hanging out. Arthas Manny coming in, bleeding purple. I bleed purple, everybody. I'm a Twitch partner, everybody. Twitch showing me so much love. Remember, I'm a 50-year-old, partially disabled partnered streamer on Twitch. The chance of that happening, 0.05%. That timing. 0.05%, the lowest as low. Less than 1% of that happening. But thanks to the outpouring of love and attention and a whole lot of hard work by me and a whole lot of love by all of you, that did happen. And, of course, love from Twitch and a whole bunch of other of my partners who have sent me the love here on the stream. I greatly appreciate all of them. Who stand by me, and I stand by them as well. So much love to Twitch and much love to all of you. All right, bam, Stream Raiders time. More battles, everybody. We're going to do another 12 hours of battles today and 12 hours of battles tomorrow. We're going to get you guys tons of loot. Let's do it. Look at this epic group. Holy mackerel, that's 170 units on the board right now. Who do we got rocking the epics today? We got Sleeper rocking it. We got Luke rocking his. Rotisserie G, of course, rocking that epic Norbert skin. Look at Norbert right there. Look at him. He's so cute. He's so irresistibly cute. You got to get the Norbert skin, everybody. You got to get the Norbert. Let's see. Cowboy Corey coming in with the epic. Kablooey. Kana coming in. Smuggler Dan, all rocking those epics. That's going to bring in the W on this one. You rock those epics, we're going to get it. Let's do it. Oh, a few more mobs to finish off. It's 107-0. Take that, suckers. 100 units left over. We crushed them. All right, we got Techie coming in. Jimbo, Keyblade Knight, and Rotisserie all getting some love. Look at that 50 gold for all of you. Look at that. Nice. And then, of course, Keyblade Knight getting 2 healer scrolls. Barshaz coming in MVP that round with 13 assists. Way to crush it, Barshaz. Let's keep it going. Oh, we're one away from the boss. Mystery Boss or Headless Horseman. I'm feeling Mystery Boss. I like the pumpkin ones, too. Except for these things right here are kind of harsh. Actually, let's go up to this one. Let's go up to that one. I mean, they're both 3 skulls. We're still going to get the same amount of loot. So let's just go ahead and go in here. I feel like the left side today. I don't know why. I feel like the left side on that one. Let's go. I'm going to use my epic flying rogue. He's a focused flying rogue. He's going to help you guys bring in that W, get you guys the win. Now, you're welcome. It's free to play right over there in the chat. Little side game we play while we're playing our primary game. In this case, Satisfactory. We're running our loot all over the place. We got this going, everybody. We're firing it up. Now, let's go ahead and get this going right down here at the end. And now, while we were doing this, by the way, everybody, we've been making tons of plates and tons of rotors over here now. Just 2 of them. We're just running 2 of them right now, not running any thing. Look at all those we did. And look at these rotors over here. Booyah! Ha ha! Now we're talking. Now we can make lots more power. We can double up our power again over the doubling we've already done. So double and double again on top of that. But we've got to get all of this stuff running where we want it to run first. So over here, just like we did this kind of little switchback here, we're going to go ahead and use this whole entire line here. We're going to run it over here, and we're going to line it up right over at this end. Actually, let's go ahead and use a regular wall at the bottom. Let's do it this way. And then up here at the top, we've got 3 resources that we want to run as the final resource, right? So first thing we want to do is we want to get all of our other stuff merged together. So we'll get over here. We'll go ahead and merge this together, and I'm going to go ahead and turn that merge line down the road. Now, I'm also going to line it up off my other mergers over here, and we're going to go ahead and run that nicely along here. So why does that not have the gap that that has? If I see something that doesn't have the gap of the thing before, like I can see those have a gap. Oh, those have a gap. Yeah, those have a gap. All right, I just wasn't seeing the gap. That's usually an indicator that this is too far forward or whatnot. It's not aligned to all the rest of them. That's why I always double check that before I go on, because you don't want to put a bunch of these down. Or you don't want to put 100 of those down and only realize that you made a mistake. All right, so this is going to merge and then send it down the green line, down that way, down the road here. And again, we've got those green lines that are helping us align this stuff together. So all this copper wire is going to come out of here. Now, we're going to have a bit of a problem with our copper wire, because we go ahead and say, okay, it's coming out at 10. We need to worry about what the maximum speed is and what the maximum speed is of our conveyor belt. Now, here's something I suggest you do also, is to remind yourself that this is where your copper sheets begin. Just go ahead and grab and put an extra one right up there. It'll help you out a lot. You're like, okay, that's where it cuts off, and everything from here down is copper sheets. That'll help you a lot in the long run. You'll see me do that throughout my entire factory. Now, that's coming out of there, and we'll go ahead and run that out. Ooh, that's running real close, too. Normally, I don't run it that close, but I don't know. Looks fine. It looks good enough over here. I kind of feel like you might have offset. Yeah, we did. Look, this one right here. No, that was an indicator. It was an indicator that I did offset it, but it's okay. It'll be fine. We'll go ahead and run it like that, but it's not going to align to that one over there. You know what? Let's just fix it. Let's just fix it, because, again, this kind of stuff's going to happen to you all the time, where you misalign stuff, even though you've looked at the grid and whatnot. We misalign this from over here to over here. So we want to go ahead and do that. Line it up across this way. We want it to go in on this side and out on this side. We want it to line up. We can. Sometimes that line doesn't kick in. There we go. We want to line it up just like that. Now, I just threw it on there instead of lining it up by this one over here, so it was pushed too close on that side. And why is that important? Well, later on, I'm going to run a bunch of lines here, and I want those lines to match up across this edge, or I'll be in trouble later on. So let's just go ahead and say, you know what? My bad. I made a mistake. Let's go in and fix it. Boom. Take those all back out. Now, you can hold down Control, take a bunch of them out at the same time like I just did. And let's go ahead and do these mergers again. Now, these mergers are going to be pointing in this direction. This is called an inline merge. Those are called centerline merges when you kind of put them in both sides and then run them out the other side. An inline merge is going to run along that one line. And then what we're going to do here, let's go ahead and get these proper. Again, see, I knew, because normally I leave a good offset away from my constructors. And the reason why I do that, and you can run them up right against the side of it. There's nothing wrong with that. But the reason why I do this is so I can visually see if that particular constructor is running out its material. If the material's not running out, then I know there's something wrong with the feed line. There's something wrong with the constructor itself. Maybe it's power. Maybe it's not getting the right materials. Maybe I'm running the wrong materials into the wrong thing. It's always worth taking the time and testing it and visually being able to getting those visual clues of what's causing it to do the wrong thing at the wrong time or be aligned incorrectly. Very important, very important. All right, so there we go. So we got that fixed. That's looking much better. That's more how I like to run my line. See, look at that. Now we can really see if it's running out of there or not. It's also a lot easier to run in between your lines and run them like this. Or you can have some fun and jump up here on the top. Do them from up here. I like to do them from up above. typically. Plus, it gives you a little, practice on jumping. Okay, so again, how many of these do we have running together? And I'd already remember the number. It's 7.5. So it's roughly 8. Now, we're just going to kind of, if it's at max production on all 8 of them, we're just going to say that's what it is. Now, again, we've got to think of what the output is. What is the output of our copper sheets? Going in at 20, coming out at 10. So half the input becomes the output, right? And if we have 8 of them, 8 times 10, 80, right? Is that faster than our belt? No, because I'm using a level 3 belt. In fact, a level 3 belt is 270. So it can come out of here way faster than it's coming out right now. So this is perfect. Now, I could, if I use it in a 60 belt, it wouldn't be fast enough to run all of these on a 60 belt. But I skip from 1 over 2 right into 3 to use my steel belts because of this very reason. I don't have to do the math as often, right? If I know that's 8 times thing, I know it's around 90, I know that I can just use a level 3 belt and it'll be fine, right? But if you wanted to optimize and be perfect, you can make your numbers exactly perfect. I don't feel it's worth it. Just use a higher speed belt. It'll work just fine. In fact, sometimes when you have really long belts, it's better to have the higher speed belts because when you start it back up again, it'll zoom across that line and get back into your feed line, especially like your coal, back into your feed line faster, meaning that your power and all that stuff's going to get back up and running faster. So it's a good idea to keep those belts as high as you can run them. Later on, I'll come back and I'll replace all of these with the highest level belt because I'll have so much resources, it won't matter anymore. It won't matter what speed the belts are going. It only matters my input amount and then the amount of constructors that I need to make it run, and all the belts itself will be irrelevant. That's always your most important thing. How much you bring it in, how much is your raw resource, and how much is being used by your machinery. And that's it. That's all you need to do. And then you can also figure out your outputs like 60 and 60, and then this one right over here is 90. So now we know what our outputs are as well. So 60 wire, 60 cable, and 90, much higher amount for our copper sheets. Because we're going to use a lot of copper sheets. We're going to use a lot more, obviously, copper sheets than anything else. So first thing we're going to do is go ahead and grab this and run that right to there. I'm going to go ahead and expand this a bit out here too. Just give it a little bit more room to run this around behind here. We're going to run to our boxes way over there. Now that's a bit of a mess over there. We're going to clean that up eventually. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and just feed it in there and do a little bit of combination of making it nice, but also a little bit of spaghetti just to trigger all my chat, as I love to do. There's nothing like, if you play Satisfactory, everybody, if you want to trigger people who are watching your stream, just start running lines however. Just run them everywhere. Just run them all over. That'll trigger everybody. And then here's what you do. You do that, and then you post it on the Satisfactory Discord. Believe me, you go and get some feedback on your build. I always find that's my favorite thing, is to watch everybody get triggered on that kind of thing. Now, I'm going to go ahead and try to control this here by adjusting the different levels of my stacker here and aim it in this direction. And that's going to allow me to go ahead and run that one up into this one. And this one up into that one. Now, it's doing a bit of clipping. I hate clipping. I don't like it to clip even a little bit, even a tiny bit. The only thing I let slide is when it's doing it on the ground level, when it's going into like a rock face or something like that, because there's nothing I can do about that. But I don't like it clipping for any reason. Now, here's the funny thing. There's no reason for this last one to be forward at all. You can actually turn it to the side. Why have it like that? You go ahead and turn it this way and then run it right over to there if you want, right? But you're going to have a bit of a problem with your clearance of this when you're running it right along there, right? So you're going to have a clearance problem. Same thing, I could go the other way, which doesn't have a clearance problem. So we'll say we'll go out this way. We'll change our mind on this one. We'll say, you know what? Put that one on that one. And take this one over here and put that on that one. Right there. Now let's take this one and put it right on that one. Oh my gosh, Kismet, that's whole next level, bro. I know, huh? That's because I happen to know that works out. Right? And so you don't have to have it all going the same direction. You have to all go in the same thing. You can work out the logistics, which is my favorite part of the entire game, is figuring out the logistics of how to make all that work. So we're using the output of this one and the other one and so on. But this one actually needs to go to this one. And so we'll do that. There we go. Now, why is that? Because it's got to input from this side and then go and run down those lines. Now, why do I have 3 lines? Well, I have 3 objects that are being produced over here. So I need to take those 3 objects, merge them together, and then run them down the line. Now, again, I'm going to do another one of my things that I absolutely love to do, which is the center line merge. Now, this is how I first started playing the game, using my center line merges, which I really love doing. And this way, they're perfectly even in the way that they feed into the splitter or the merger, which is very fun. But it is actually not that efficient over the long run of your game. So that's probably not my best option, though I'm going to use it anyway because that's part of the fun. Now, what I can do is go ahead and add it also and merge it upwards into the upper area. But you know what? Actually, I'm not going to use it. I'm going to be good this time. I'm going to be good, everybody. We're going to use an inline merge. So we're going to have this come out, and we're going to go this way. And then we're going to go and line this up that way. So there we go. So this is called an inline merge, where you go ahead and run it into there, and then it comes out of there, and it merges with this one, and that runs into there. But, of course, you got to line it up. I wasn't very lined up there. Let's try that again, even though it had the green lines. Try that again. There we go. Okay, so that's going to come out of there, go into there, and those two are going to merge together. At what speed are they coming out? They're coming out at 30. That's 60. I've got a belt that's going 270. No worries. No worries. Now, I got to get it from over here and run it over here so I can just kind of keep it all in the same line all the way down there. So what I'm going to do, again, use a merger to control the direction at which I'm running it and so on. Now, I'm also going to use one way up here at the top to run some other materials that I have running way down at the bottom or way down at the end over through the middle part here too. Get real tricky. Okay, now over here I want to lift this up off the ground because I don't want it to be right at the ground level because I don't want to be blocking myself too much. And we'll run that in that lower part there. And then we're going to run this as far as we can. Oh, what's up here? Oh, bummer. Can't afford. I don't have enough. Oh, that's a tragedy, everybody. I guess we'll just have to log off the game. I never run out of loot, everybody, because I'm constantly backlogging it over here of the various different loot that I need. Now, I don't have all of it yet because as we're progressing through the game, we unlock different things. But you can see I've got a little bit of this and a little bit of that, as well as I got a bunch of steel over here. And every time I take this out, it then starts up my entire steel production and fills that right back up again. And that's why I like to do concrete. Then I start with some of the basics, and then when I circle back to redo my base right about tier 3 and 4, I actually do steel second. I actually do steel as my highest priority, which you can see my highest priority as you go across my base. And I'll show you here when we get this last part done, the whole entire thing all the way across. We have it all in one gigantic area, which is really fun because you can see how everything is kind of working out. So let's go back over here. We're going to need some more lines here. And we're going to run it all the way from there to all the way to here. Look at that. It runs right over the top of that. Now, can we see the ore on the top without the thing poking through? That's what I look at. That's what I look at. Now, there's a bit of a problem, though. Now, I can't go through there, right? But if you crouch and then scan. No, I didn't mean to scan. I just crouched. I did it on an accident. You can crouch your way underneath there. Now, look at this. Here we go. We got that running. Very nice. And it's perfectly on top of there. I think that's really cool how that just works out. Now, it's clipping through it just an ever so little there. That one I would let slide. That one's okay. I'll go with that. Now, that tells you also that this top line here is also going to reach all the way over there, which is about 6 across. Now, did I know that was going to reach? I kind of estimated in my head, but we can also count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it just happened to work out that that was it. I didn't know. I just happened to happen. Sometimes things just happen without you meaning them to happen. And that's one of those things. And that's nice. We like that. Now, we're going to go ahead and go back this way. And we're also going to work on our wire. So we've got our other items going. And now we need to get our wire running upwards and going that way. Right? So we're going to go ahead and say, okay, we're going to run this out. Now, here's the thing. We did not accommodate enough room between here and our lifter here to run that up like that. That's not going to allow me to run that. It's too close, right? But there's many other things that we can do to lift that up and then merge it together and run it along there. We could go ahead and do a center line merge like this if we so desire. It's really up to you. And that's what I'm going to do because I love center line merges. I just like them because they look awesome. Like that. There we go. And it's also easy to remember that that particular thing is that thing. All right, and then we can go ahead and just aim it up that way. Now we got to watch out for our clearance here. So if we go ahead and run it across this way, we'll get up here. If we run it across this way, it's going to say, hey, yo, bro, you're encroaching someone's clearance there. Watch out for that. But there's no reason we have to turn it that way. We can actually go in and turn it however we want. We can turn it that way instead. And then it's going to go a bit more inward. And then we can go ahead and run it across and see if it matches up. And it does. So there we go. We've got all three of our copper things done in line all together with a double switchback merger. Over here, like I said I was going to do for you guys. There we go with a double switchback, right? So we got one that's doing the merging there and then back down here with the splitting, all in one small little area, all put together. You can still run through here, though. We still got plenty of room, even though it's very tightly packed in there. Looking fantastic with all three lines running together, running back to here. Cats and dogs lifting together, mass hysteria coming down here and looking good. Now, the other thing we need to do is take this and turn this and run this back to our base over here. Now, we need to go over here and take a look and say, okay, where's our boxes? Where's our boxes at and all this stuff that's running all over the place? Aha! Here's our boxes over here. Now, which particular boxes are the ones that we're looking for to put our stuff in? Now, of course, I left a little extra in there so I could remember. We've got wire in there. We got cable here. And then this one over here should be our copper. And the way I can tell is run around. Notice I left a gap there so I can run around. And then copper sheets there. Now, I just happen to have some extra copper sheets on me, so I'm going to actually put them in there. That'll help me remember later on. Now, I've got the ability to lift these all up, much like I did to these over here. And see, I've got a whole bunch of stuff running all over the place. Holy mackerel. We got it all over. But we want to go ahead and get this up way up above all the rest of this stuff. And I prefer to lift it than to have it down on the ground level. It just makes it easier for us to manage it. There we go. Lift it up enough so it's up off the top of this one, but not enough where it's going to hit that one. That's way, way up there. Okay, looking good. Now, we just got to get the resources from over that way and get them into these things over here. And that's going to be tricky. That's going to be pretty tricky, especially with all this other stuff running along here. But we're going to get it done. Come on, let's get to it. Now, we're going to go ahead and use what we already have. Always good to use what you have a pre-existing and try to make it work, right? So first thing we're going to do is we're going to say, okay, we have three things coming down the line. So let's go ahead and go over here and say, okay, this is where we're aiming to, right? We want it to get right here, run along here, along this outside edge here, and then connect into these three here. So let's go ahead and put this right, not above this one. This one's going up above it, right? So we don't want that one to be up there. We want it to be right about here. Now, we might have some problem later with our walls being blocked. We might have to readjust something. Well, let's say right there. And let's work from the end backwards. Let's go ahead and try to connect it. Does it clip through something? Nope, that looks fine. How about this one here? Ah, a little clipping there. A little clipping. I feel like they should have accommodated that. It should know the ding and ding. But we can work that out. And then the last one's going to do the same thing. That one's going to clip too. So we need to kind of adjust how we have this turning and how we have this going along at the end, much like we do in previous ones. Now, this one doesn't need to worry about that one. That one's fine. But this one over here, we can go ahead and put down this. We can run ourselves basically something to control that edge. Like this. And we can control the way it's coming around. Now, where do we want it to go? Now, the hardest thing is figure out where the heck you want your stuff to go. That's really tough. Now, right here, this one doesn't matter because that one's working fine. This actually needs to move over to here. Right to there. Now, we'll go around this side. We'll look at it. We'll say, okay, it's kind of lined up. Not perfect. Not much what we want, but yeah, it's kind of lined up. So we can go ahead and say, okay, we can add a 3-1 or we can add a 2-1 and try to match that up like that. So let's go ahead and try this one. Run that across. Run it in there. See if it clips through anything. Oh, it's clipping through that other line. which is right at that same level. So we have another problem of other lines that are running. And this is Spaghetti City right here, everybody. There is a much easier way of doing this, and we'll get into that in the future as we expand our base. But for right now, I'm going to show you some of the pitfalls that you're going to have when you do this kind of thing. So we'll go ahead and run that across. Okay, that's better. That's better. It's not clipping through all that. I love this, by the way. I love to see conveyors all intertwined like this. It's one of my favorite things. One of my favorite things, to have them all mixed together and then watching them all going in different directions and fun stuff like that. I feel like it's one of my favorite things in the game. All right, so that one's clipping. We can't use that one. That's kind of clipping a little bit there. I don't like that. Let's go ahead and say, okay, well, that one's fine over there. But we want to go ahead and get this one to go around the corner here and do that. Now, there is a way to do that. You can actually use your lifters. And we've got a little spot in between here. You can go ahead and use your lifters to line it up. You need to go over by one. Your lifters to line it up right here, right there. And then we can try to run it in there. Okay, that's too close. Let's say right here. Oh, I'm out of plates. I'm out of plates. Let's go get some plates. That's funny. I always find it funny when I run out of basic stuff like that. All right, so back we go. Over here. Make some more of these. There we go. Control that angle so it doesn't clip through that. We've raised it up a little bit so it doesn't clip through the other one. So in theory, that one should run around in there like a big bunch of spaghetti. Triggered my chat right now, everybody. It's pretty fun. It's really fun to trigger my chat. I love doing it. All right, so there we go. We got that going, and this one over here is redundant. We'll take that one out. Now, how do we get him to connect on the other side? We'll take this out. How do we get him to go over here? Well, we know this one right there goes to here, and that one right there goes to there. All right, there we go. So in theory, that should work perfectly. Unless I've made the belts go the wrong directions, then we're going to be in trouble. But let's go ahead and see how we did. So there we go. So now all we need to do is backtrack this from here back to here. Now there's a problem already. Look at this. See, I've run these ones too low. I run them down too low. I can't run the one in between the middle there. So how do I fix that? Well, I got to do what I got to do, right? I got to go ahead and pull these out of here and remember what's going where with what. Now, I suggest putting in the double one up above first. And then as you're taking the lines out, to re-put the lines in right away so you remember. So put that one back in down there. There we go. And we're running that one up to there. Okay, we'll take this off. And we'll run this one up to there. Okay, now those are put back in again. And then now we got to turn the corner here, right? We got to get these into the proper feed lines up here. That would now correlate to the ones we're doing there, and so on. So we've got to get these to raise up a bit, right? We got to raise those up to those upper levels. So we're going to need this. And then over... Oh, we're only using the two. That's right. We're using the two. So we got to raise that up. And we got to raise this up. Like this. Okay, and around the corner. Again, don't take it out until you've replaced it. Otherwise, it's really hard to remember what the heck you were doing from 5 days ago. This was actually a week ago I did this. So, very hard to remember. Okay, so we got that. Now we need to look at what's running to that line and just backtrack it and say, okay, I don't want it to run there anymore. I want it to run up to that line. Ah, can't quite reach. That's okay. Guess what? Lifter time. All right, lifter. Turn it around that way, and we'll have a little spinny spin around this way. You're like, God, Kismet, the spaghetti that's going on in here. I know, right? Lots of spaghetti going on. Now, again, these are all just techniques I'm showing you that help you make your base better in the long run. Now, I've also cut off the line from this one over here because I am using this line right here to run that down there. And so if I wanted to reconnect that, I would reconnect it up there at the top. But since it's already disconnected, nothing I need to do. I can just go in and say, nope, do not use this. And let's take this one out because we're not going to use that. We're not going to use this. And just to remind myself that those are unused, I'm going to take that out, put the wall there. And of course, I'm going to put it in the wrong direction because it loves to change my direction when I'm putting it in. There we go. And now we want to go ahead and put in, finally, after all that hard work of readjusting that, our 3 connection. There we go. Now, we want our 3 connections just to go straight across, but we don't want to do that one first. We want to do the inside one, the one furthest away from us first, because it just makes it easy for us to run the belt. Now, if we're running the belt in the wrong direction, it should auto-correct itself if we've already done it up ahead. So if I do it this way, you can see that it's already pointing that way. It should auto-correct itself. That's why I go from the end, because the end will set the direction no matter what you're doing. Now, we've got to get those 3 from way over there to way over here. Now, we got some machinery in the way, so that's going to make it tougher. We also got some side angles we want to try to hit and whatnot, which is going to be tricky. But since these are going in the same direction, we could actually probably make this work right here. So we're going to go up by 2, and then we're going to grab the middle one right here. And if we can get this to work, then we know this whole part over there, that's easy. We can get that to work, but this is the hardest part here. We want to go ahead and connect these across like this without it running into anything. Can't quite see it from there. This is some serious fun spaghetti. We're going to clean all this up later, by the way, everybody. Don't worry, don't worry. Don't worry, all you people are getting triggered. That was totally the wrong line. Try that again. From here, there we go. From there to right there. Okay, so that's not bad. That's not bad. That's running well together. It's not clipping. It's looking good. We've got a nice cross connection. The only problem we have right here is the conveyor pole. I would just pull the conveyor pole out if you didn't like it. That's what I'd do. And then there you go. It's not clipping anything no more. Just watch out for this part right here, though, because it disconnected that, so I'll reconnect it. There we go. So I accidentally hit that while I was taking that other thing out. Okay, so we got that going. Now, we got to get it from over there to over here. We can see this is our lineup point. So we're going to go right here. I'm going to line it up. I'm going to bring it up by 2. Like that. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Now, the first one, easy peasy, bam. Easy mode. Now, again, we're going to use our lifters. We're going to come out by 2. So there's 1, 2. Let's do right here. Plus 1 extra. All the way up to there. Up there. Into there. This one, same thing. Line it up. There's a little overlap. Then 1, 2 back. Then up. Up. Up and away. Run that so it doesn't clip. Very nice. And up here at the top, onto here. And then you know what happens when I connect these together? We done, everybody. We done. We did it. We did it at such an epic level, you won't believe it. Look at that sucker. Holy moly. Let's watch it run. All right. Now, you got a little fun little thing here you can do called your lookout tower. After you've done all this massively amazing hard work, you're ready to go up on the tower and survey all your hard work that you've done. And look at it go, everybody. Look at it go. Oh, it's a thing of wonder. Gives me goosebumps. It's so awesome. Now, that's all running, doing its thing. Congrats, everybody. We did it. We made it happen. Let me catch up on the chat. Dang Shisha coming in. Good afternoon. Loving all the tips, man. You're welcome. You're welcome. I love to give all the tips that I've spent endless hours figuring out to help you guys along the way in case you get stuck. Hey there, Paul. Now, feel free to ask questions in the chat. My name is Kismet. You can use my name, Kiz, or Kismet in the chat. I'll highlight in red. Know you're talking just to me. I have a gigantic chat now. It's a 27-inch monitor. That's just the chat. That's how much I love my chat. Degashin coming in, showing some love. The good old days of conveyor stackers and double helix to the top of the factory, right? Remember those? Remember when we used to use conveyors as a way to get from A to B? That's what I used to do. I used to have they were like escalators like you find in the airport. That's how I would run mine all the time. Or I would launch what I call the jetpack launcher, where I'd use my fastest conveyor, and I'd get on it, and it would shoot me up in the sky, and then I would just use my jetpack to land on the other side of my factory over there. That was always fun, but now we got hypertubes, so we could use those. Those are a lot safer. There we go, everybody. So yes, one complete inline run there of both our copper and then all the stuff we're producing from our copper all in one spot. Over here, we've got our screws. We've got our plates and rods all running together. And then we have our steel, and then way off over there, we also have our other item, our concrete. Let's go take a look at that as well, because you guys have earned it. Whoa! Let's see if Kismet kills himself. Almost. Almost. Let's run back in here, and let's put one right here in the center. I feel like in the center. Oh, we already got one. Right there. Let's put one in the center so you guys can check out the rest of this factory run. Now, we're doing a lot of inline runs this time, and I play through different ways to show different techniques. And you can see right here, we've also got our plates, our rods, and our screws, and includes a double line of screws, because right now I can only go to 270 on my conveyor belts. But as you can see, this is the type of thing I love to watch. I could watch this for endless hours. Just all the stuff feeding its way across the belts. I love to watch that. And that's why you notice that I don't enclose a lot of my stuff. I don't enclose it. I want to watch it run. I think it's cool. Now, the further away you are from the thing, by the way, the more it will try to reduce the overhead of your frames per second. Notice how those ones right there are just looking like they're flowing evenly. But if we look at those over there, they're kind of going every other frame on the further ones away. That's to help you so it doesn't bring your machine to its knees. Now, I have a really nice machine, super nice machine. Plus, I have two machines. I have one that's my streaming PC, so it's not, my streaming is not also taking away from my frames per second. So that does help a lot. I'm also playing in 4K, but also splitting my signal and mirroring it 1080 to you guys, 1080 at 60 frames per second, and I'm watching, I'm playing the game in 4K at 60 frames per second on my end. When I get a 4K card, then you guys who can have the internet to do it will be able to see the stream also in 4K. So very cool. All right, so there we go. So we got that running. Now over there, we've got our steel production. So let's go look at our steel production over here. Now that we've looked at those two. And it's really good to put a whole bunch of these lookout towers along the production, especially when you have it in a long line like this. You can very easily see whether your stuff is running or not running. That's typically why I have these in here. I feel like we'll put this one. Can we sneak it in there? Oh, we can. Awesome. We'll sneak it right in there. That's a perfect spot for it. Let's get up here. Now, by the way, you can also build from up here. If you like to build, you can actually just get right up here and build the thing if you want. Way up here. A lot of people do. A lot of people build from up there. A lot of people also add mods where they can fly around and build and stuff. I don't. I build like I was really there. I'm that type of player. Now, over here, we've got our steel production. Now, here's the funny thing. That's only one half of my steel production right there. I actually have the other half I still need to build out. And I will do that later on, but we need to work on power today. We need to work on our copper and getting all of our other stuff running in there. Look at it going. Look at it going on all that copper stuff. Now, that allows us to get to a point now where we've made lots of rotors. We made lots of our plates. We're also making a bunch of copper stuff, so we're going to make a lot of copper sheets. And that's going to allow us to not only double our power today, but we're going to double it again. And we have 30 minutes to make it happen. But first, before we do that, we're going to go ahead and do a battle. Let's go. Battle time. We got 30 minutes to double our power. We're going to do it. We're going to make it happen. Conveyor transit, I still do that mainly because I play multiplayer with my kiddo since he loves to goof all around. Hey, that's the way to do it, Cyril. Play it the way you want to play it. Play it however you want. I might put some conveyors in too. I might, hey, you inspired me. Maybe I'll go and put in some more kind of walking, what are they called? Walking paths, right? What are they actually called? What are those things in the thing? Quick movers, people movers. I think they're called people movers, aren't they? I bet they're different in different countries. I bet in Europe they're called one thing and US they're called another. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to Google it while you guys are doing this battle. What are the conveyors? What are the fast walkways called in airports? How about that? Travelators. Travelators. I did not know that, everybody. Yeah, the moving sidewalks. Moving sidewalks is the term I was looking for. But the moving sidewalks are officially called travelators. So a combination between travel and elevators. So they're called travelators. I did not know that, everybody. I learned that just now. There you go. And let me see if I'm even saying it right. Hold on. Let's get the dictionary to actually say it for us. Let's do it right here. How do you say that?
Travelator.
Travelator. All right, we haven't even pronounced it right. Now we know we're on a roll. All right, so travelators are what those called, are moving walkways. That's what I was trying to think of. All right, Keyblade Knight, Subi, Rotisserie G, all getting some love. Look, you even get some extra knowledge in my stream. And Gnome Orbits coming in with the 22 kills. Look at that, Keyblade Knight, no slouch, 22 kills, Gnome Orbits to MVP. Keyblade Knight, no slouch with the 22 assists. Coming in number 2. Number 3, Grimshard coming in with the 20 assists. Ron Free coming in number 4 with the 14 assists, and Burnshaw coming in rounding out that top 5 with 19 assists. Fantastic job, guys. Let's do it. Mystery boss time. Now, see, we have an option there. We can do either boss if we want. But I feel like we're going to get it, and this is always the time I pull out the big guns. That's right. Time to pull out the Wasteland Tycoon. I kind of feel like this side's the better side because this stuff is going to be blocking us, so we can really fill in together there and protect each other. Watch out for everybody. We're going to be getting hit from all sides. Let's make it happen, everybody. Put down 1 unit every 5 minutes. The more units put down, of course, the more loot you're going to earn in some Stream Raiders there. Okay, so there we go. So we got all of our resources are rocking. Again, we have our limestone going here. Notice this is the first thing in the line. Then we have our steel. Then we have all of our iron products and all of our copper products. And we're ready to go. That's it. That's what we need for Tier 3 through Tier 3 through Tier 4, or Tier 0 through Tier 4. That's exactly what you need. Now, I'm obviously doing it at a huge, much higher level than you normally would. Normally, I could have already moved on to the Tier 5 and 6 and 7 already, but we thought we would just retool it up and see what we can do, and man, did we make it awesome, didn't we? We made that lots of fun. And this is horizontal building as well, but it's all on one flat surface as opposed to building upwards and upwards, which I've done before in the past, made a whole bunch of separate factories. Now, normally, I do not run the resources over here where my base is and then do it over here. Normally, I would do all of these separately by the node itself, because that's how I like to play. Instead of running all the raw ore up here, I would run the actual finished product. In this case, it would be steel ingots, or it would be steel beams or pipes. I would run that stuff along the conveyor instead of running the raw ore. But this time I said we would go ahead and do a raw ore run. So that's what I've done. I've run all the raw ore up here to this level, and then we've run it in a nice long line. And I always find this is kind of the most efficient. It's not the sexiest way of doing it. I think it's kind of sexy because it's just hyper efficient. In the space that it takes up and how much stuff is being produced at the same time, especially when you're running them double overhead like I did over on that side. That's super efficient in the way that you run it. So you run it there and then you run it back up above and then it feeds into the next one and so on. It's really, really a great way to run that and also really fun. So there we go. So we got that done. Now we got 30 minutes, everybody. Now we've got a bunch of resources and we're going to go use them. We've done the hard work. And we're ready to double up our power. So the next time we come in tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are going to really go to town. You think we went to town today? Wait till we have double the amount of power. We're going to go down here. We're going to fire it up. Let's go. Let's go it up. You want to see my power? Here's my power right here. Look at this, baby. This is how we talking. This is how we walking. Now we're going to double this up because we have 240 coal running from the one node. That's right. We have 3 full pure copper nodes all in the same area right here. And the second I saw them, I knew this is where my base is going to be. So let's do it, everybody. Let's fire it up. We've already got 2 waters over here, which is going to go to our new area. And then we got to put 3 more on that side. So let's see if we can, again, try to sneak this one in here. Right over here. We should... Oh, wait a minute. We forgot something, everybody. We forgot the very thing that we spent all this time trying to build up so we could use it. And that is our copper sheets. Let's go get them. And now you know why I stopped building my power and went to this? Because it's doing all the work for me now. Watch this. Boom! It's feeding in there. Uh-oh, I put that in the wrong thing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, look, it's feeding in the wrong thing. It's got this. That's the wrong thing in there. Why is that going in there? Uh-oh. How's this looking? That's right. Uh-oh. We did a switch-a-maruba. Switch-a-maruba-badooba. We got to go fix that. Oh, that's my bad. That is my bad. That's easy to fix, though. We can just go like this. Go like this. Take that out so it stops feeding in there. We're going to say, okay, this is the wrong one. This is the wire. Let's take that out. Let's take this out. Now, we got a bit of a problem because now these conveyors are on the wrong sides, right? So this one actually goes to here. That one goes there, right? And this one's got to go over here. And you're like, ah, Kismet, now you're screwed, bro. Nope, not necessarily. Not necessarily right there. Look at that. We got a little clipping there, though. But we can try to work that in there. We can try to work that in there in such a way. Hold on. Let's try to do a lifter first. That's always the first thing I would try, is a lifter. See how that goes. Oh, okay. That runs into the one up above it. But hold on a second. That one up above it is really not using that other line, is it? It's not using this other line over there. So why not just say, yo, bro, instead of going to that one, I'm going to have you move. You move over from here to there. There's a lot of problem solving here, everybody. A lot of fun problem solving in all of these lines. And you shouldn't really run them like this, by the way, everybody. This is me being triggering the chat. You shouldn't really run them so insanely crazy like this, but I do, just to show you what not to do. And that's a lot of fun. So I show you what to do, but also what not to do. Because I'm showing you the problems that happen when you continuously do this, right? When you do this too much, you're going to end up where it just becomes confusing as to what is going where, right? And that should be our things there. Okay, now we got that. Let's go ahead and lift this just enough to get it up above, like that. Then we'll run this one across, and let's hope and pray we can get it right here without it clipping through anything. Looking good to me. All right, that's coming down. Let's see. Here it comes. All right, now it's going down in there. Is it going in the right one again? No, wait, we still got a problem. Hold on. This right here, this is the wrong one and whatnot. Now, in the very beginning, that's where we needed to control what was going into what. Now, let's go up on top here and take a look, right? Let's go on top. I just noticed that I rewired that incorrectly. See, that's wire. This is thing. All of these are incorrect. So I don't want to take these out, but I do want to take the lines out and say, okay, I got this all backwards. I got it backwards. Let's take all these out so it stops feeding it incorrectly. And this is going to happen to you for sure. It's going to happen where you get it all twisted around. I did not actually do that on purpose, but if I do it on purpose, I'll let you know. But there we go. So we're having a whole bunch of the wrong things go into the wrong box right there. Now, the first thing I would do is stop what you're doing and clean out your inventory. Take your inventory, just put a box wherever, and just put all your stuff down. Because what you're going to have to do is reorganize this now because it's already got into the wrong boxes. So you need to make sure that you got the right things in the right boxes. So that goes into there. This all out of there. This goes into there. This comes out of there. Okay, that's good. This over here, this all goes into this box, right? Based on what we established earlier out here. So what is going where, right? That's going there. That's going there. So this is all kind of messed up. But we can fix it on the back side of it, right? We can follow this all the way back and fix it all the way at the very beginning. So the very first one that's coming out here of our thing right here is wire. But it doesn't have to be wire. It can be whatever we want it to be, right? We can change it to whatever we want. And what do we want this first one to be? We want that first one to be copper wire. So we can say, okay, we're going to jump down. I'm going to go get our loot again so we can make some stuff and run some wire. And I'm just going to go ahead and grab all of that and maybe put a little bit of it back because I've got too much wire. I'm just put it back over here. Too much wire on me there. Oh. All right. So we're going to have to fix it. Oh, there's some stuff over here too. We're going to have to fix it way back there at the end. So we're going to go first thing copper wire, second thing wire, and third thing needs to be our other stuff, our cable. So we just basically have this switched. So right here we say, okay, wait a minute. Okay, this one we take out, and take out. Now on the other side is showing us what's on the other side now. So we'll say, okay, this one's going to be first. Like I had it originally. I forgot to switch it back. That one's going to be first. This one up here, which is my wire, is going to be over on this side. Oh, it's got to go around. like that. But then we have a problem our middle one, right? Now we got it all like mixed around. The cable one in the middle, was that one correct? Let's go see. Let's run back and see what it is. Now, I didn't mean to do that on purpose, but it is an awesome issue that you do run into quite often. So the middle one coming across here, it should be cable, and that's this one right here. So let's say this one right here, this line right there. Oh, see, I have it running over there. I see. Okay, so this one now needs to switch back. This one needs to switch back. This one needs to switch back. So this cable one was actually going correctly, right into there. And then that one goes into there. And the middle one here is cable. That's fine. So we want to go ahead and just say, okay, that middle one's fine. This one over here, we'll go ahead and put this one back now. Eventually that one will be wire. We'll get that one corrected. Oh, there's more loot up there. No. Do not drop those boxes. Nope. And then eventually this one here will be copper wire. And so we'll rearrange it. Now, what we want to do is we want to let it run out. We want to let it run off of the, out of the conveyor into those boxes so we can fix it later. But there it goes. Okay, so it's running that out. And it's going to run it in there, but we're going to fix the orientation of all of those. And you should fix it at the beginning. It's harder to fix it at the end. You want to fix it way back over here, so that's all going to run correctly. So now you can see it's running these ones in a different way than I was running it before. And now this one's running as the first one. That one's running it the second one. And then the inside one is going to run as those conveyors. But we've got a bit of a problem here again. Let's go ahead and take this out. And we'll go ahead and just tell it to go straight. Disconnect this line because it's going to not connect. Now our toughest line is the middle line. And the reason why the middle line is the toughest is because this is going to clip through it. So let's get our middle line in first. And we're going to do our conveyor pulls again. Our conveyor pulls are great for lining stuff up and getting it to go where we want it to go, right? So we go ahead and take that. We say, okay, you know what? Let's go ahead and take our conveyor pole here. Let's put it as close as we can. We want to line it up and say that's where we want it to go. And so we'll grab it from here, run it up to there. And that's going to try to control that a little bit more. And then this one up to here. That's going to control that a little bit more. Now that one's going to go into there. Got a little tiny connection right here. I hate these tiny connections like this. I really don't like them. I feel like it's, you don't want to have a tiny connection like that because that's always the one that you forget. I'm going to actually move this back just a little bit. Overlap that a little. Let's see if we can get that. That's really close and kind of a very much of a vertical, but I feel like we can get it. Yeah, there we go. And we'll control that. Again, the whole point of me doing that is to try to avoid it clipping. And I can see it's clipping right there. I still don't like it. So, again, if that doesn't work, here's what we do. We take this out. We rework this. Again, later on, you're going to see me use the conveyor stackers and poles and all sorts of stuff. Again, we take this last one out. We did this earlier on another one. Take this. We'll run it over here. And we'll run it out that way. Connect this together. Everything can be worked out in the end if you understand all your different pieces and parts. There we go. Now this one down here at the bottom, we'd love it to go right there. Doesn't really feel like it. Because that one's being fed up there, right? So this one here at the bottom that's coming out is my copper sheets. There it goes. And that's the one I want to be on the inside. And then the one on this side, I actually want to be this one. But again, we're having a problem with that, right? So again, line those up. Try to control that angle as much as you can so it doesn't clip. If I need to move it back a little bit to keep it from clipping, that's what I will do. That. Give it a nice little edge. From over here into there, over here. There we go. Now we look at it. Has it been reversed? Yes, it has. All right, awesome. Now, in theory, after it runs out all that extra stuff it had on there, if we go to the other side, it should be working properly. Now, we're going to have a little bit left over from what we just did, but that's okay. In the long run, it's going to run all of that and make it all work as we want it to. And again, you can adjust it as you go. So let's see. What do we got in here? Let's go ahead and take all of that. We'll sort this. We'll go ahead and put all of this away over here so we go ahead and fix these again. Now, this is why you'll see me make these little conveyors in the front that reminds me of what should be in that particular box. So now we look at it. Okay, that's running the proper thing in there. Is this running anything but wire? Nope, that's fine. Over here, let's grab all this out. Let's put this back in. What is it adding? Right now, it's adding copper sheets. We fixed it. There we go. All right, little side thing that we had to fix, but now good to go. We now go up here and look in behind it. We'll go ahead and watch what's coming down the conveyors. Down there. That's copper sheets coming down there. That's cable. And then, of course, we've got our wire coming down. Come on, wire. So you don't see the wire coming down. There's something going on. Okay, something going on there. We got to go find out why is there not enough wire coming down there. All these other ones flowing nice and evenly. Right, flowing evenly in there. But wire has stopped. Okay, let's backtrack it. I stay on it until I get it solved. That's just the way I am. Don't see my wire. Oh, there it goes. Just took a minute. There we go. I'm not producing that much wire, producing about 30 or so. But because it's traveling a much further distance, we need to go ahead and double check that it is running down the line and working well. Let's go. Got that coming up. Got that merging. What's going on here? Oh, see, not enough copper ignits here. Why? Because these ones are now the overflows way here at the end. And that's okay. It just means that I don't have enough copper ignits coming at the end because some of these are actually overflow copper ignits. See, there we go. And when I get extra ones, then it will make the wire. But that's okay because the wire is the thing that it makes the most of the time. I rarely run out of wire after a while. And so it's going all the way down the line. What it does is it smelts them all right here, runs them all the way down up above there. Those are all mergers. It's merging all the copper ignits together. And then it's feeding it back down and then all the way back again, feeding into all of these things. And that's okay. That's just fine, working perfectly. But we want to make sure it's actually working. If it's working, that's fine. If it stops working, then there's something wrong. I did a belt wrong. I ran out of power, something. But it is still making more wire. But the thing we need the most is the thing it's making the most, which is the copper sheets. Okay, we got that problem solved. Back to work. Back to work working on this power. Now we only have 15 minutes because we had to sidetrack for 15 minutes to fix that. And that's how it goes in this game. You got the one more thing and the one more thing you need to fix. Well, Kevin, great stream. Thanks as always. Have a blast lurking in here. Gotta leave the lurk up. Move from the desk to the bed and take a nap. Have a great afternoon. Thank you so much for that lurker love, Surreal. Thank you. Appreciate it big time. You have a great great rest. Yeah, still do that. Yeah. All right, so back to what we were doing. We're going to grab all of our resources over here like this that we're using. Run back of them, some of them back into here because I always have excess of whatever it is. There we go. Probably don't need that many screws on me now because they're probably already maxed out. Yeah. Because I'm not really making anything anymore, it's making it for me now. So I don't need to carry that many screws. I just keep a little bit. What I really need is a lot of all of this stuff, which is what I got. I'm going to need some plates and some rods. I got those. Don't need to carry that. I think I have a good amount. Now, here's how we know. What are we going to go build right now? Well, we're going to go ahead and build some items that have to do with power. So we're going to build 6 coal. So we're going to go ahead and say 6 of those. 6 coal plants. We're also going to need some water. So here in production, we're going to need 1 more water and then 3 more on top of that. So 4 more of those. We're going to need those. And plus, we're going to need a lot of pipes and things like that. So I don't know exactly how many pipes I'm going to need or how many walls or any of that kind of stuff. But we can just go in and say if we need hypertubes, we could do that. Or if we're going to do pipes, we can just say, okay, we're going to need a bunch of pipes, a bunch of splitters. We're going to need some pipelines and whatnot, or junction cross. Those are actually what those are called. And we might need some pipeline support, so let's hit those. And then it'll give us a general idea of what we need. And then I just bring a whole lot of extra of that thing. Like right now it's saying, hey, I don't have enough cable. I'm going to run out of cable when I get over there. So I'm going to grab a bunch of it all. So a bunch of this, grab that. Copper sheets. So I'm going to say about 500 each ought to do it, roughly. And let's say copper sheets right over here. Now we're cranking these copper sheets out. And it's 500 there. Concrete. We got a bunch of concrete down there, so there's no problem there. Iron plates. Probably don't need that many, but you know what? We can squeeze them in there. Let's squeeze in a few. There we go. And we'll go ahead and take our small stack of copper plates out and replace it with a full stack. There we go. Now, we have a bunch of resources that we can use, but there's always going to be something that we forget and always something we're going to have to come back for because that's just the way it goes. So let's go ahead and go on down there and try it again. Glad we caught that mistake, too. Otherwise, that's going to fill that entire box up with the wrong stuff. Okay, let's do it. So now that we have all the resources, roughly, that we know we kind of need, let's go ahead and see if we can get this all lined up in here. Oh, yeah, that will work there. Perfect. All right, nice. Okay, so we got those 3 going. And again, we're going to go ahead and do our minimum distance, which we learned earlier. Oops. Yeah, foundation there, bro. Oh, that foundation's messed up. There we go. That foundation got off kilter. All right, so now I'm going to speed up. You guys saw me do this earlier. If you missed it earlier, you can always watch it back when this video hits my YouTube. But I hope you don't mind. We've got about 15 minutes or so. I'm going to speed up and just do what I need to do to make this happen. So that next time when we come in, we can go ahead and build a bunch of stuff. Now, if you do have any questions, you're welcome to ask, though. If you have any questions on anything that I'm doing, feel free to go ahead and ask. But I'm actually going to do something I rarely do, and that's just completely focus on what I'm doing. All right? We're going to get that going. I like to set goals for myself. Can I get this done in the next 10 minutes? I doubt it, but we'll try. We are going to try, and we're going to try really, really hard. Let's go. Yeah, it's not going to work there because it's too close to the shoreline. Yeah, it's not deep enough. All right, we'll push it over by 1. The right direction ought to help too. Oh, still not deep enough. Okay. Really? Oh. Got foundations there. I was like, why is that not deep enough? It's deep enough on that side. We got to have a whole extra, it takes 2 foundations. These are 2 foundations wide. So there's foundations behind it. I forgot I had those there. Let's take those out. Let's try that again. All right. Now, it's definitely not deep enough. There we go. Now that's deep enough. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be too close to the shore. I'm watching little white lines. So, all right, we'll just line it up with this one, and we'll go a little bit in the other direction. That's fine. Oh my God, that's going to perfectly fit in there. Oh my goodness, look at that, everybody. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That was really awesome. And the cool thing is, too, I can use this like a thing. I just run through there and just make it to the other side by using that. Of course, I need to put another one in right there. But wow, that worked out awesome. That was pretty amazing. It doesn't always work out like that, but now, see, I can run across here, jump onto this, run across this, and then jump onto this landing over there. Very cool. All right, I got some sort of weird angled landing there, too. All right, that was perfect. Let's keep going. I feel like that's not very well set. Let me go over one more. Yeah, it wasn't very straight. All right, very nice. Let's get that going. Gonna need some more concrete. Now you know why I left a gap there. That's why. Now you know. I always do that stuff because I'm always thinking ahead. I know that's going to happen later on where I'm going to need that stuff. I'm going to go ahead and put some of this stuff down because I got a lot of this extra stuff on me for right now. We'll come back for it here in a minute. We're going to need to do a lot of foundations. We'll stack up. Oh, maybe a little too stacked there. Stack up a bunch of that concrete. Turn our light on. I love how that acts as like a in-between foundation there. It's cool. All right, we got a lot more to go. How we looking? We got 4 minutes. Go, Kismet, go. Build, build, build. Now, if you do have a comment or question for me, my name is Kismet. You can put Kiz or Kismet in the chat. It'll highlight in red. Every time I look up at my chat, I'll see it if it is in red. But I don't see anything right now except for Keyblade Nights and Kiz. I'm cooking and watching your stream at the same time. I hope you're making enough for the whole chat because everybody's hungry. I know I'm getting hungry. What you making? What you cooking up? I might have to tell the wife we need some around here. My wife is an incredibly great cook. I am a terrible cook. My idea of cooking is boop, 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 beep. The cooking in the microwave. Uh-oh, we're gonna have some problem right here. Look at that. Look at that thing coming through our foundation there. We got a little bit of issue there. Whoa, hey-oh! What's up, brother? I just got him out of the water. Now you're gonna get wrecked. Come back here. Don't go running to Fred. You're running away. Going out there to tell Fred what I did. Don't believe him, Fred. I didn't do nothing. Fred's the big guy. He's out there dipping his toes. He's right there. That's Fred. At least that's what I call him. I'm sure he has an official name or something. But I call him Fred. Oh, look at that. How that went up. That went down. Uh-oh, uh-oh. No, 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 no. There's something going on with those foundations. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Yeah, look at that. See how it raises up? No, 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 no. That's not what we do. I take that out. Yeah, see, it doesn't do it here. It only does it on this line here. I don't mind taking stuff right back out again, everybody. If I see it start to act funny like that, out it goes. Oh, it's because I have an extra one in there. I had a funky one in there. Get out of there. Get out of there, you funky chickens. Hold down control. Ah! Bunch of hidden ones out there. Can't tell because it's under the water. There's another one. Dang, how many extra ones do I got? That's what happens when you rush. When you rush, this stuff starts to happen. You got a bunch of extra ones just laying there, and it started causing my my thing to be at the wrong angle. I want them to be nice and even all the way across. Kind of cool how it turns red when you're in the water. That's good stuff. All right. Guess we're going to run a little long here to finish our power. All right, let's do another battle, though, while we're waiting. I'm going to keep on running these foundations and try not to screw them up again. No guarantee. You know what? You know whose stream you're watching. All right, here we go. Oh, boss win, too. Awesome job. Boom. Subi, the Real Hustle, and Keyblade Knight all getting some love there. 1, 2, and 1 scrolls there. And John again coming in with the MVP, 22 kills. Got those 6 peeps down. See, that's how you get that MVP. Look at that. 497 bosses down. We've looped the entire thing. I think this is the 4th or 5th time. I can't remember. But we're going right for that blue chest right there. Let's do it. We'll go here. Boom, boom, boom. Get you that blue chest. Boom, boom, boom. What else can we do? We can't. We can go up and get you some gold. Yeah, up gold and then up that way. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Come on, let's do it. Now, remember, I'm going to be doing battles all day long. So we're going to try to finish this power here. I feel like we should finish this up first and then go from there. All right, come on. Let's keep doing our foundations here. Fred, get out of here. What are you doing? You're always up in my zone, bro. Get out of here. I'm trying to work here, bro. He's always up in my base when I'm trying to work. Get your cousin Fred over there. Fred and cousin Fred. Out of here. Get him out of my base. I'm trying to work here. Trying to keep these foundations nice and straight. It's hard to do this underwater. It's hard to, because you can't really see whether they're matching up because they're underwater and you got all that distortion, unless you're looking like right here. So it is a little scary. All right, we got those in. All right, now we need to go look at our other side over here. Now we need to look and see how much space we've got in between here. We got a whole kind of double foundation, right? 2 foundations, and then the third foundation is where we put the thing down. So let's keep that in mind when we're building this side. So we've got 1 foundation, 2 foundation, third foundation is going to be our power. Let's get it going. Pink Ranger, I got to head out, everyone. Have a great day. Have a great day, Pink Ranger. Thanks so much for backing me up here in the stream. Show us some love in the chat, everybody. That's my awesome mod and very first subscriber here in my stream, the awesome Pink Ranger. Okay. I say we start right here. Oh, look out, Grimshard coming in, getting a gifted sub from Break Some Stuff. Congrats, Grimshard. Now you, of course, earning 3 times the Kids Caps, 3 times the chance of winning those epic giveaways I do right here on the stream. As well as you're getting those epic Kismet emotes, feel free to test them out right now in the chat. Now, not only do you get the follower emotes, which everybody gets if you have better TTV or if you have franker face, and you also get your, of course, additional emotes on top of those as being a subscriber. So awesome. Remember, everybody in the channel does get some bonus emotes. You get a whole bunch of them in there for free just for being a follower. I appreciate you guys being here in the stream. Feel free to use those emotes whenever you feel like. Okay, so what are we coming back for? We need to come back for some more wire. There we go. And more plates over here. There we go. All right. I don't know, this makes me smile every time I run across right here and then jump across to this. I don't know, that just kind of worked itself out there. I like that, I like that. Okay, so there we go. We got 2 of those in. Now we're going to go number 3. All right, we're on 3. No, we're on number 4. Number 4. Number 5. There's number 6. We'll leave a little bit of a gap so we can run in between there if we need to. Oh no, I feel like we're going to run out of space. 2, 3, 4, which looks like it's up a little bit. We're going to have to solve that problem. Number 5 and number 6 are in the, this is in the way. We do what we must, right? To make things happen. All right, yeah, that's definitely going to be lifted up a bit. We're going to have to work on that for sure. That's definitely lifted. All right, but we know how to fix our lifted ones, right? We learned that just in our last one. So if we have to do a couple lifted, then that's what we will do. Let's do it, everybody. Just for the funsies of it. Let's lift these up. We know how to fix that, right? We know how to fix that. A little problem with our water being lifted there. But we're probably going to do what we did over here. And that's run the water that way first so it's up above. And so it'll still be coming down. It'll still be coming down to here because it'll be up on that second level. So I won't have to make an extra pump. And then we'll pump that water down. And then on that side, same thing. We'll run it up to an extra pump. And then we'll run it across that way. And we'll run it from the both directions. So that'll all work out in the end. Though I'm a little bummed that it is pushed forward a little bit. That's going to make it a little awkward. Let's try to push it back a little bit more. Let's see. What can we do? Chainsaw. Yeah, I don't think we could blow up this rock right here. That would really help. But we're not in that stage yet. Let's have a little sip of coffee. That may help. I don't think I have my stuff for my chainsaw. No, I do got a little bit of sulfur there. Oh, that's a tough one. Because we want to run them all in line so that we can run our coal a bit in line. Oh man, that's way up there. But it's nicely in line. Okay, we'll go with that. See if we can snap this one into that one. Dang, it's way up there. Look at that. Won't let me put it down, though. Too high. Floor is too steep. Just gonna have to eyeball it. That's kind of cool, though. I don't think I've ever lifted them like that before. That is kind of cool. See, we try different stuff in different streams, right? That's how we do. I feel like that it's a little bit back. If we look at it, we can see that it's like a little bit back this way. Go ahead and just eyeball it again. So you can't, even if I hold control, it snaps it to it, but it doesn't line it up. And that's what I wanted to do, line it up. So these two are matched up. And I'm just looking at the white lines and see if it does it there. There we go. All right, now we got it going. All right, so that's why we're going to lift our coal up above, and we're going to have our water down below. Now, way down on the end here, we're going to have our lifter again to work with our water, and we're just going to basically build a mirror image on both sides to make this happen. Looks good. And then we'll put our water thing in. Oh, we don't have enough frames. Okay, modular frames. We got that. We can make a few of those. Let's just put our craft bench right up here. Make a few of those babies. And we forgot to put that on our list. Let's put that on our list, everybody. We're going to need to make a couple of these organization fluid buffers. And we're going to need 10 of these babies. All right, we can do that. Let's go. Hardest thing is getting in your water and then getting in your coal power. There we go. All right, we got that done. And again, fluid buffer. And we want to put it kind of lined up there and then come back to connect to that. So we want to go a little bit this way. So come back that way and end up right there. Okay, we'll just say right there is fine. And we'll adjust it so it matches up, and we'll just put it right there in the center. That works. Okay. Now we got all this going, so we want to go ahead and run this up to here. Fred, of course, coming in, lending a hand, or not. Fred. Fred always causing all sorts of mischief. Oh, didn't mean to do that. There we go. All right, we got to get this done. There ain't no way I'm going to remember all this next up. So we're going to try to get this done right now. We'll go ahead and cut that in the center and get ourselves a nice little switchback. Don't like it. Don't like it. A little bit further left. Come on. There we go. Line that up. 1, 2. Like that. Get in there. Alright, that I like. Okay, now it's coming out of there. And now we got to do all of our lifters. Let's get into those. Again, I'm just going to be focused. Now, if you do want to ask a question, feel free to do so in the chat. I will check it periodically, but I'm just going to go into full-on focused mode. I should use my name, Kismet. And we'll highlight in red, make it easier for me to spot it in the chat. Was trying to trip me up there. Do you see that? Now let's just double check before we do all of these. I'm glad I double checked that. Oh, that's fail. Phew. Almost did all of them. This is what happens when you rush. When you rush, that's when you make the most mistakes. Okay, why does that one work and the rest of these not? Must have got off track. That one actually, I don't even like that one. That one's too close. Let's move that one away a bit further. So it actually was aligned, but it's just not aligned in the way that I like it to be aligned. Get our splitter there. Alright, so 1, 1, 2. There we go. That's better. Yeah, I like that better. I like that much better. Don't be afraid to take stuff right back out again. If you are, if you're working on stuff. Don't be afraid to take it out, redo it all, until you get it the way you want it to be. Okay, now we're looking better. That's not lined up. Come on, green lines. Help me out here, bro. What are you lining up to? Oh, it's lining up to that one over there. Take that out. There we go. All right, now we want our green lines to line up. Okay, conveyor. Come on, work with me here. All right. Sometimes the lines don't work. First two don't matter, only the top ones, by the way, for those just tuning in. Only the direction of the top one matters, because it's the only one I'm actually going to use. And I'm watching the direction of that top one when I'm putting it in, making sure that the input is on the left side, and the output is on the right side. Now this one we're going to have to work some magic on, but we'll come back to that later. Okay, those are in place, ready to rock. Now, let's go ahead and run all of this. We're going to run our walls and other stuff over here. Let's go ahead and get our copper over here, or coal over here first. Okay, so we got our coal coming in here, and it's backing up into this box. And so we want to use that box to also run the more coal onto the next one. And so we'll go ahead and lift that over here. Now what it's going to do is it's going to split it at the box. So whatever the maximum speed of the conveyor is the way it's going to split it. So this is 270 and that's 270, so we'll split it at 270. So it's basically going to split it in half. But it also has a backlog. So even if it doesn't have any power, it's still going to run along the conveyor and end up inside my item right away. Right away. Now we got to watch out for the clearances of all this stuff to try to get it here. And I can tell you it's definitely not going to reach. It's way too far. Not only can I not afford it, but also it cannot reach. So it's going to reach to about, let's say right over the head of this. So we're going to need to bring it up to that level. And we're going to have to get some more of our items here. Let's go ahead and reach it up just a little bit extra too. Just so we can get it up above all the clearance of all of this stuff. Right up to there. Let's go back, grab some of our resources. We smartly left over here. Oh, let's respawn. Grab that. Stuff respawns after a while, too. Let's see. I think a nudge feature would be nice. Right? Break some stuff? Oh, I agree. I agree for sure. All right, what over here? Oh, we don't have it. All right, well, this one is obsolete now and don't need that one. Let's go ahead and just store it all in there. And we'll run up. Now, we've added a little thing over here to help us so we don't have to walk all the way up that ramp every time. We just go right here. Love me some hypertube action. In fact, I should probably add that hypertube to go all the way up to the top at some point. But we'll go with that for now. We'll just run in the front side here of all of our resources and just grab the particular resources that we need because we got all these running into here. And then when I do grab that, it's going to fire up replacement for all of that. What else do we need? We should probably grab a lot more. You know what? Screw it. Let's grab it all. It'll just make more. It'll go make more for me. It'll be just fine. We're about to quadruple. There we go. Quadruple our power today. We've already doubled our power, and we're about to double it again. Very awesome. We're going to try to get it going. We go for a little bit of a swim here. We're going this. I forgot which way I was going there for a second. I was going over here to run it across this way. Okay, so let's get up here. Let's go ahead and run that conveyor from up there now to over there. This would be a good place for a ramp right here. Let's go ahead and get ourselves a nice little ramp. Now, normally I don't build at the ground level because mobs love to sneak up on you. But I've been trying to just do it anyway in these playthroughs, so let's do it. All right, now if we're lucky, we can run it from there down into there and it won't clip through anything. Yeah, nice, perfect. I was going to start feeding into all of those. Now, I do not trust these lifters ever. I always look at them to see if they're working. I can tell you that one's not working. See, it's not feeding it. So let's get that out of there. And that's why you'll see me take out all my lifters. It's like the last thing I do after I have everything into place. I'll take out all my lifters, or I won't put them in at all, like you saw, so I can make sure they're working. See, that one is now working. That's what we want to see. All right, let's get our lifters. What the heck happened there? Oh, and look at that. I removed a foundation way up there. Okay, something funky chicken happened over there. We got to go fix that. But we'll come back to that in a second. We got to go this way first. All right, we got to put some of this in here, store all, and we got to try to take something out. Now, we got something we can just trash. What do we got we can just trash in here? I can probably just crash some of that. That back in there. Oh, actually, I already had the ability to do it. I already had enough to make another box. That's not what I'm looking for. Box. See, sometimes I still revert back. I'm not using my middle mouse button. I still revert back to manually picking that stuff up. Or going into the thing to pick it up. Alright, we're good with our foundations now. Let's go ahead and grab up all this other stuff. Out of here. Like that. Let's store all. And then we'll take all of these out. Sort those. Put those back. Take all this stuff out. Not that. That in, that in, that in. Don't need those. And then a bunch of this. I need a whole lot of that. Boom. Sort that. And let's just take a couple more out so we're not dropping stuff. Take that out. Okay. Always leave yourself a nice access way from A to B. Does help a lot. Okay. This one got misaligned. Sometimes it screws up your alignment. Just keep going. That one to there, and then lift her over here. Alright, that one's looking good. Hopefully we did the rest of these right. Sometimes that green line gets messed up and it costs you time, like right there. That's obviously not going to work. Though this one we could actually raise up just a little bit. And go with this. Maybe bring that line up. And get away with that. Let's try that. Nope. Not gonna work. Just take it out. Take it out and do what we did last time. That works. All right, now we're going to take out all this stuff down below. And we're going to run these. Take these out. Run all these, and we'll take all these ones out of the bottom. And I'm just running level 3s. Don't have to, but I am, because I got plenty. In fact, it's making even more right now. Too easy. All right, there we go. Let's do our first group of 6. Go ahead and switch our set to doing piping. Let's hope we have enough things for our pipe. Nope. Got the concrete. Forgot my concrete. Should have saw it on my to-do list over there. Really should have moved that to the other side, but oh well. Almost done now. How we doing? Oh, running over by 30 minutes. That's okay, everybody. It's going to be worth it. Gonna be worth putting in the extra time. Now we can take some of this out. We don't need as many run. Gonna be worth taking the extra time, so the next time we log in, man, we're gonna have a lot of power. And right about here is when I worry about my power too. Normally I don't make this much, but this is just too easy. This is just too easy to pass up, or too nice to pass up. It's just too easy to add all of this power because it's literally right here next to the water. And we'll turn this, move it forward by 2. Oh, perfect. Perfect, just like the other side. All right, here we go. Now we got to make sure we don't go beyond our split one. And we can see that I left a gap. See, that gap tells me that this is the last one right here. And so we'll line that up, move it back by 2. Look at it this way. Look at where that alignment is. Say 1, 2, it's that line right there. And then we'll look at this over here. And that looks good. And that's 90 degree right there. Okay. I'm going to pop up onto these. Oop, pop up on here. Get up there with your big butt. My guy's a big butt. All right. Keep it going, everybody. Keep it going. Those I put in all the splitters first that time and then came back and did that. It's always easy to do the same repetitive thing and then come back and then do the next thing than it is to switch back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It's way easier to do it that way. All right, same thing over here. Again, if you have any questions about this, feel free to ask. I will, I'll let you know what I'm doing here. Now this one's a bit tougher because it's up a bit. So, probably better if I do the bottom one. How to do this one the most elegantly. I think we can just go to the end. I think we just go to the end. And line it up like we normally do. And see how it ends up. So back by 2 would be there. Lined up along that edge. Let's try right there. And then just try to go up into the thing. Yeah, there we go. That works. Then this one's going to have that too, where we go up into the thing. Okay. That's perfectly fine. Too close. Too close for that one. Let's try to align it a little bit better. Maybe we can sneak it in there. Nope. Too close. That's going to be a problem one. I knew that was going to... I knew one of these two were going to be a problem one. Alright, let's do this one. Back by 2. And then this one up into there. And then we'll put a splitter right here. And this one will actually go up into the thing over here. That's what we'll do. And we're going to put in our foundations. Again, if you have any comment or questions in the chat, go ahead and put kids or Kismet in the chat. I'll highlight in red. No, you're talking directly to me. I'm doing some building right now. I'm doing some focused buildings to try to get this done. Like this. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and put in our organization, our fluid buffer. Right up here. Like so. And we've got our side that's going to come up over this side. Maybe sneak a junction in there. Oh, yeah. Junction that up into here. Actually, that one we could just back it up just a little bit. And it gives us those nice corners. That's what the whole reason I just did that, is to get those nice corners. All right, so this one's going to come down from up here, because the water's going to go up into that and then come back down. And I'm going to tie it into there. And since I'm going to tie it into there, I'm also going to tie it in on the way down. Stay out of the water long enough. And I'm going to tie it into here, but I'm going to have it up higher than this, right, on its way down. So I don't have to add another pump. So we're going to go ahead and just say a little bit higher here. And then have it just kind of turn and go down into that ever so slightly, like that. And that's why I put it up early and not further down. So that it would be up higher and no extra pump. So I only need one pump way back over here on this side. And it shows you in what direction it goes now. Look at that. That's so cool. That's a really great way of doing that. So now it's showing us which way it's going to pump. And so we'll put that in. That's awesome. And then over here on this side, the same thing, but in the reverse direction. Well, I can't tell you how many times I've put those pumps in the wrong direction. A lot. A lot. Okay, there we go. Now, our biggest problem now also is our power. We've got to get our power over here running to all of this stuff over here. Now, the cool thing is we do have this big wall over here that we can use to run it from all of this. So we'll get into that. But first, we want to make sure that all of our stuff is actually tied in together. So let's go over here. See if we can get a one there. Nope, not quite one there, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and try to run it. Okay, right there. Run it out of there. Into there. Back around that way. And then back, actually it's out of here. Yeah, out of there, up into there, back around there, and into all of this. All right. That's perfectly good. Right there. Okay, that's all good. This is all run. We've got our lifters, which look like they're all working. I'm looking to see if my lifters have coal in them. They all do. And so we're ready. We are ready spaghetti. Now, why is there such a gap there? This is also a gap between my... Yeah, these are the ones from before. Oh boy, we put these onto these foundations. Those are those messed up ones from before. We got to take those out. Like, why do I keep falling in the water right there? That's because there was a gap. Thing that got messed up. There we go. Alright, we fixed that gap. Should be 0 gap there. There's one we're missing. Very easy to get your foundation screwed up in the water because I have mine under the water, so it's hard to tell whether they're matched up or not. Okay, that's all going. Now we need power. Let's go do our power over here. Now we have a power line right there that we can go ahead and tap into. Now the funny thing is that power over there is going to power this side over here to get it started. So we don't have to do any other type of stuff. We don't have to... actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a triple run. Do a triple run there. Alright, so we're going to run this up to the middle one. Actually, even better, we're going to go behind. We're going to run that up to the middle one. Oh, we can't. All those are all being used. Okay, no problem. Then we'll do this. Okay, we'll run it from the front to there. Then we'll go to the back. Run these side ones from the back. Okay, there we go. So now we want to start up all the water that we're using over here. So we're going to go ahead and run this side to that water over there. Water here. Get that fired up. And then water way over there. Over there. And over there. Alright. Now we're going to do this one really far up. And we got to think of how many of these we got to connect, right? How many power lines are we on? We're doing 12. So 4 and 4 is 8, right? And then 9, 10, 11, 12. So we want to go ahead and do 3 of these as well. And then we're going to connect that from the back. And in a second here, by the way, this is all going to start working. It's going to be pretty epic. Right now we got our water going already. And if we didn't screw things up too much, this is going to just fire up. Okay, now these lines are going to run really far. Not sure they're going to reach, but we'll try. Okay, so we can hit that one. And we hit the first one. That's the one I'm trying to hit. Oh. Water is so hard to work with, everybody. It's so hard to work with that it messes up your lines. Alright, so let's go over here. Hold on. Let's go to the one we know we can jump across. Right here. Okay. So, this could just build up something higher, too. If I had my jetpack, it would help, too. We're just going to walk it over there. We're going to make sure it works. That's a confirm. That's going to run all that way. Awesome. Confirmed on this side. Now, the other side we might have trouble, but this one's good. We can get the furthest one away. We can get these other ones. That's 2. There's number 3. Four. Why is number 3 not firing up? What's your problem, number 3? Did I not put a splitter in there for you? It doesn't look like I did. Now, look, it has no splitter. It's my bad. My bad, bro. Oh, I could have took... Hold on, I'll take this out. Could have just put that onto there. My bad. I don't know how I missed that one, but apparently I did. And run that. Run into that one. Okay, see, I can see there's no smokestack. There we go. See, I see the smokestack, then I know it's working. Be looking for that smokestack, everybody. Alright, here we go with the middle ones again. Right here. That one's going to that one. Oh, no, no, no. Wrong one, wrong one. There we go. on a second. There's something wrong here. The math doesn't work out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, the math doesn't work out, everybody. We missed one at the end. Oh, no. Oh, we got to sneak another one in here. Oh, let's see if we just get lucky. Let's hope we get lucky on this one. No, that's gonna be pretty tough. Floor is too steep. Well, not if we put down some foundations, it won't. Holy moly. This is going completely off the rails. Look at that. All right, screw that. Let's see if we can get it this way. That's okay. We have one of them going the other way. We'll make it work. Get one going this way? Yeah, okay. God, I gotta back up. These things are so big, you gotta back up. Watch out for any baddies up here, though. You gotta back up to see what the heck you're doing. All right, I'll make that work. I'll make that work right over there. Hopefully I've got enough room. Let's go see. We'll turn one of them the other way. Yeah, that's going to require a pump there. Oh, that's a bummer, bro. That's a bummer. Okay. Well, we do what we got to do, right? To make stuff fit. That's a bummer. It's off by 1. Too close. I can't get the pipe through there. Too close. I'm never afraid to tear stuff down, everybody. Don't be afraid to tear stuff down and redo. Never, never be afraid. Tear it down, make it work. We're going to make this work right here. Yeah, that's a better place for it anyway. All right, so we're going to put our 6th one. I didn't notice, but I forgot to put my 6th one back down again after I had this problem with this thing here. So we're going to put our 6th one right there. And then we should probably put our pump over here on the side as a backup. Right up to here, our fluid buffer. And so we'll have it go through here. And then cycle back around from here. Something nice like that. Back into there. We're going to have this come up. Go into there. And then... Again, sometimes you just got to make it work, everybody. It doesn't always work out perfectly, especially when you're trying to work with the train. But this one's going to get fed a lot of water. That's going to be the first line of water there. Let's hope we can get our lifter in there, though. Yeah, our lifter's going to have a problem. So having the splitter right there is not a good idea. We'll fix that. Let's put our lifter in. Oh, still can't have the pipe there either. Okay, we'll work that. We'll rework that. All right, then we got our coal coming in there. Take this out. Let's go ahead and run this out just a little bit. Oh, it's falling off of stuff. I bet you we can work that. We can work that right there for sure. Now, here's one of the cool things you can do, is just do this. Right? And then try to connect it in there. Now, it's a little too close for me to get a nice connector in there, so I'm going to take this out. Put this in here. Take that out, and see if I can get this to align a little better. By bringing that out just a little bit. See how that works out. Ah, wouldn't that be awesome? We get that to go in there. Nope. All right, so that tells me I got to push this back. Okay, we can always work it out. There's always some way of micromanaging it. And there's always some problem to solve, too. This is my whole life, not only in game, but in real life. Always solving these little problems that come along. But then it really does make you better at whatever it is you do. Is these little problems help you solve other, more major problems later on. So as you learn how to fix this one, like that, then we can learn to fix other things later on. So we'll go ahead and do this, turn that around, try to center that in a little bit. There we go. And then I would take this side out. And then we'll fine-tune this side too. So just nicely right there. And then that down right there. There we go. Alrighty. Now all we need is some more of this down here. Well, we've got the easiest way to do it is to go ahead, because this has a lot of overflow of coal, so no big deal. So we'll just cut into this line. And these last two are really going to be hurting for coal if we get low coal. But I seriously doubt it, as I have a massive backlog of all the coal. There's only one more thing for us to do, and that's to put in the rest of this power. Let's get that going. I was counting how many power lines I'd already done, and I realized that I had... Uh-oh, where'd I run that one from? I ran that one correctly. Okay, so that should be 2 lines. So your lines can also help you count. Oh, I ran it from the back side of it. I see. By mistake. Okay, hold on. Let's take these out. So they're helping me double check when I make a mistake. And that you want it to do. You want it to double check your mistakes as you go along. There should be 4 left. There's 1. There's 2. Number 3. Oh, it's too long. All right, we can't get that one in. No problem. We can fix that. We have the technology. Dark. It's dark. We have the ability to fix it because we already fixed it on the other side. So, let's go ahead and go like this. Oops, wrong way. We are working it today, everybody. We're working it hard. Big time. We'll get this all working. Now, this whole side over here is not being used power-wise, so I can do whatever I want to it. It's not going to really affect it because it's actually not really being affected because the rest of my power is running it. There we go. Okay, we got that going there. Over there, and then we want to tie our power from over here to over there. Yeah, see, that's next level thinking there. All right, how we looking? We got coal in there, already full of coal, already full of there. Boom, and there it is, kicked in, everybody. Let's see, we're at 1650. That tells me that one of these is not running, or actually 2 of them are not running. I can see it right there. All right, why are those 2 not running? Did I not put my splitters in? Again, that's what you want to look and see. Okay, this one's running. This one's not running. I don't see a splitter there. So that's exactly what's causing that. Let's get up here. Sneak in here. And get our splitters. Now, this is the problem with rushing. When you rush, you forget stuff. You get ahead of yourself. That's okay. But you have double checks that you can always do. Like looking to see if it is running. Out of that stuff. There we go. And same thing over here. Need to add this splitter in. Get that water in there. Oh, ha, 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 ha. Now, how do we know it wasn't working? Well, I know it wasn't working because it didn't say 1800. If it says 1800, we got them all working, everybody. Whoo! We're going to do this battle here in just a second. Holy mackerel. Kiz and Chad, dinner's ready. Please don't forget to wash your hands before you come to the table. Hey, I'm on it. I am on it. I'm washing my whole body. I'm going in the water so much. All right, here we go, everybody. So we got all of that set up. We have quadrupled our power today. I feel like that was an epic day beyond all other days. That is pretty amazing. All right, we got that going. Let's go up here and make sure that all of our water flow is good. Our coal flow is good. Let's go take a look. How's our water? All right, our water is backlogged. How's our coal up here? Looking good. Let's go ahead and climb up to the top here. Take a little bird's eye view. All right, everything's looking good. That looks like it's backlogged. See, when it's stopped like that, you've got backlog amount of coal. We'll go look over here. How's our water? Uh-oh, we got a problem over here. Our pump is problem. But it really did not that much of a problem because it didn't turn off, did it? It didn't turn off, but that's what we can use these ones right here for. That one's got 3 of 4, so we can run that right to there. And then this one over here. Now, again, if I leave that too long, though, it will eventually kick out of the water. I hate that stuff clipping through there. But look at it. Look at all the wires running. That's kind of wild. Makes me want to go and fix all of that, though. But we got it working. And it already had plenty of water anyway. Because of the down run of it, actually it's already fed up here. I bet you this is probably already at maximum. Yeah, it still filled it up with maximum anyway, even though it does have a bit of a head lift. But because it has a positive lift, because it's coming down, it's actually pushing the water up to get over that hump. So I really don't even need the pump. But I'm going to go ahead and do it just as a backup, just so I know it's not going to kick out of that. Now we look at the pump here. We can see it's only got a head lift of about 12. It's about 12 for one foundation up if you use the full size foundations. And then, we're going to look at our other side over here. And that also is about 12. So perfect. Perfect. Or exactly 12. And all of that's running. We got our power going, and that's all perpetual power. Nothing else we need to do. This is GG. We are out of here. Look at that power down there. Look at all that power. Holy moly. Let's just peek over the side here. Look at it smoking away there. Oh yeah, look at that power. Look how beautifully it's run though, too. Except for that end part over there where we had to make do because we didn't have enough width across here to put that many in a row. But we made do, right? We made it work. Still works just as good with a little bit of adjustment there. But then we're going to do the whole thing again over there if we find some more coal. But this should be way enough coal. This is almost as much as nuclear power. I have that much power running right now. And it's perpetual power. It'll never stop running. It'll always run and run and run and run. We forgot to underclock our stuff. Oh, let's not forget. Hold on. Let's go underclock our stuff real quick. And then we'll do that battle, and then we're going to go into battle mode. So while I'm running back down, actually, let's do that battle right now. Let's go. I think we're going to get this one. We have 125 units versus 36. I think we might get this one, everybody. I'm just throwing it out there. 156 units originally put down on the thing. Making me hungry, Keyblade Knight. I think that's the first thing I'm going to do after this and go get me something to eat. It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, running about an hour behind, but that's okay. I feel like it's going to totally worth it. So tomorrow we can start the day running with a whole bunch of resources we can go and explore for and start running those resources into our primary base as well. Okie dokie. Open the captain's chest. Grant some rewards. Techie coming in. Rotisserie G. Keyblade Knight. All getting some love. Thanks so much for the follows, everybody. Dunkahan coming in with the follow. We got Break Some giving some gifted subs. And Cecilone coming in, dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet channel. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for being here. All right, and also congrats to Noam Ombrids on being MVP with the 35 kills. Let's keep going for that blue chest, everybody. Let's do it. We got to watch out. We're going to do a battle royale right here in the center. I feel like we're going to get the rogue on this one. Let's do it. Let's put him right here in the center. He's going to help you guys out. Come and join us, everybody. It's free to play game called Stream Raiders. All right, now we forgot to underclock all of our water things, but let's get that done. That's going to be super easy. All we need to do is just walk right up here. We'll type 84 thing here. Now, again, the more of these water things you have, the more extra power it's going to be burning up over time because it's producing 120 water when it only needs 300. So we're going to go ahead and clock these down to 84%. Now, we've already done that on all these other ones over here. We just need to do this line that we just made just a minute ago. And so we can just type it right in, or you can do the slider, whatever you want to do. Your deal, whatever, however you want to fix it. And that's going to reduce this by another 30 megawatts. So we have a reduction of 60 megawatts right now in our power. That's a lot of megawatts. 60 reduction in megawatts for all of our power that we're producing. Definitely worth taking the time to underclock those for sure. Get up there, bro. Oh, he can't get up that way. He can't get up there. How can I do this? Let's do another. I got an idea. We'll get up here. We'll make a foundation. Right there. Oh, I can't do it because the thing's there. All right, we'll just try to jump over. There we go. That worked. Now I want to know where I did that foundation. I don't know. Around there somewhere. Oh, actually, I could take this foundation out. That'd be even better. So if I get stuck down in there, I can just swim under. And get up right here. That's better. And if I go here, I can just jump across. All right, very nice, very nice. We got all of our water. We got all of our stuff done. We are done. We are done with our power, and now we're ready to build 4 times as much as we did when we first started the day off. And I love doing that. I like building. Let's go up. All the way up to the top. Tippy top here. Let's do it. And we'll go take a nice bird's eye view of all of our hard work here today. You already saw all the power. We also extended our copper out today. And look at this. We got our concrete going there, our limestone, all of our iron products, or all of our steel products here, iron products, and then copper products over there, all feeding into our central hub right over here. If you notice, I don't even have a space elevator, everybody. You see that? I took my space elevator out and haven't added it back in again, but that's okay. We'll add it in here in a bit. When we come back next time, we'll start to work on our next level items, including a lot of rotors, modular frames. We're going to work on a space elevator and start to go now from tier number 4 on to 5, 6, and 7. Eventually, we'll be working on nuclear power or aluminum, all of that stuff. We're going to start that in the morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's go ahead and go to my office so I can give you guys some love. Then we're going to go into battle mode. We're going to do battles all day long. Let's go do it. All right, almost forgot. Almost forgot something pretty important. I forgot to save my game. There we go. Let's save that just in case it hasn't saved for a minute or two. We'll go ahead and pop on out of there. All right, there we go. All right, everybody, let me go ahead and show you guys some love here in the stream. I'm going to go ahead and show you my schedule and my social media there. And I'm actually going to go ahead and give you guys the points right now before I forget. I keep forgetting, and then right after the stream is when I remember. Let's go ahead and take a look at the tweets over here. How we doing on our retweets? How we doing? Where's my thing? Press the button. How we do? Oh, we're so close. All right, I'll give you 1,000 for that. We're pretty close to 5. We'll go ahead and give you 1,000 for that. Thank you for being here, everybody. Thanks for staying all the way to the end of the stream. Of course, that's how you get those KizCats, by hanging out all the way to the end. Appreciate everybody being here. Now, again, I'm going to disappear, and I'm going to go into what we call battle mode. Battle mode is when I'm just running battles all day from all my Stream Raider peeps. I'm going to let those run all day long. I'll come back every 30 minutes. Unless I have to run out, I'll try to warn you ahead of time. If not, if it's an emergency or something, if it runs long, that's just the way it's going to go, everybody. I got to take care of my IRL. I'm going to be working on videos and all that stuff behind the scenes while you guys get to do a lot of battles. Sorry for just lurking today, not talking as normal. That's okay, Subi. Hey, I don't mind my lurkers. Most of my peeps that hang in my stream are my lurkers, so there we go. Seslon said, great stream. Thanks for having me. Oh, always welcome to come in and hang out, man. Everybody's welcome to come in, chill out in the channel anytime they want. Okay, so we'll go ahead and go into battle mode, and I will see you guys for more Satisfactory, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye, everybody. Hey, everybody. Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also, check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.